Section 12 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander Mackenzie. Chapter 10. Buildings and Laws and Customs of Babylon. Decline and Fall of Sumerian Kingdoms. Elamites and Semites strive for supremacy. Babylon's walls, gates, streets, and canals. The Hanging Gardens. Merodach's Great Temple. The Legal Code of Hammurabi. The Marriage Market. Position of Women. Marriage brought freedom. Vestal Virgins. Breach of Promise and Divorce. Rights of Children. Female Publicans. The Land Laws. Doctors legislated out of existence. Folk Cures. Spirits of Disease expelled by magical charms. The Legend of the Worm. Touch Iron. Curative Water. Magical Origin of Poetry and Music. The rise of Babylon inaugurated a new era in the history of Western Asia. Coincidentally, the political power of the Sumerians came to an end. It had been paralyzed by the Elamites, who towards the close of the dynasty of Isin successfully overran the southern district and endeavored to extend their sway over the whole valley. Two Elamite kings, Warad Sin and his brother Rim Sin, struggled with the rulers of Babylon for supremacy, and for a time it appeared as if the intruders from the east were to establish themselves permanently as a military aristocracy over Sumer and Akkad. But the Semites were strongly reinforced by new settlers of the same blended stock who swarmed from the land of the Amorites. Once again Arabia was pouring into Syria vast hordes of its surplus population, with the result that ethnic disturbances were constant and widespread. This migration is termed the Canaanitic or Amorite. It flowed into Mesopotamia and across Assyria, while it supplied the driving power which secured the ascendancy of the Hammurabi dynasty at Babylon. Indeed, the ruling family which came into prominence there is believed to have been of Canaanitic origin. Once Babylon became the metropolis, it retained its preeminence until the end. Many political changes took place during its long and checkered history, but no rival city in the south ever attained to its splendor and greatness. Whether its throne was occupied by Amorite or Kassite, Assyrian or Chaldean, it was invariably found to be the most effective center of administration for the lower Tigro-Euphrates valley. Some of the Kassite monarchs, however, showed a preference for Nippur. Of its early history little is known. It was overshadowed in turn by Kish and Umma, Lagash and Erech, and may have been little better than a great village when Akkad rose into prominence. Sargon I, the royal gardener, appears to have interested himself in its development, for it was recorded that he cleared its trenches and strengthened its fortifications. The city occupied a strategic position and probably assumed importance on that account, as well as a trading and industrial center. Considerable wealth had accumulated at Babylon when the dynasty of Ur reached the zenith of its power. It is recorded that King Dungi plundered its famous Temple of the High Head, Ea-Sagila, which some identify with the Tower of Babel, so as to secure treasure for Ea's temple at Eridu, which he especially favored. His vandalistic raid, like that of the Gutium, or men of Kutu, was remembered for long centuries afterwards, and the city god was invoked at the time to cut short his days. No doubt Hammurabi's Babylon closely resembled the later city so vividly described by Greek writers, although it was probably not of such great dimensions. According to Herodotus, it occupied an exact square on the broad plain, and had a circumference of 60 of our miles. While such is its size, the historian wrote, in magnificence there is no other city that approaches it. Its walls were 87 feet thick and 350 feet high, and each side of the square was 15 miles in length. The whole city was surrounded by a deep, broad canal or moat, and the river Euphrates ran through it. Here, continued Herodotus, I may not omit to tell the use to which the mold dug out of the great moat was turned, nor the manner in which the wall was wrought. As fast as they dug the moat, the soil which they got from the cutting was made into bricks, and when a sufficient number were completed, they baked the bricks in kilns. Then they set to building, and began with bricking the borders of the moat, after which they proceeded to construct the wall itself, using throughout for their cement hot bitumen, and interposing a layer of wattled reeds at every 30th course of the bricks. On the top, along the edges of the wall, they constructed buildings of a single chamber facing one another, leaving between them room for a 4-horse chariot to turn. In the circuit of the wall are 100 gates, all of brass, with brazen lintels and side posts. These were the gates referred to by Isaiah when God called Cyrus, I will loose the loins of kings to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee, and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass, and cut in sunder the bars of iron. The outer wall was the main defence of the city, but there was also an inner wall less thick, but not much inferior in strength. In addition, a fortress stood in each division of the city. The king's palace and the temple of Bear Merodach were surrounded by walls. All the main streets were perfectly straight, and each crossed the city from gate to gate, a distance of 15 miles, half of them being interrupted by the river, which had to be ferried. As there were 25 gates on each side of the outer wall, the great thoroughfares numbered 50 in all, and there were 676 squares, each over 2 miles in circumference. From Herodotus we gather that the houses were 3 or 4 stories high, suggesting that the tenement system was not unknown, and according to Q. Curtius, nearly half of the area occupied by the city was taken up by gardens within the squares. In Greek times, Babylon was famous for the hanging or terraced gardens of the new palace which had been erected by Nebuchadnezzar II. These occupied a square which was more than a quarter of a mile in circumference. Great stone terraces, resting on arches, rose up like a giant's stairway to a height of about 350 feet, and the whole structure was strengthened by a surrounding wall over 20 feet in thickness. So deep were the layers of mold on each terrace that fruit trees were grown amidst the plants of luxuriant foliage and the brilliant Asian flowers. Water for irrigating the gardens was raised from the river by a mechanical contrivance to a great cistern situated on the highest terrace, and it was prevented from leaking out of the soil by layers of reeds and bitumen and sheets of lead. Spacious apartments, luxuriously furnished and decorated, were constructed in the spaces between the arches, and were festooned by flowering creepers. A broad stairway ascended from terrace to terrace. The old palace stood in a square nearly 4 miles in circumference, and was strongly protected by 3 walls, which were decorated by sculptures in low relief, representing battle scenes and scenes of the chase and royal ceremonies. Winged bulls with human heads guarded the main entrance. Another architectural feature of the city was A Sagila, the temple of Bel-Merodach, known to the Greeks as Jupiter Belus. The high wall which enclosed it had gates of solid brass. In the middle of the precinct, wrote Herodotus, there was a tower of solid masonry, a furlong in length and breadth, upon which was raised a second tower, and on that a third, and so on up to 8. The ascent to the top is on the outside, by a path which winds round all the towers. When one is about halfway up, one finds a resting place and seats, where persons are wont to sit some time on their way to the summit. On the topmost tower there is a spacious temple, and inside the temple stands a couch of unusual size, richly adorned with a golden table by its side. There is no statue of any kind set up in the place, nor is the chamber occupied of nights by any one but a single native woman, who, as the Chaldeans, the priests of this god, affirm, is chosen for himself by the deity out of all the women of the land. A woman who was the wife of Ammon also slept in that god's temple at Thebes in Egypt. A similar custom was observed in Lycia. Below, in the same precinct, continued Herodotus, there is a second temple, in which is a sitting figure of Jupiter, all of gold. Before the figure stands a large golden table, and the throne whereon it sits, and the base on which the throne is placed, are likewise of pure gold. Outside the temple are 2 altars, one of solid gold, on which it is only lawful to offer sucklings, the other a common altar, but of great size, on which the full-grown animals are sacrificed. It is also on the great altar that the Chaldeans burn the frankincense, which is offered to the amount of 1,000 talents weight every year at the festival of the god. In the time of Cyrus there was likewise in this temple a figure of a man 12 cubits high, entirely of solid gold. Besides the ornaments which I have mentioned, there are a large number of private offerings in this holy precinct. The city wall and river gates were closed every night, and when Babylon was besieged the people were able to feed themselves. The gardens and small farms were irrigated by canals, and canals also controlled the flow of the river Euphrates. A great dam had been formed above the town to store the surplus water during inundation, and increase the supply when the river sank to its lowest. In Hammurabi's time the river was crossed by ferry boats, but long ere the Greeks visited the city a great bridge had been constructed. So completely did the fierce Sennacherib destroy the city that most of the existing ruins date from the period of Nebuchadnezzar II. Our knowledge of the social life of Babylon and the territory under its control is derived chiefly from the Hammurabi Code of Laws, of which an almost complete copy was discovered at Susa towards the end of 1901 by the De Morgan expedition. The laws were inscribed on a stele of black diorite 7 feet 3 inches high, with a circumference at the base of 6 feet 2 inches and at the top of 5 foot 4 inches. This important relic of an ancient law-abiding people had been broken in 3 pieces, but when these were joined together it was found that the text was not much impaired. On one side are 28 columns and on the other 16. Originally there were in all nearly 4,000 lines of inscriptions, but 5 columns, comprising about 300 lines, had been erased, to give space, it is conjectured, for the name of the invader who carried the stele away, but unfortunately the record was never made. On the upper part of the stele, which is now one of the treasures of the Louvre, Paris, King Hammurabi salutes with his right hand, reverently upraised, the sun-god Shamash, seated on his throne at the summit of Asa Gila, by whom he is being presented with the stylus with which to inscribe the legal code. Both figures are heavily bearded, but have shaven lips and chins. The god wears a canonical headdress and a flounced robe suspended from his left shoulder, while the king has assumed a round, dome-shaped hat and a flowing garment which almost sweeps the ground. It is gathered from the code that there were 3 chief social grades: the aristocracy, which included landowners, high officials, and administrators; the freemen, who might be wealthy merchants or small landholders; and the slaves. The fines imposed for a given offense upon wealthy men were much heavier than those imposed upon the poor. Lawsuits were heard in courts, witnesses were required to tell the truth, affirming before the god what they knew, and perjurers were severely dealt with. A man who gave false evidence in connection with a capital charge was put to death. A strict watch was also kept over the judges, and if one was found to have willingly convicted a prisoner on insufficient evidence, he was fined and degraded. Theft was regarded as a heinous crime and was invariably punished by death. Thieves included those who made purchases from minors or slaves without the sanction of elders or trustees. Sometimes the accused was given the alternative of paying a fine, which might exceed by 10 or even 30-fold the value of the article or animal he had appropriated. It was imperative that lost property should be restored. If the owner of an article of which he had been wrongly deprived found it in possession of a man who declared that he had purchased it from another, evidence was taken in court. When it happened that the seller was proved to have been the thief, the capital penalty was imposed. On the other hand, the alleged purchaser was dealt with in a like manner if he failed to prove his case. Compensation for property stolen by a brigand was paid by the temple, and the heirs of a man slain by a brigand within the city had to be compensated by the local authority. Of special interest are the laws which relate to the position of women. In this connection reference may first be made to the marriage by auction custom, which Herodotus describes as follows. Once a year in each village, the maidens of age to marry were collected all together into one place, while the men stood round them in a circle. Then a herald called up the damsels one by one, and offered them for sale. He began with the most beautiful. When she was sold for no small sum of money, he offered for sale the one who came next to her in beauty. All of them were sold to be wives. The richest of the Babylonians who wished to wed bid against each other for the loveliest maidens, while the humbler wife-seekers, who were indifferent about beauty, took the more homely damsels with marriage portions. For the custom was that when the herald had gone through the whole number of the beautiful damsels, he should then call up the ugliest, a cripple if there chanced to be one, and offer her to the men, asking who would agree to take her with the smallest marriage portion. And the man who offered to take the smallest sum had her assigned to him. The marriage portions were furnished by the money paid for the beautiful damsels, and thus the fairer maidens portioned out the uglier. No one was allowed to give his daughter in marriage to the man of his choice, nor might any one carry away the damsel whom he had purchased, without finding bail really and truly to make her his wife. If, however, it turned out that they did not agree, the money might be paid back. All who liked might come, even from distant villages, and bid for the women. This custom is mentioned by other writers, but it is impossible to ascertain at what period it became prevalent in Babylonia, and by whom it was introduced. Herodotus understood that it obtained also in the Illyrian tribe of the Eneti, which was reputed to have entered Italy with Antenor after the fall of Troy, and has been identified with the Venetians of later times. But the ethnic clue thus afforded is exceedingly vague. There is no direct reference to the custom in the Hammurabi Code, which reveals a curious blending of the principles of father right and mother right. A girl was subject to her father's will, he could dispose of her as he thought best, and she always remained a member of his family. After marriage she was known as the daughter of so-and-so rather than the wife of so-and-so. But marriage brought her freedom and the rights of citizenship. The power vested in her father was never transferred to her husband. A father had the right to select a suitable spouse for his daughter, and she could not marry without his consent. That this law did not prevent love matches is made evident by the fact that provision was made in the code for the marriage of a free woman with a male slave, part of whose estate in the event of his wife's death could be claimed by his master. When a betrothal was arranged, the father fixed the bride price, which was paid over before the contract could be concluded, and he also provided a dowry. The amount of the bride price might, however, be refunded to the young couple to give them a start in life. If during the interval between betrothal and marriage the man looked upon another woman, and said to his father-in-law, "I will not marry your daughter," he forfeited the bride price for breach of promise of marriage. A girl might also obtain a limited degree of freedom by taking vows of celibacy, and becoming one of the Vestal Virgins, or nuns, who were attached to the temple of the sun god. She did not, however, live a life of entire seclusion. If she received her due proportion of her father's estate, she could make business investments within certain limits. She was not, for instance, allowed to own a wine shop, and if she even entered one, she was burned at the stake. Once she took these vows, she had to observe them until the end of her days. If she married, as she might do to obtain the legal status of a married woman and enjoy the privileges of that position, she denied her husband conjugal rights, but provided him with a concubine who might bear him children, as Sarah did to Abraham. These nuns must not be confused with the unmoral women who were associated with the temples of Ishtar and other love goddesses of shady repute. The freedom secured by a married woman had its legal limitations. If she became a widow, for instance, she could not remarry without the consent of a judge, to whom she was expected to show good cause for the step she proposed to take. Punishments for breaches of the marriage law were severe. Adultery was a capital crime. The guilty parties were bound together and thrown into the river. If it happened, however, that the wife of a prisoner went to reside with another man on account of poverty, she was acquitted and allowed to return to her husband after his release. In cases where no plea of poverty could be urged, the erring women were drowned. The wife of a soldier who had been taken prisoner by an enemy was entitled to a third part of her husband's estate if her son was a minor. The remainder was held in trust. The husband could enter into possession of all his property again if he happened to return home. Divorce was easily obtained. A husband might send his wife away either because she was childless or because he fell in love with another woman. Incompatibility of temperament was also recognized as sufficient reason for separation. A woman might hate her husband and wish to leave him. If, the code sets forth, she is careful and is without blame, and is neglected by her husband who has deserted her, she can claim release from the marriage contract. But if she is found to have another lover and is guilty of neglecting her duties, she is liable to be put to death. A married woman possessed her own property. Indeed, the value of her marriage dowry was always vested in her. When, therefore, she divorced her husband, or was divorced by him, she was entitled to have her dowry refunded, and to return to her father's house. Apparently, she could claim maintenance from her father. A woman could have only one husband, but a man could have more than one wife. He might marry a secondary wife or concubine because he was without offspring, but the concubine, the code lays down, shall not rank with the wife. Another reason for second marriage recognized by law was a wife's state of health. In such circumstances a man could not divorce his sickly wife. He had to support her in his house as long as she lived. Children were the heirs of their parents, but if a man, during his lifetime, gifted his property to his wife, and confirmed it on a sealed tablet, the children could have no claim, and the widow was entitled to leave her estate to those of her children she preferred, but she could not will any portion of it to her brothers. In ordinary cases the children of a first marriage shared equally the estate of a father with those of a second marriage. If a slave bore children to her employer, their right to inheritance depended on whether or not the father had recognized them as his offspring during his lifetime. A father might legally disown his son if the young man was guilty of criminal practices. The legal rights of a Vestal Virgin were set forth in detail. If she had received no dowry from her father when she took vows of celibacy, she could claim after his death 1/3 of the portion of a son. She could will her estate to anyone she favored, but if she died intestate, her brothers were her heirs. When, however, her estate consisted of fields or gardens allotted to her by her father, she could not disinherit her legal heirs. The fields or gardens might be worked during her lifetime by her brothers if they paid rent, or she might employ a manager on the share system. Vestal virgins and married women were protected against the slanderer. Any man who pointed the finger against them unjustifiably was charged with the offense before a judge, who could sentence him to have his forehead branded. It was not difficult, therefore, in ancient Babylonia to discover the men who made malicious and unfounded statements regarding an innocent woman. Assaults on women were punished according to the victim's rank. Even slaves were protected. Women appear to have monopolized the drink traffic. At any rate, there is no reference to male wine sellers. A female publican had to conduct her business honestly, and was bound to accept a legal tender. If she refused corn, and demanded silver, when the value of the silver by grand weight was below the price of corn, she was prosecuted and punished by being thrown into the water. Perhaps she was simply ducked. As much may be inferred from the fact that when she was found guilty of allowing rebels to meet in her house, she was put to death. The land laws were strict and exacting. A tenant could be penalized for not cultivating his holding properly. The rent paid was a proportion of the crop, but the proportion could be fixed according to the average yield of a district, so that a careless or inefficient tenant had to bear the brunt of his neglect or want of skill. The punishment for allowing a field to lie fallow was to make a man hoe and sow it and then hand it over to his landlord, and this applied even to a man who leased unreclaimed land which he had contracted to cultivate. Damage done to fields by floods after the rent was paid was borne by the cultivator, but if it occurred before the corn was reaped, the landlord's share was calculated in proportion to the amount of the yield which was recovered. Allowance was also made for poor harvests, when the shortage was not due to the neglect of the tenant, but to other causes, and no interest was paid for borrowed money, even if the farm suffered from the depredations of the tempest god. The money-lender had to share risks with borrowers. Tenants who neglected their dikes, however, were not exempted from their legal liabilities, and their whole estates could be sold to reimburse their creditors. The industrious were protected against the careless. Men who were negligent about controlling the water supply and caused floods by opening irrigation ditches, which damaged the crops of their neighbors, had to pay for the losses sustained, the damages being estimated according to the average yield of a district. A tenant who allowed his sheep to stray onto a neighbor's pasture had to pay a heavy fine in corn at the harvest season, much in excess of the value of the grass cropped by his sheep. Gardeners were similarly subject to strict laws. All business contracts had to be conducted according to the provisions of the code, and in every case it was necessary that a proper record should be made on clay tablets. As a rule, a dishonest tenant or trader had to pay sixfold the value of the sum under dispute if the judge decided in court against his claim. The law of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth was strictly observed in Babylonia. A freeman who destroyed an eye of a freeman had one of his own destroyed. If he broke a bone, he had a bone broken. Fines were imposed, however, when a slave was injured. For striking a gentleman, a commoner received 60 lashes, and the son who smote his father had his hands cut off. A slave might have his ears cut off for assaulting his master's son. Doctors must have found their profession an extremely risky one. No allowance was made for what is nowadays known as professional error. A doctor's hands were cut off if he opened a wound with a metal knife and his patient afterwards died, or if a man lost his eye as the result of an operation. A slave who died under a doctor's hands had to be replaced by a slave, and if a slave lost his eye, the doctor had to pay half the man's market value to the owner. Professional fees were fixed according to a patient's rank. Gentlemen had to pay 5 shekels of silver to a doctor who set a bone, or restored diseased flesh. Commoners 3 shekels, and masters for their slaves 2 shekels. There was also a scale of fees for treating domesticated animals, and it was not over-generous. An unfortunate surgeon who undertook to treat an ox or ass suffering from a severe wound had to pay a quarter of its price to its owner if it happened to die. A shrewd farmer who was threatened with the loss of an animal must have been extremely anxious to engage the services of a surgeon. It is not surprising, after reviewing this part of the Hammurabi Code, to find Herodotus stating bluntly that the Babylonians had no physicians. When a man is ill, he wrote, they lay him in the public square, and the passers-by come up to him, and if they have ever had his disease themselves, or have known anyone who has suffered from it, they give him advice, recommending him to do whatever they found good in their own case, or in the case known to them, and no one is allowed to pass the sick man in silence without asking him what his ailment is. One might imagine that Hammurabi had legislated the medical profession out of existence, were it not that letters have been found in the Assyrian library of Ashur-banipal, which indicate that skilled physicians were held in high repute. It is improbable, however, that they were numerous. The risks they ran in Babylonia may account for their ultimate disappearance in that country. No doubt patients received some benefit from exposure in the streets in the sunlight and fresh air, and perhaps, too, from some of the old wives' remedies which were gratuitously prescribed by passers-by. In Egypt, where certain of the folk cures were recorded on papyri, quite effective treatment was occasionally given, although the medicines were exceedingly repugnant as a rule. Ammonia, for instance, was taken with the organic substances found in farmyards. Elsewhere, some wonderful instances of excellent folk cures have come to light, especially among isolated peoples, who have received them interwoven in their immemorial traditions. A medical man who has investigated this interesting subject in the Scottish Highlands has shown that the simple observation of the people was the starting point of our fuller knowledge, however complete we may esteem it to be. For dropsy and heart troubles, foxglove, broom-tops, and juniper berries, which have reputations as old as the hills, are the most reliable medicines in our scientific armory at the present time. These discoveries of the ancient folks have been merely elaborated in later days. Ancient cures for indigestion are still in use. Tar water, which has a remedy for chest troubles, especially for those of a consumptive nature, has endless imitations in our day. It was also the favorite remedy for skin diseases. No doubt the present inhabitants of Babylonia, who utilize bitumen as a germicide, are perpetuating an ancient folk custom. This medical man who is being quoted adds, "The whole matter may be summed up, that we owe infinitely more to the simple nature study of our people in the great affair of health than we owe to all the later science." Herodotus, commenting on the custom of patients taking a census of folk cures in the street, said it was one of the wisest institutions of the Babylonian people. It is to be regretted that he did not enter into details regarding the remedies which were in greatest favor in his day. His data would have been useful for comparative purposes. So far as can be gathered from the clay tablets, faith cures were not unknown, and there was a good deal of quackery. If surgery declined as a result of the severe restrictions which hampered progress in an honorable profession, magic flourished like tropical fungi. Indeed, the works of spells were held in high repute, and his operations were in most cases allowed free play. There are only 2 paragraphs in the Hammurabi Code which deal with magical practices. It is set forth that if one man cursed another and the curse could not be justified, the perpetrator of it must suffer the death penalty. Provision was also made for discovering whether a spell had been legally imposed or not. The victim was expected to plunge himself in a holy river. If the river carried him away, it was held as proved that he deserved his punishment, and the layer of the spell was given possession of the victim's house. A man who could swim was deemed to be innocent. He claimed the residence of the layer of the spell, who was promptly put to death. With this interesting glimpse of ancient superstition, the famous code opens, and then strikes a modern note by detailing the punishments for perjury and the unjust administration of law in the courts. The poor sufferers who gathered at street corners in Babylon to make mute appeal for cures believed that they were possessed by evil spirits. Germs of disease were depicted by lively imaginations as invisible demons, who derived nourishment from the human body. When a patient was wasted with disease, growing thinner and weaker and more bloodless day by day, it was believed that a merciless vampire was sucking his veins and devouring his flesh. It had therefore to be expelled by performing a magical ceremony and repeating a magical formula. The demon was either driven or enticed away. A magician had to decide in the first place what particular demon was working evil. He then compelled its attention and obedience by detailing its attributes and methods of attack, and perhaps by naming it. Thereafter he suggested how it should next act by releasing a raven, so that it might soar towards the clouds like that bird, or by offering up a sacrifice which it received for nourishment and as compensation. Another popular method was to fashion a waxen figure of the patient and prevail upon the disease demon to enter it. The figure was then carried away to be thrown in the river or burned in a fire. Occasionally a quite effective cure was included in the ceremony, as much as suggested by the magical treatment of toothache. First of all, the magician identified the toothache demon as the worm. Then he recited its history, which is as follows. After Anu created the heavens created the earth created the rivers created the canals created the marshes, and last of all, the marshes created the worm. This display of knowledge compelled the worm to listen, and no doubt the patient was able to indicate to what degree it gave evidence of its agitated mind. The magician continued, Came the worm, and wept before Shamash. Before Ea came her tears. What wilt thou give me for my food? What wilt thou give me to devour? One of the deities answered, I will give thee dried bones and scented wood. But the hungry worm protested. Nay, what are these dried bones of thine to me? Let me drink among the teeth, and set me on the gums, that I may devour the blood of the teeth, and of their gums destroy their strength. Then shall I hold the bolt of the door. The magician provided food for the worm, and the following is his recipe. Mix beer, the plant sakilbeer, and oil together. Put it on the tooth, and repeat incantation. No doubt this mixture soothed the pain, and the sufferer must have smiled gladly when the magician finished his incantation by exclaiming, So must thou say this, O worm! May Ea smite thee with the might of his fist. Headaches were no doubt much relieved when damp cloths were wrapped around a patient's head, and scented wood was burned beside him, while the magician, in whom so much faith was reposed, droned out a mystical incantation. The curative water was drawn from the confluence of two streams, and was sprinkled with much ceremony. In like manner, the evil eye curers, who still operate in isolated districts in these islands, draw water from under bridges, over which the dead and living pass, and mutter charms and lustrate victims. Headaches were much dreaded by the Babylonians. They were usually the first symptoms of fevers, and the demons who caused them were supposed to be bloodthirsty and exceedingly awesome. According to the charms, these invisible enemies of man were of the brood of Nergal. No house could be protected against them. They entered through keyholes and chinks of doors and windows. They crept like serpents, and stank like mice. They had lolling tongues like hungry dogs. Magicians baffled the demons by providing a charm. If a patient touched iron, meteoric iron, which was the metal of heaven, relief could be obtained. Or, perhaps, the sacred water would dispel the evil one. As the drops trickled from the patient's face, so would the fever spirit trickle away. When a pig was offered up in sacrifice as a substitute for a patient, the wicked spirit was commanded to depart and allow a kindly spirit to take its place, an indication that the Babylonians, like the Germanic peoples, believed that they were guarded by spirits who brought good luck. The numerous incantations which were inscribed on clay tablets and treasured in libraries do not throw much light on the progress of medical knowledge, for the genuine folk cures were regarded as of secondary importance, and were not, as a rule, recorded. But these metrical compositions are of special interest, in so far as they indicate how poetry originated and achieved widespread popularity among ancient peoples. Like the religious dance, the earliest poems were used for magical purposes. They were composed in the first place by men and women who were supposed to be inspired in the literal sense, that is, possessed by spirits. Primitive man associated spirit with breath, which was the air of life, and identical with wind. The poetical magician drew in a spirit, and thus received inspiration, as he stood on some sacred spot on the mountain summit, amidst forest solitudes, beside a whispering stream, or on the sounding shore. As Burns has sung, The muse, nae poet ever found her, till by himself he learned to wander, adown some trodden burns meander, and no think lang. O sweet to stray and pensive ponder a heartfelt song. Or, perhaps the bard received inspiration by drinking magic water from the fountain called Hippocrene, or the scaldic mead which dripped from the moon. The ancient poet did not sing for the mere love of singing. He knew nothing about art for art's sake. His object in singing appears to have been intensely practical. The world was inhabited by countless hordes of spirits, which were believed to be ever exercising themselves to influence mankind. The spirits caused suffering, they slew victims, they brought misfortune. They were also the source of good or luck. Man regarded spirits emotionally. He conjured them with emotion. He warded off their attacks with emotion, and his emotions were given rhythmical expression by means of metrical magic charms. Poetic imagery had originally a magical significance. If the ocean was compared to a dragon, it was because it was supposed to be inhabited by a storm-causing dragon. The wind whispered because a spirit whispered in it. Love lyrics were charms to compel the love god to wound or possess a maiden's heart, to fill it, as an Indian charm sets forth, with the yearning of the Asparas, fairies. Satires conjured up evil spirits to injure a victim, and heroic narratives chanted at graves were statements made to the god of battle, so that he might award the mighty dead by transporting him to the Valhall of Odin or Swarga of Indra. Similarly, music had magical origin as an imitation of the voices of spirits, of the piping birds who were fates, of the wind high and low, of the thunder roll, of the bellowing sea. So the god Pan piped on his reed bird-like notes, Indra blew his thunder horn, Thor used his hammer like a drumstick, Neptune imitated on his wreathed horn the voice of the deep, the Celtic oak god Dagda twanged his windy wooden harp, And Angus, the Celtic god of spring and love, came through budding forest ways with a silvern harp, which had strings of gold, echoing the tuneful birds, the purling streams, the whispering winds, and the rustling of scented fir and blossoming thorn. Modern-day poets and singers, who voice their moods and cast the spell of their moods over readers and audiences, are the representatives of ancient magicians who believed that moods were caused by the spirits which possessed them, the rhythmical wind-spirits, those harpers of the forest and songsters of ocean. The following quotations from Mr. R.C. Thompson's translations of Babylonian charms will serve to illustrate their poetic qualities. Fever like frost hath come upon the land. Fever hath blown upon the man as the wind blast, it hath smitten the man and humbled his pride. Headache lieth like the stars of heaven in the desert, and hath no praise. Pain in the head and shivering like a scudding cloud turn unto the form of man. Headache, whose course like the dread windstorm none knoweth. Headache roareth over the desert, blowing like the wind, flashing like lightning. It is loosed above and below. It cutteth off him who feared not his God, like a reed. From amid mountains it hath descended upon the land. Headache, a rushing hag-demon, granting no rest nor giving kindly sleep, whose shape is as the whirlwind. Its appearance is as the darkening heavens, and its face as the deep shadow of the forest. Sickness, breaking the fingers as a rope of wind, flashing like a heavenly star, it cometh like the dew. These early poets had no canons of art, and there were no critics to disturb their meditations. Many singers had to sing and die ere a critic could find much to say. In ancient times, therefore, poets had their golden age. They were a law unto themselves. Even the minors were influential members of society. End of chapter 10.
Section 13 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 11. The Golden Age of Babylonia. Sun worship came into prominence in its most fully developed form during the obscure period which followed the decline of the dynasty of Ison. This was probably due to the changed political conditions which brought about the ascendancy for a time of Larsa, the seat of the Sumerian sun cult, and of Sippar, the seat of the Akkadian sun cult. Larsa was selected as the capital of the Elamite conquerors, while their rivals, the Amorites, appeared to have first established their power at Sippar. Babar, the sun god of Sippar, whose Semitic name was Shamash, must have been credited with the early successes of the Amorites, who became domiciled under his care, and it was possibly on that account that the ruling family subsequently devoted so much attention to his worship in Merodach's city of Babylon, where a sun temple was erected, and Shamash received devout recognition as an abstract deity of righteousness and law, who reflected the ideals of well-organized and firmly governed communities. The first Amoritic king was Suma-Abum, but little is known regarding him except that he reigned at Sippar. He was succeeded by Suma-La-Ilu, a deified monarch, who moved from Sippar to Babylon, the great wall of which he either repaired or entirely reconstructed in his 5th year. With these two monarchs began the brilliant Hammurabi, or First Dynasty of Babylonia, which endured for 3 centuries. Except Suma-Abum, who seems to stand alone, all its kings belonged to the same family, and son succeeded father in unbroken succession. Sumu-La-Ilu was evidently a great general and conqueror of the type of Thothmes III of Egypt. His empire, it is believed, included the rising city-states of Assyria and extended southward as far as ancient Lagash. Of special interest on religious as well as political grounds was his association with Kish. That city had become the stronghold of a rival family of Amoritic kings, some of whom were powerful enough to assert their independence. They formed the 3rd dynasty of Kish. The local god was Zamama, the Tammuz-like deity who, like Nin-Girsu of Lagash, was subsequently identified with Merodach of Babylon. But prominence was also given to the moon god Nannar, to whom a temple had been erected, a fact which suggests that sun worship was not more pronounced among the Semites than the Arabians, and may not indeed have been of Semitic origin at all. Perhaps the lunar temple was a relic of the influential dynasty of Ur. Sumu-la-ilu attacked and captured Kish, but did not slay Bun-Atak Tunila, its king, who became his vassal. Under the overlordship of Sumu-la-ilu, the next ruler of Kish, whose name was Imur-Um, gave prominence to the public worship of Shamash. Politics and religion went evidently hand in hand. Sumu-la-ilu strengthened the defenses of Sippar, restored the wall and temple of Kutha, and promoted the worship of Merodach and his consort Zerpanituᵐ at Babylon. He was undoubtedly one of the forceful personalities of his dynasty. His son, Zabium, had a short but successful reign, and appears to have continued the policy of his father in consolidating the power of Babylon and securing the allegiance of subject cities. He enlarged Merodach's temple, E-Sagila, restored the Kish temple of Zamama, and placed a golden image of himself in the temple of the sun god at Sippar. Apil-Sin, his son, surrounded Babylon with a new wall, erected a temple to Ishtar, and presented a throne of gold and silver to Shamash in that city, while he also strengthened Borsippa, renewed Nergal's temple at Kuath, and dug canals. The next monarch was Sin-Muballit, son of Apil-Sin, and father of Hammurabi. He engaged himself in extending and strengthening the area controlled by Babylon by building city fortifications and improving the irrigation system. It is recorded that he honored Shamash with the gift of a shrine and a golden altar adorned with jewels. Like Sumu-la-ilu, he was a great battle lord, and was specially concerned in challenging the supremacy of Elam in Sumeria and in the western land of the Amorites. For a brief period, a great conqueror named Rim-Anum had established an empire which extended from Kish to Larsa, but little is known regarding him. Then several kings flourished at Larsa who claimed to have ruled over Ur. The first monarch with an Elamite name who became connected with Larsa was Kudur-Mabug, son of Shimti-Shilkak, the father of Warad-Sin and Rim-Sin. It was from one of these Elamite monarchs that Sin-Muballit captured Isin, and probably the Elamites were also the leaders of the army of Ur, which he had routed before that event took place. He was not successful, however, in driving the Elamites from the land, and possibly he arranged with them a treaty of peace, or perhaps of alliance. Much controversy has been waged over the historical problems connected with this disturbed age. The records are exceedingly scanty because the kings were not in the habit of commemorating battles which proved disastrous to them, and their fragmentary references to successes are not sufficient to indicate what permanent results accrued from their various campaigns. All we know for certain is that for a considerable period, extending perhaps over a century, a tremendous and disastrous struggle was waged at intervals, which desolated Middle Babylonia. At least 5 great cities were destroyed by fire, as is testified by the evidence accumulated by excavators. These were Lagash, Umma, Shur-Rappak, Kisura, and Adab. The ancient metropolis of Lagash, whose glory had been revived by Gudea and his kinsmen, fell soon after the rise of Larsa, and lay in ruins until the 2nd century B.C., when, during the Seleucid period, it was again occupied for a time. From its mound at Tello and the buried ruins of the other cities, most of the relics of ancient Sumerian civilization have been recovered. It was probably during one of the intervals of this stormy period that the rival kings in Babylonia joined forces against a common enemy and invaded the western land. Probably there was much unrest there. Great ethnic disturbances were in progress, which were changing the political complexion of Western Asia. In addition to the outpourings of Arabian peoples into Palestine and Syria, which propelled other tribes to invade Mesopotamia, northern Babylonia, and Assyria, there was also much unrest all over the wide area to north and west of Elam. Indeed, the Elamite migration into southern Babylonia may not have been unconnected with the southward drift of roving bands from Media and the Iranian plateau. It is believed that these migrations were primarily due to changing climatic conditions, a prolonged dry cycle having caused a shortage of herbage, with the result that pastoral peoples were compelled to go farther and farther afield in quest of fresh woods and pastures new. Innumerable currents and cross-currents were set in motion once these race movements swept towards settled districts, either to flood them with human waves or surround them like islands in the midst of tempest-lashed seas, fretting the frontiers with restless fury, and ever groping for an inlet through which to flow with irresistible force. The Elamite occupation of southern Babylonia appears to have propelled migrations of not inconsiderable numbers of its inhabitants. No doubt the various sections moved towards districts which were suitable for their habits of life. Agriculturists, for example, must have shown preference for those areas which were capable of agricultural development, while pastoral folks sought grassy steppes and valleys, and seafarers the shores of alien seas. Northern Babylonia and Assyria probably attracted the tillers of the soil. But the movements of seafarers must have followed a different route. It is possible that about this time the Phoenicians began to migrate toward the Upper Sea. According to their own traditions, their racial cradle was on the northern shore of the Persian Gulf. So far as we know, they made their first appearance on the Mediterranean coast about 2000 B.C., where they subsequently entered into competition as sea traders with the mariners of ancient Crete. Apparently, the pastoral nomads pressed northward through Mesopotamia and towards Canaan. As much is suggested by the biblical narrative which deals with the wanderings of Terah, Abraham, and Lot. Taking with them their flocks and herds and tents, and accompanied by wives and families and servants, they migrated, it is stated, from the Sumerian city of Ur northwards to Haran, and dwelt there. After Terah's death, the tribe wandered through Canaan, and kept moving southward, unable, it would seem, to settle permanently in any particular district. At length there was a famine in the land, an interesting reference to the dry cycle, and the wanderers found it necessary to take refuge for a time in Egypt. There they appeared to have prospered; indeed, so greatly did their flocks and herds increase, that when they returned to Canaan they found that the land was not able to bear them, although the conditions had improved somewhat during the interval. There was, as a result, strife between the herdmen of Abraham's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. It is evident that the area which these pastoral flocks were allowed to occupy must have been strictly circumscribed, for more than once it is stated significantly that the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled in the land. The two kinsmen found it necessary, therefore, to part company. Lot elected to go towards Sodom in the plain of Jordan, and Abraham then moved toward the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, in the Hebron district. With Mamre and his brothers Eshcol and Ener, the Hebrew patriarch formed a confederacy for mutual protection. Other tribes which were in Palestine at this period included Horites, the Rephaims, the Zuzims, the Zezumins, and the Emins. These were probably representatives of the older stocks. Like the Amorites, the Hittites, or the children of Heth, they were evidently latecomers and conquerors. When Abraham purchased the burial cave at Hebron, the landowner with whom he had to deal was one Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite. This illuminating statement agrees with what we know regarding Hittite expansion about 2000 B.C. The Hatti, or Kati, had constituted military aristocracies throughout Syria and extended their influence by forming alliances. Many of their settlers were owners of estates, and traders who intermarried with the indigenous peoples and the Arabian invaders. As had been indicated, Chapter 1, the large-nosed Armenoid section of the Hittite Confederacy appear to have contributed to the racial blend known vaguely as the Semitic. Probably the particular group of Amorites with whom Abraham became associated had those pronounced Armenoid traits which can still be traced in representatives of the Hebrew people. Of special interest in this connection is Ezekiel's declaration regarding the ethnics of Jerusalem. "Thy birth and thy nativity," he said, "is of the land of Canaan. Thy father was an Amorite, and thy mother an Hittite." It was during Abraham's residence in Hebron that the western land was raided by a confederacy of Babylonian and Elamite battle lords. The biblical narrative which deals with this episode is of particular interest, and has long engaged the attention of European scholars. "And it came to pass in the days of Aramphel, Hammurabi, king of Shinar, Sumer, Arioch, Ariaku of Warad-Sin, king of Elasar, Larsa, Cherdor Lomer, Kurdu Mabug, king of Elam, and Tidal, Turula, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Sinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zor. All these joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedor Lomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. Apparently, the Elamites had conquered part of Syria after entering southern Babylonia. Chedorlaomer and his allies routed the Rephaims, the Zuzims, the Emims, the Horites, and others. Having sacked Sodom and Gomorrah, carried away Lot and his goods. On hearing of this disaster, Abraham collected a force of 318 men, all of whom were no doubt accustomed to guerrilla warfare, and delivered a night attack on the tail of the victorious army which was withdrawing through the area afterwards allotted to the Hebrew tribe of Dan. The surprise was complete. Abraham smote the enemy, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. The identification of Hammurabi with Amraphel is now generally accepted. At first the guttural H, which gives the English rendering Hammurabi, presented a serious difficulty, but in time the form Amurapi, which appears on a tablet, became known, and the conclusion was reached that the softer H sound was used, and not the guttural. The L in the biblical Amraphel has suggested Amurapi Ilu, Hammurabi the god, but it has been argued on the other hand that the change may have been due to Western habitual phonetic conditions, or perhaps the slight alteration of an alphabetical sign. Chedorlaomer, identified with Kador-Mabog, may have had several local names. One of his sons, either Warad-Sin or Rim-Sin, but probably the former, had his name Semitized as Eri-Aku, and this variant appears in inscriptions. Title, King of Nations, has not been identified. The suggestion that he was king of the Gutium remains in the realm of suggestion. Two late tablets have fragmentary inscriptions, which read like legends with some historical basis. One mentions Kador Lamal, Chedorlaomer, and gives others the form Kudur La Gumal, and calls him king of the land of Elam. Eri-Iku, Eri-Aku, and Tudhulu, title, are also mentioned. Attacks have been delivered on Babylon, and the city and its great temple, E-Sagila, were flooded. It is asserted that the Elamites exercised sovereignty in Babylon for a period. These interesting tablets have been published by Professor Pinches. The fact that the 4 leaders of the expedition to Canaan are all referred to as kings in the biblical narrative need not present any difficulty. Princes and other subject rulers who governed under an overlord might be, and as a matter of fact were, referred to as kings. I am a king, son of a king, an unidentified monarch recorded on one of the 2 tablets just referred to. Kador-Mabog, king of Elam, during his lifetime called his son Warad-Sin, Eri-Aku, which is Arioch, king of Larsa. It is of interest to note, too, in connection with the biblical narrative regarding the invasion of Syria and Palestine, that he styled himself overseer of the Amuru, Amorites. No traces have yet been found in Palestine of its conquest by the Elamites, nor have the excavators been able to substantiate the claim of Lugal-Zagizi of a previous age to have extended his empire to the shores of the Mediterranean. Any relics which these and other eastern conquerors may have left were possibly destroyed by the Egyptians and Hittites. When Hammurabi came to the throne, he had apparently to recognize the overlordship of the Elamite king or his royal son at Larsa. Although Sin-Mubalit had captured Isin, it was retaken, probably after the death of the Babylonian warlord, by Rim-Sin, who succeeded his brother Warad-Sin, and for a time held sway in Lagash, Nippur, and Erech, as well as Larsa. It was not until the 31st year of his reign that Hammurabi achieved ascendancy over his powerful rival. Having repulsed an Elamite raid which was probably intended to destroy the growing power of Babylon, he smote down Rim-Sin, whose power he reduced almost to a vanishing point. For about 20 years afterwards that subdued monarch lived in comparative obscurity. Then he led a force of allies against Hammurabi's son and successor, Samsu-Iluna, who defeated him and put him to death, capturing in the course of his campaign the revolting cities of Imut-Balum, Erech, and Isin. So was the last smoldering ember of Elamite power stamped out in Babylonia. Hammurabi, statesman and general, is one of the great personalities of the ancient world. No more celebrated monarch ever held sway in Western Asia. He was proud of his military achievements, but preferred to be remembered as a servant of the gods, a just ruler, a father of his people, and the shepherd that gives peace. In the epilogue to his Code of Laws, he refers to the burden of royalty, and declares that he cut off the enemy and lorded it over the conquered, so that his subjects might have security. Indeed, his anxiety for their welfare was the most pronounced feature of his character. "I carried all the people of Sumer and Akkad in my bosom," he declared in his epilogue. "By my protection I guided in peace its brothers, by my wisdom I provided for them." He set up his steel on which the legal code was inscribed, so that the great should not oppress the weak, and to counsel the widow and orphaned, and to succor the injured, the king that is gentle, king of the city, exalted am I. Hammurabi was no mere framer of laws, but a practical administrator as well. He acted as supreme judge, and his subjects could appeal to him as the Romans could to Caesar. Nor was any case too trivial for his attention. The humblest man was assured that justice would be done if his grievance were laid before the king. Hammurabi was no respecter of persons, and treated alike all his subjects, high and low. He punished corrupt judges, protected citizens against unjust governors, reviewed the transactions of moneylenders with determination to curb extortionate demands, and kept a watchful eye on the operations of tax-gatherers. There can be little doubt but that he won the hearts of his subjects, who enjoyed the blessings of just administration under a well-ordained political system. He must also have endeared himself to them as an exemplary exponent of religious tolerance. He respected the various deities in whom the various groups of people reposed their faith, restored despoiled temples, and re-endowed them with characteristic generosity. By so doing, he not only afforded the pious full freedom and opportunity to perform their religious ordinances, but also promoted the material welfare of his subjects, for the temples were centers of culture, and the priests were the teachers of the young. Excavators have discovered at Sippur traces of a school which dates from the Hammurabi dynasty. Pupils learned to read and write, and received instruction in arithmetic and mensuration. They copied historical tablets, practiced the art of composition, and studied geography. Although there were many professional scribes, a not inconsiderable portion of the people of both sexes were able to write private and business letters. Sons wrote from a distance to their fathers when in need of money then as now, and with the same air of undeserved martyrdom and subdued but confident appeal. One son indited a long complaint regarding the quality of the food he was given in his lodgings. Lovers appealed to forgetful ladies, showing great concern regarding their health. "Inform me how it fares with thee," one wrote 4,000 years ago. "I went up to Babylon so that I might meet thee, but I did not, and was much depressed. Let me know why thou didst go away, so that I may be made glad. And do come hither. Ever have care of thy health, remembering me." Even begging letter writers were not unknown. An ancient representative of this class once wrote to his employer from prison. He expressed astonishment that he had been arrested, and, having protested his innocence, he made touching appeal for little luxuries which were denied to him, adding that the last consignment which had been forwarded had never reached him. Letters were often sent by messengers who were named, but there also appears to have been some sort of postal system. Letter carriers, however, could not have performed their duties without the assistance of beasts of burden. Papyri were not used as in Egypt, nor was ink required. Babylonian letters were shapely little bricks resembling cushions. The angular alphabetical characters, bristling with thorn-like projections, were impressed with a wedge-shaped stylus on tablets of soft clay which were afterwards carefully baked in an oven. Then the letters were placed in baked clay envelopes, sealed and addressed, or wrapped in pieces of sacking transfixed by seals. If the ancient people had a festive season which was regarded, like the European Yuletide or the Indian Durga fortnight, as an occasion suitable for the general exchange of expressions of goodwill, the Babylonian streets and highways must have been greatly congested by the postal traffic, while muscular postmen worked overtime distributing the contents of heavy and bulky letter sacks. Door-to-door deliveries would certainly have presented difficulties. Wood being dear, everyone could not afford doors, and some houses were entered by stairways leading to the flat and partly open roofs. King Hammurabi had to deal daily with voluminous correspondence. He received reports from governors in all parts of his realm, legal documents containing appeals, and private communications from relatives and others. He paid minute attention to details, and was probably one of the busiest men in Babylonia. Every day while at home, after worshipping Merodach at E-sagila, he dictated letters to his scribes, gave audiences to officials, heard legal appeals, and issued interlocutors, and dealt with the reports regarding his private estates. He looks a typical man of affairs in sculptured representations, shrewd, resolute, and unassuming, feeling the burden of royalty, but ever ready and well qualified to discharge his duties with thoroughness and insight. His grasp of detail was equalled only by his power to conceive of great enterprises which appealed to his imagination. It was a work of genius on his part to weld together that great empire of miscellaneous states extending from southern Babylonia to Assyria, and from the borders of Elam to the Mediterranean coast, by a universal legal code which secured tranquillity and equal rights to all, promoted business, and set before his subjects the ideals of right thinking and right living. Hammurabi recognized that conquest was of little avail unless followed by the establishment of a just and well-arranged political system, and the inauguration of practical measures to secure the domestic, industrial, and commercial welfare of the people as a whole. He engaged himself greatly, therefore, in developing the natural resources of each particular district. The network of irrigating canals was extended in the homeland so that agriculture might prosper. These canals also promoted trade, for they were utilized for traveling by boat and for the distribution of commodities. As a result of his activities, Babylon became not only the administrative but also the commercial center of his empire, the London of Western Asia, and it enjoyed a spell of prosperity which was never surpassed in subsequent times. Yet it never lost its preeminent position despite the attempts of rival states, jealous of its glory and influence, to suspend its activities. It had been too firmly established during the Hammurabi age, which was the golden age of Babylonia, as the heart-like distributor and controller of business life through a vast network of veins and arteries, to be displaced by any other Mesopotamian city to pleasure even a mighty monarch. For 2,000 years, from the time of Hammurabi until the dawn of the Christian era, the city of Babylon remained amidst many political changes the metropolis of Western Asiatic commerce and culture, and none was more eloquent in its praises than the scholarly pilgrim from Greece, who wondered at its magnificence and reverenced its antiquities. Hammurabi's reign was long as it was prosperous. There is no general agreement as to when he ascended the throne. Some say in 2123 BC. Others hold that it was after 2000 BC, but it is certain that he presided over the destinies of Babylon for the long period of 43 years. There are interesting references to the military successes of his reign in the prologue to the legal code. It is related that when he avenged Larsa, the seat of Rim-Sin, he restored there the temple of the sun god. Other temples were built up at various ancient centers so that these cultural organizations might contribute to the welfare of the localities over which they held sway. At Nippur he thus honored Enlil, at Eridu the god Ea, at the god Sin, at Erech the god Anu and the goddess Nana, Ishtar, at Kish the god Zamama and the goddess Mama, at Kutha the god Nergal, at Lagash the god Nin-Girsu, while at Adab and Akkad, celebrated for its wide squares, and other centers, he carried out religious and public works. In Assyria he restored the Colossus of Ashur, which had evidently been carried away by a conqueror, and he developed the canal system of Nineveh. Apparently Lagash and Adab had not been completely deserted during his reign, although their ruins have not yielded evidence that they flourished after their fall during the long struggle with the aggressive and plundering Elamites. Hammurabi referred to himself in the prologue as a king who commanded obedience in all the four quarters. He was the sort of benevolent despot whom Carlyle on one occasion clamored vainly for, not an Oriental despot in the commonly accepted sense of the term, as a German writer puts it. His despotism was a form of patriarchal absolutism. When Marduk, Merodach, as the great king recorded, brought me to direct all the people, and commissioned me to give judgment, I laid down justice and right in the provinces. I made all flesh to prosper. That was the keynote of his long life. He regarded himself as the earthly representative of the ruler of all, Merodach, the Lord God of right, who carried out the decrees of Anu, the sky god of destiny. The next king, Samsu-Iluna, reigned nearly as long as his illustrious father, and similarly lived a strenuous and pious life. Soon after he came to the throne the forces of disorder were let loose, but, as has been stated, he crushed and slew his most formidable opponent, Rim-Sin, the Elamite king, who had gathered together an army of allies. During his reign, a Kassite invasion was repulsed. The earliest Kassites, a people of uncertain racial affinities, began to settle in the land during Hammurabi's lifetime. Some writers connect them with the Hittites, and others with the Iranians, vaguely termed as Indo-European or Indo-Germanic folk. Ethnologists as a rule regard them as identical with the Kosei, whom the Greeks found settled between Babylon and Media, east of the Tigris and north of Elam. The Hittites came south as raiders about a century later. It is possible that the invading Kassites had overrun Elam and composed part of Rinsim's army. After settled conditions were secured, many of them remained in Babylonia, where they engaged like their pioneers in agricultural pursuits. No doubt they were welcomed in that capacity, for owing to the continuous spread of culture and the development of commerce, rural labor had become scarce and dear. Farmers had a long-standing complaint: "The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few." Despite the existence of slaves, who were for the most part domestic servants, there was, writes Mr. Johns, considerable demand for free labor in ancient Babylonia. This is clear from the large number of contracts relating to hire which have come down to us. As a rule, the man was hired for the harvest and was free directly after. But there are many examples in which the term of service was different, 1 month, half a year, or a whole year. Harvest labor was probably far dearer than any other, because of its importance, the skill and exertion demanded, and the fact that so many were seeking for it at once. When a farm worker was engaged, he received a shekel for earnest money, or arles, and was penalized for non-appearance or late arrival. So great was the political upheaval caused by Rim-Sin and his allies and imitators in southern Babylonia that it was not until the 17th year of his reign that Samsu-Iluna had recaptured Erech and Ur and restored their walls. Among other cities which had to be chastised was ancient Akkad, where a rival monarch endeavored to establish himself. Several years were afterwards spent in building new fortifications, setting up memorials and temples, and cutting and clearing canals. On more than one occasion during the latter part of his reign he had to deal with aggressive bands of Amorites. The greatest danger to the empire, however, was threatened by a new kingdom which had been formed in Bit Jakin, a part of Sealand, which was afterwards controlled by the mysterious Chaldeans. Here may have collected evicted and rebel bands of Elamites and Sumerians and various gentlemen of fortune who were opposed to the Hammurabi regime. After the fall of Rin-Sin it became powerful under a king called Ilu-ma-Ilu. Samsu-Iluna conducted at least 2 campaigns against his rival, but without much success. Indeed, he was in the end compelled to retreat with considerable loss owing to the difficult character of that marshy country. Abeshu, the next Babylonian king, endeavored to shatter the cause of the Sealanders, and made it possible for himself to strike at them by damming up the Tigris Canal. He achieved a victory, but the wily Ilu-ma-Ilu eluded him, and after a reign of 60 years was succeeded by his son, Kianib. The Sealand dynasty, of which little is known, lasted for over 3½ centuries, and certain of its later monarchs were able to extend their sway over part of Babylonia, but its power was strictly circumscribed so long as Hammurabi's descendants held sway. During Abeshu's reign of 28 years, of which but scanty records survive, he appears to have proved an able statesman and general. He founded a new city, called Lukaya, and appears to have repulsed a Kassite raid. His son, Amidatana, who succeeded him, apparently inherited a prosperous and well-organized empire, for during the first 15 years of his reign he attended chiefly to the adornment of temples and other pious undertakings. He was a patron of the arts, with archaeological leanings, and displayed traits which suggest that he inclined, like Samu-la-Ilu, to ancestor worship. In Tamina, the pious Patesi of Lagash, whose memory is associated with the famous silver vase decorated with the lion-headed eagle form of Nin-Girsu, had been raised to the dignity of a god, and Amidatana caused his statue to be erected so that offerings might be made to it. He set up several images of himself also, and celebrated the centenary of the accession to the throne of his grandfather, Samsu-Iluna, the warrior lord, by unveiling his statue with much ceremony at Kish. About the middle of his reign he put down a Sumerian rising, and towards its close had to capture a city which is believed to be Isen, but the reference is too obscure to indicate what political significance attached to this incident. His son, Amizaduga, reigned for over 20 years, quite peacefully so far as is known, and was succeeded by Samsu-Datana, whose rule extended over a quarter of a century. Like Amidatana, these 2 monarchs set up images of themselves as well as of the gods, so that they might be worshipped, no doubt. They also promoted the interests of agriculture and commerce, and incidentally increased the revenue from taxation by paying much attention to the canals and extending the cultivatable areas. But the days of the brilliant Hammurabi dynasty were drawing to a close. It endured for about a century longer than the 12th dynasty of Egypt, which came to an end according to the Berlin calculations in 1788 B.C. Apparently, some of the Hammurabi and Amenemhet kings were contemporaries, but there is no evidence that they came into direct touch with one another. It was not until about 2 centuries after Hammurabi's day that Egypt first invaded Syria, with which, however, it had for a long period previously conducted a brisk trade. Evidently the influence of the Hittites and their Amoritic allies predominated between Mesopotamia and the delta frontier of Egypt, and it is significant to find in this connection that the Kati or Hatti were referred to for the first time in Egypt during the 12th dynasty, and in Babylonia during the Hammurabi dynasty, sometime shortly before or after 2000 BC. About 1800 BC, a Hittite raid resulted in the overthrow of the last king of the Hammurabi family at Babylon. The Hyksos invasion of Egypt took place after 1788 BC. End of chapter 11. Recording by Jean Bascom, Potomac, Maryland.
Section 14 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janesandberg. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 12. Rise of the Hittites, Mitannians, Kassites, Hyksos, and Assyrians. When the Hammurabi dynasty, like the 12th dynasty of Egypt, is found to be suffering languid decline, the gaps in the dulled historical records are filled with the echoes of the thunder god, whose hammer-beating resounds among the northern mountains. As this deity comes each year in Western Asia when vegetation has withered and after fruits have dropped from trees, bringing tempests and black rain clouds to issue in a new season of growth and fresh activity, so he descended from the hills in the second millennium before the Christian era, as the battle-lord of invaders and the stormy herald of a new age which was to dawn upon the ancient world. He was the war-god of the Hittites, as well as of the northern Amorites, the Mitannians, and the Kassites, and he led the Aryans from the Iranian steppes towards the verdurous valley of the Punjab. His worshippers engraved his image with grateful hands on the beetling cliffs of Cappadocian chasms in Asia Minor, where his sway was steadfast and preeminent for long centuries. In one locality he appears mounted on a bull, wearing a fringed and belted tunic with short sleeves, a conical helmet, and upturned shoes, while he grasps in one hand the lightning symbol, and in the other a triangular bow resting on his right shoulder. In another locality he is the bringer of grapes and barley sheaves. But his most familiar form is the bearded and thick-set mountaineer, armed with a ponderous thunder-hammer, a flashing trident, and a long two-edged sword with a hemispherical knob on the hilt, which dangles from his belt, while an antelope or goat wearing a pointed tiara prances beside him. This deity is identical with the bluff, impetuous Thor of northern Europe, Indra of the Himalayas, Tarku of Phrygia, and Teshub of Armenia and northern Mesopotamia, Sandan, the Hercules of Cilicia, Adad or Hadad of Amurru and Assyria, and Raman, who at an early period penetrated Akkad and Sumer in various forms. His Hittite name is uncertain, but in the time of Ramses II he was identified with Sutekh or Set. He passed into southern Europe as Zeus and became the lord of the deities of the Aegean and Crete. The Hittites who entered Babylon about 1800 BC and overthrew the last king of the Hammurabi dynasty may have been plundering raiders like the European Gauls of a later age, or a well-organized force of a strong consolidated power which endured for a period of uncertain duration. They were probably the latter, for although they carried off Merodach and Zerpanituᵐ, these idols were not thrust into the melting pot, but retained apparently for political reasons. These early Hittites are a people of the mist. More than once in ancient history casual reference is made to them, but on most of these occasions they soon vanish suddenly behind their northern mountains. The explanation appears to be that at various periods great leaders arose who were able to weld together the various tribes and make their presence felt in Western Asia. But when once the organization broke down, either on account of internal rivalries or the influence of an outside power, they lapsed back again into a state of political insignificance in the affairs of the ancient world. It is possible that about 1800 BC the Hittite confederacy was controlled by an ambitious king who had dreams of great empire and was accordingly pursuing a career of conquest. Judging from what we know of the northern worshippers of the hammer god in later times, It would appear that when they were referred to as the Hatti or Hatti, the tribe of that name was the dominating power in Asia Minor and North Syria. The Hatti are usually identified with the broad-headed mountaineers of Alpine or Armenoid type, the ancestors of the modern Armenians. Their ancient capital was at Boghaz-Köi, the site of Pteria, which was destroyed, according to the Greeks, by Croesus, the last king of Lydia, in the 6th century BC. It was strongly situated in an excellent pastoral district on the high breezy plateau of Cappadocia, surrounded by high mountains and approached through narrow river gorges, which in winter were blocked with snow. Hittite civilization was of great antiquity. Excavations which have been conducted at an undisturbed artificial mound at Sakya Geuzi have revealed evidences of a continuous culture which began to flourish before 3000 BC. In one of the lower layers occurred that particular type of Neolithic yellow-painted pottery with black geometric designs, which resembles other specimens of painted fabrics found in Turkestan by the Pompeli expedition, in Susa, the capital of Elam, and its vicinity, by De Morgan, in the Balkan Peninsula by Schliemann, in a First Dynasty tomb at Abydos in Egypt by Petrie, and in the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age Minoan strata of Crete by Evans. It may be that these interesting relics were connected with the prehistoric drift westward of the broad-headed pastoral peoples who ultimately formed the Hittite military aristocracy. According to Professor Elliot Smith, broad-headed aliens from Asia Minor first reached Egypt at the dawn of history. There they blended with the indigenous tribes of the Mediterranean or brown race. A mesocephalic skull then became common. It is referred to as the Giza type, and has been traced by Professor Elliot Smith from Egypt to the Punjab, but not farther into India. During the early dynasties, this skull with alien traits was confined chiefly to the Delta region and the vicinity of Memphis, the city of the pyramid builders. It is not improbable that the Memphite god Ptah may have been introduced into Egypt by the invading Broadheads. This deity is a world artisan, like Indra, and is similarly associated with dwarfish artisans. He hammers out the copper sky, and therefore links with the various thunder gods, Tarku, Teshup, Adad, Raman, etc., of the Asian mountaineers. Thunderstorms were of too rare occurrence in Egypt to be connected with the food supply, which has always depended on the river Nile. Ptah's purely Egyptian characteristics appear to have been acquired after fusion with Osiris Seb, the Nilotic gods of inundation, earth, and vegetation. The ancient god Set, or Sutekh, who became a demon and was ultimately re-exalted as a great deity during the 19th dynasty, may also have had some connection with the prehistoric Hatti. Professor Elliot Smith, who has found alien traits in the mummies of the Ramses kings, is convinced that the broad-headed folks, who entered Europe by way of Asia Minor and Egypt through the Delta, at the close of the Neolithic Age, represent two streams of the same Asiatic folk. The opinion of such an authority cannot be lightly set aside. The earliest Egyptian reference to the Kheta, as the Hittites were called, was made in the reign of the first Amenemhet of the 12th dynasty, who began to reign about 2000 BC. Some authorities, including Maspero, are of the opinion that the allusion to the Hatti, which is found in the Babylonian Book of Omens, belongs to the earlier age of Sargon of Akkad and Naram-Sin, but Sayce favours the age of Hammurabi. Others would connect the Gutium, or men of Kutu, with the Kheta, or Hatti. Sayce has expressed the opinion that the biblical Tidal, identified with Tudhul or Tudhula, king of nations, the ally of Arioch, Amraphel, and Chedor Laomer, was a Hittite king, the nations being the confederacy of Asia Minor tribes controlled by the Hatti. In the fragments of the Babylonian story of Chedor Laomer, published by Dr. Pinches, says Professor Sayce, the name of Tidal is written Tudhul, and he is described as king of the Uman Manda, or nations of the north, of which the Hebrew Goyim is a literal translation. Now the name is Hittite. In the account of the campaign of Ramses II against the Hittites, it appears as Tidal, and one of the Hittite kings of Boghaz-Köi bears the same name, which is written as Dud-Khaliya in cuneiform. One of the racial types among the Hittites wore pigtails. These head adornments appear on figures in certain Cappadocian sculptures and on Hittite warriors in the pictorial records of a North Syrian campaign of Ramses II at Thebes. It is suggestive, therefore, to find that on the stele of Naram Sin of Akkad, the mountaineers who are conquered by that battle-lord wear pigtails also. Their split robes are unlike the short-fringed tunics of the Hittite gods, but resemble the long split mantles worn over their tunics by high dignitaries, like King Narku-Dime, who figures on a famous silver boss of an ancient Hittite dagger. Naram Sin inherited the empire of Sargon of Akkad, which extended to the Mediterranean Sea. If his enemies were not natives of Cappadocia, they may have been the congeners of the Hittite pigtailed type in another wooded and mountainous country. It has been suggested that these wearers of pigtails were Mongolians. But, although high cheekbones and oblique eyes occurred in ancient times, and still occur in parts of Asia Minor, suggesting occasional Mongolian admixture with Ural Altaic broadheads, the Hittite pigtailed warriors must not be confused with the true small-nosed Mongols of northeastern Asia. The Egyptian sculptors depicted them with long and prominent noses, which emphasizes their strong Armenoid affinities. Other tribes in the Hittite Confederacy included the representatives of the earliest settlers from North Africa of Mediterranean racial stock. These have been identified with the Canaanites, and especially the agriculturists among them, for the Palestinian Hittites are also referred to as Canaanites in the Bible, and in one particular connection under circumstances which afford an interesting glimpse of domestic life in those far-off times. When Esau, Isaac's eldest son, was 40 years of age, he took to wife Judith the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Bashemoth the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Apparently the Hittite ladies considered themselves to be of higher caste than the indigenous peoples and the settlers from other countries, for when Ezekiel declared that the mother of Jerusalem was a Hittite, he said, "Thou art thy mother's daughter, that loatheth her husband and her children." Esau's marriage was a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah. The Hebrew mother seems to have entertained fears that her favorite son Jacob would fall a victim to the allurements of other representatives of the same stock as her superior and troublesome daughters-in-law, for she said to Isaac, "I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?" Isaac sent for Jacob, and charged him, and said unto him, "Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother." From these quotations two obvious deductions may be drawn. The Hebrews regarded the Hittites of the land as one with the Canaanites, the stocks having probably been so well fused. And the worried Rebekah had the choosing of Jacob's wife or wives from among her own relations in Mesopotamia, who were of Sumerian stock and kindred of Abraham. It is not surprising to find traces of Sumerian pride among the descendants of the evicted citizens of ancient Ur, especially when brought into association with the pretentious Hittites. Evidence of racial blending in Asia Minor is also afforded by Hittite mythology. In the fertile agricultural valleys and round the shores of that great Eurasian land bridge, the indigenous stock was also of the Mediterranean race, as Serge and other ethnologists have demonstrated. The great mother goddess was worshipped from the earliest times, and she bore various local names. At Comana in Pontus she was known to the Greeks as Ma, a name which may have been as old as that of the Sumerian Ma, the creatrix, or Mamitu, goddess of destiny. In Armenia she was Anaitis, in Cilicia she was Ate, or Athe, of Tarsus, while in Phrygia she was best known as Cybele, mother of Attis, who links with Ishtar as the mother and wife of Tammuz, Aphrodite as mother and wife of Adonis, and Isis as mother and wife of Osiris. The Great Mother was in Phoenicia called Astarte. She was a form of Ishtar, and identical with the biblical Ashtoreth. In the Syrian city of Hierapolis she bore the name of Atargatis, which Meyer, with whom Fraser agrees, considers to be the Greek rendering of the Aramaic Athar, Atheh, the god Athar and the goddess Atheh. Like the bearded Aphrodite, Atargatis may have been regarded as a bisexual deity. Some of the specialized mother goddesses, whose outstanding attributes reflected the history and politics of the states they represented, were imported from Egypt, the land of ancient mother deities, during the Empire period, by the half-foreign Ramses kings. These included the voluptuous Kadesh and the warlike Anthat. In every district colonized by the early representatives of the Mediterranean race, the goddess cult came into prominence, and the gods and the people were reputed to be descendants of the great creatrix. This rule obtained as far distant as Ireland, where the Danann folk and the Danann gods were the children of the goddess Danu. Among the Hatti proper, that is, the broad-headed military aristocracy, the chief deity of the pantheon was the Great Father, the Creator, the Lord of Heaven, the Baal. As Sutekh, Tarku, Adad, or Raman, he was the god of thunder, rain, fertility, and war, and he ultimately acquired solar attributes. A famous rock sculpture at Boghaz-Köi depicts a mythological scene which is believed to represent the spring marriage of the Great Father and the Great Mother, suggesting a local fusion of beliefs which resulted from the union of tribes of the god cult with tribes of the goddess cult. So long as the Hatti tribe remained the predominant partner in the Hittite confederacy, the supremacy was assured of the Great Father, who symbolized their sway. But when, in the process of time, the power of the Hatti declined, their chief god fell from his predominant place in the religion of the interior, writes Dr. Garstang. But the Great Mother lived on, being the goddess of the land. In addition to the Hittite confederacy of Asia Minor and North Syria, another great power arose in northern Mesopotamia. This was the Mitanni kingdom. Little is known regarding it, except what is derived from indirect sources. Winkler believes that it was first established by early waves of Hatti people who migrated from the east. The Hittite connection is based chiefly on the following evidence. One of the gods of the Mitanni rulers was Teshub, who is identical with Tarku, the Thor of Asia Minor. The raiders, who in 1800 BC entered Babylon, set fire to Esigalia, and carried off Merodach and his consort Zerpanituᵐ, were called the Hatti. The images of these deities were afterwards obtained from Khani, or the Mitanni. At a later period, when we come to know more about the Mitanni from the tablets of one of its kings to two Egyptian pharaohs, and the Winkler tablets from Boghaz-Köi, it is found that its military aristocracy spoke an Indo-European language, as is shown by the names of their kings: Saushatar, Artatama, Sutarna, Artashumara, Tushrata, and Matiuza. They worshipped the following deities: Mitra, Varunu, Indra, and Nasatyo, whose names have been deciphered by Winkler. These gods were also imported into India by the Vedic Aryans. The Mitanni tribe, the military aristocracy probably, was called Khari, and some philologists are of the opinion that it is identical with Arya, which was the normal designation in Vedic literature from the Rig Veda onwards of an Aryan of the three upper classes. Mitanni signifies the riverlands, and the descendants of its inhabitants, who lived in Cappadocia, were called by the Greeks Matianoi. They are possibly, says Dr. Haddon, the ancestors of the modern Kurds, a conspicuously long-headed people, proverbial, like the ancient Aryo-Indians, and the Gauls, for their hospitality and their raiding propensities. It would appear that the Mitannian invasion of northern Mesopotamia and the Aryan invasion of India represented two streams of diverging migrations from a common cultural center, and that the separate groups of wanderers mingled with other stocks with whom they came into contact. Tribes of Aryan speech were associated with the Kassite invaders of Babylon, who took possession of northern Babylonia soon after the disastrous Hittite raid. It is believed that they came from the east through the highlands of Elam. For a period, the dating of which is uncertain, the Mitannians were overlords of part of Assyria, including Nineveh and even Ashur, as well as the district called Mustri by the Assyrians, and part of Cappadocia. They also occupied the cities of Haran and Kadesh. Probably they owed their great military successes to their cavalry. The horse became common in Babylon during the Kassite dynasty, which followed the Hammurabi, and was there called the Ass of the East, a name which suggests whence the Kassites and Mitannians came. The westward movement of the Mitannians in the 2nd millennium BC may have been in progress prior to the Kassite conquest of Babylon and the Hyksos invasion of Egypt. Their relations in Mesopotamia and Syria with the Hittites and the Amorites are obscure. Perhaps they were for a time the overlords of the Hittites. At any rate, it is of interest to note that when Thothmes III struck at the last Hyksos stronghold during his long Syrian campaign of about 20 years' duration, his operations were directly against Kadesh on the Orontes, which was then held by his fierce enemies the Mitannians of Naharina. During the Hyksos age the horse was introduced into Egypt. Indeed, the Hyksos conquest was probably due to the use of the horse, which was domesticated, as the Pampelli expedition has ascertained, at a remote period in Turkestan, whence it may have been obtained by the horse-sacrificing Aryo Indians and the horse-sacrificing ancestors of the Siberian Buryats. If the Mitanni rulers were not overlords of the Hittites about 1800 BC, the two peoples may have been military allies of the Kassites. Some writers suggest, indeed, that the Kassites came from Mitanni. Another view is that the Mitannians were the Aryan allies of the Kassites, who entered Babylon from the Elamite highlands, and that they afterwards conquered Mesopotamia and part of Cappadocia prior to the Hyksos conquest of Egypt. A third solution of the problem is that the Aryan rulers of the Mitannian Hittites were the overlords of northern Babylonia, which they included in their Mesopotamian empire for a century before the Kassites achieved political supremacy in the Tigro-Euphrates valley, and that they were also the leaders of the Hyksos invasion of Egypt, which they accomplished with the assistance of their Hittite and Amoritic allies. The first Kassite king of Babylonia, of whom we have knowledge, was Gandash. He adopted the old Akkadian title, King of the Four Quarters, as well as the title King of Sumer and Akkad, first used by the rulers of the dynasty of Ur. Nippur appears to have been selected by Gandash as his capital, which suggests that his war and storm god, Shuqamuna, was identified with Bel Enlil, who, as a world giant, had much in common with the northern hammer gods. After reigning for 16 years, Gandash was succeeded by his son, Agum the Great, who sat on the throne for 22 years. The great-grandson of Agum the Great was Agum II, and not until his reign were the statues of Merodach and his consort Zerpanituᵐ brought back to the city of Babylon. This monarch recorded that, in response to the oracle of Shamash, the sun god, he sent to the distant land of Khani (Mitanni) for the great deity and his consort. Babylon would therefore appear to have been deprived of Merodach for about 2 centuries. The Hittite Mitanni raid is dated about 1800 BC, and the rise of Gandash the Kassite about 1700 BC. At least a century elapsed between the reigns of Gandash and Agum II. These calculations do not coincide, it will be noted, with the statement in a Babylonian hymn that Merodach remained in the land of the Hatti for 24 years, which, however, may be either a priestly fiction or a reference to a later conquest. The period which followed the fall of the Hammurabi dynasty of Babylonia is as obscure as the Hyksos age of Egypt. Agum II, the Kassite king, does not state whether or not he waged war against Mitanni to recover Babylon's god Merodach. If, however, he was an ally of the Mitanni ruler, the transference of the deity may have been an ordinary diplomatic transaction. The possibility may also be suggested that the Hittites of Mitanni were not displaced by the Aryan military aristocracy until after the Kassites were firmly established in northern Babylonia between 1700 BC and 1600 BC. This may account for the statements that Merodach was carried off by the Hatti and returned from the land of Khani. The evidence afforded by Egypt is suggestive in this connection. There was a second Hyksos dynasty in that country. The later rulers became Egyptianized, as the Kassites became Babylonianized, but they were all referred to by the exclusive and sullen Egyptians as barbarians and Asiatics. They recognized the sun god of Heliopolis, but were also concerned in promoting the worship of Sutekh, a deity of sky and thunder, with solar attributes, whom Ramses II identified with the Baal of the Hittites. The Mitannians, as has been stated, recognized a Baal called Teshup, who was identical with Tarku of the western Hittites, and with their own tribal Indra also. One of the Hyksos kings, named Ian or Hian, the Ionis of Manetho, was either an overlord or the ally of an overlord, who swayed a great empire in Asia. His name has been deciphered on relics found as far apart as Knossos in Crete and Baghdad on the Tigris, which at the time was situated within the area of Kassite control. Apparently peaceful conditions prevailed during his reign over a wide extent of Asia, and trade was brisk between far distant centres of civilization. The very term Hyksos is suggestive in this connection. According to Breasted, it signifies "rulers of countries", which compares with the biblical Tidal, king of nations, whom Sayce, as has been indicated, regards as a Hittite monarch. When the Hittite hieroglyphics have been read and Mesopotamia thoroughly explored, light may be thrown on the relations of the Mitannians, the Hittites, the Hyksos, and the Kassites between 1800 BC and 1500 BC. It is evident that a fascinating volume of ancient history has yet to be written. The Kassites formed the military aristocracy of Babylonia, which was called Karduniash, for nearly 6 centuries. Agum II was the first of their kings who became thoroughly Babylonianized, and although he still gave recognition to Shuqamuna, the Kassite god of battle, he re-exalted Merodach, whose statue he had taken from the Khani, and decorated a Sagalia with gifts of gold, jewels, rare woods, frescoes, and pictorial tiles. He also re-endowed the priesthood. During the reign of his successor Burnaburiash I, the dynasty of Sealand came to an end. Little is known regarding the relations between Elam and Babylonia during the Kassite period. If the Kassite invaders crossed the Tigris soon after the raid of the Mitannian Hittites, they must have previously overrun a great part of Elam, but strongly situated Susa may have for a time withstood their attacks. At first the Kassites held northern Babylonia only, while the ancient Sumerian area was dominated by the Sealand power, which had gradually regained strength during the closing years of the Hammurabi dynasty. No doubt many northern Babylonian refugees reinforced its army. The Elamites, or perhaps the Kassites of Elam, appear to have made frequent attacks on southern Babylonia. At length Ea Gamil, king of Sealand, invaded Elam with purpose, no doubt, to shatter the power of his restless enemies. He was either met there, however, by an army from Babylon, or his country was invaded during his absence. Prince Ulamburiash, son of Burnaburiash I, defeated Ea Gamil and brought to an end the Sealand dynasty, which had been founded by Ilu Ma Ilu, the contemporary and enemy of Samsu La Ilu, son of Hammurabi. Ulamburiash is referred to on a mace head which was discovered at Babylon as King of Sealand, and he probably succeeded his father at the capital. The whole of Babylonia thus came under Kassite sway. Agum III, a grandson of Ulamburiash, found it necessary, however, to invade Sealand, which must therefore have revolted. It was probably a centre of discontent during the whole period of Kassite ascendancy. After a long obscure interval, we reach the period when the Hyksos power was broken in Egypt, that is, after 1580 BC. The great western Asiatic kingdoms at the time were the Hittite, the Mitannian, the Assyrian, and the Babylonian Kassite. Between 1557 BC and 1501 BC, Thothmes I of Egypt was asserting his sway over part of Syria. Many years elapsed, however, before Thothmes III, who died in 1447 BC, established firmly, after waging a long war of conquest, the supremacy of Egypt between the Euphrates and the Mediterranean coast as far north as the borders of Asia Minor. At this period, as Professor Flinders Petrie emphasizes, the civilization of Syria was equal or superior to that of Egypt. Not only was there in the cities luxury beyond that of the Egyptians, but also technical work which could teach them. The Syrian soldiers had suits of scale armor, which afterwards were manufactured in Egypt, and they had chariots adorned with gold and silver and highly decorated, which were greatly prized by the Egyptians when they captured them, and reserved for royalty. In the rich wealth of gold and silver vases, obtained from the captured cities by the Nilotic warriors, we see also, adds Petrie, the sign of a people who were there, the Egyptians, equals, if not their superiors, in taste and skill. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, when the pharaohs received tribute from Syria, that they preferred it to be carried into Egypt by skilled workmen. The keenness with which the Egyptians record all the beautiful and luxurious products of the Syrians shows that the workmen would probably be more in demand than other kinds of slave tribute. One of the monarchs with whom Thothmes III corresponded was the king of Assyria. The enemies of Egypt in northern Mesopotamia were the Hittites and Mitannians, and their allies, and these were also the enemies of Assyria. But to enable us to deal with the new situation which was created by Egypt in Mesopotamia, it is necessary in the first place to trace the rise of Assyria, which was destined to become, for a period, the dominating power in Western Asia, and ultimately in the Nile Valley also. The Assyrian group of cities grew up on the banks of the Tigris, to the north of Babylonia, the mother country. The following biblical references regarding the origins of the two states are of special interest. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And Cush begat Nimrod, he was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and Resen, between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur. Genesis, chapter 10, verses 1-22. The land of Assyria, and the land of Nimrod in the entrances thereof. Micah, chapter 5, verse 6. It will be observed that the Sumero-Babylonians are Cushites or Hamites, and therefore regarded as racially akin to the Proto-Egyptians of the Mediterranean race, an interesting confirmation of recent ethnological conclusions. Nimrod, the king of Babel, or Babylon, in Shinar, or Sumer, was, it would appear, a deified monarch who became ultimately identified with the national god of Babylonia. Professor Pinches has shown that his name is a rendering of that of Merodach. In Sumerian, Merodach was called Amaruduk, or Amarudu, and in the Assyro-Babylonian language, Marduk. By a process familiar to philologists, the suffix uk was dropped, and the rendering became Marad. The Hebrews added ni, making Ni-Marad, assimilating the name to a certain extent to the Nifal forms of the Hebrew verbs, and making a change, said Pinches, in conformity with the genius of the Hebrew language. Ashur, who went out of Nimrod's country to build Nineveh, was a son of Shem, a Semite, and so far as is known, it was after the Semites achieved political supremacy in Akkad that the Assyrian colonies were formed. Ashur may have been a subject ruler, who was deified and became the god of the city of Ashur, which probably gave its name to Assyria. According to Herodotus, Nineveh was founded by King Ninus and Queen Semiramis. This lady was reputed to be the daughter of Derceto, the fish goddess, whom Pliny identifies with Atargatis. Semiramis was actually an Assyrian queen of revered memory. She was deified and took the place of a goddess, apparently Nina, the prototype of Derceto. This Nina, perhaps a form of Damkina, wife of Ea, was the great mother of the Sumerian city of Nina, and there, and also at Lagash, received offerings of fish. She was one of the many goddesses of maternity absorbed by Ishtar. The Greek Ninos is regarded as a male form of her name. Like Atargatis, she may have been a bisexual deity, if she was not always accompanied by a shadowy male form. Nineveh, or Ninua, was probably founded or conquered by colonists from Nina or Lagash, and called after the fish goddess. All the deities of Assyria were imported from Babylonia, except, as some hold, Ashur, the national god. The theory that Ashur was identical with the Aryo-Indian Asura and the Persian Ahura is not generally accepted. One theory is that he was an eponymous hero who became the city god of Ashur, although the early form of his name, Ashir, presents a difficulty in this connection. Ashur was the first capital of Assyria. Its city god may have become the national god on that account. At an early period, perhaps 1,000 years before Thothmes III battled with the Mitannians in northern Syria, An early wave of one of the peoples of Aryan speech may have occupied the Assyrian cities. Mr. Johns points out in this connection that the names of Ushpia, Kikia, and Adasi, who, according to Assyrian records, were early rulers in Ashur, are neither Semitic nor Sumerian. An early name of the goddess of Nineveh was Shaushka, which compares with Shaushkash, the consort of Teshub, the Hittite Mitanni hammer god. As many of the Mitannian names are, according to Mr. Johns, really Elamitic, he suggests an ethnic connection between the early conquerors of Assyria and the people of Elam. Were the pre-Semitic Elamites originally speakers of an agglutinative language, like the Sumerians and present-day Basques, who were conquered in prehistoric times by a people of Aryan speech? The possibility is urged by Mr. John's suggestion that Assyria may have been dominated in pre-Semitic times by the congeners of the Aryan military aristocracy of Mitanni. As has been shown, it was Semitized by the Amoritic migration which, about 2000 BC, brought into prominence the Hammurabi dynasty of Babylon. A long list of kings with Semitic names held sway in the Assyrian cities during and after the Hammurabi age, but not until well on in the Kassite period did any of them attain prominence in Western Asia. Then Ashur-bel-nish-eshu, king of Ashur, was strong enough to deal on equal terms with Kassite ruler Kara-Indash I, with whom he arranged a boundary treaty. He was a contemporary of Thothmes III of Egypt. After Thothmes III had secured the predominance of Egypt in Syria and Palestine, he recognized Assyria as an independent power, and supplied its king with Egyptian gold to assist him, no doubt, in strengthening his territory against their common enemy. Gifts were also sent from Assyria to Egypt to fan the flame of cordial relations. The situation was full of peril for Saushatar, king of Mitanni. Deprived by Egypt of tribute-paying cities in Syria, his exchequer must have been sadly depleted. A standing army had to be maintained, for although Egypt made no attempt to encroach further on his territory, the Hittites were ever hovering on his northwestern frontier, ready when opportunity offered to win back Cappadocia. Eastward, Assyria was threatening to become a dangerous rival. He had himself to pay tribute to Egypt, and Egypt was subsidizing his enemy. It was imperative on his part, therefore, to take action without delay. The power of Assyria had to be crippled. Its revenues were required for the Mitannian exchequer. So Saushatar raided Assyria during the closing years of the reign of Thothmes III, or soon after his successor, Amenhotep II, ascended the Egyptian throne. Nothing is known from contemporary records regarding this campaign, but it can be gathered from the references of a later period that the city of Ashur was captured and plundered. Its king, Ashur-nadin-Akhe, ceased corresponding and exchanging gifts with Egypt. That Nineveh also fell is made clear by the fact that a descendant of Saushatar, Tushratta, was able to send to a descendant of Thothmes III at Thebes, Amenhotep III, the image of Ishtar, Shaushka, of Nineveh. Apparently, 5 successive Mitannian kings were overlords of Assyria during a period which cannot be estimated at much less than 100 years. Our knowledge regarding these events is derived chiefly from the Tel el Amarna letters, and the tablets found by Professor Hugo Winkler at Boghaz Köi in Cappadocia, Asia Minor. The Tel el Amarna letters were discovered among the ruins of the palace of the famous Egyptian pharaoh, Akhenaton, of the 18th dynasty, who died about 1358 BC. During the winter of 1887 to 1888, an Egyptian woman was excavating soil for her garden when she happened upon the cellar of Akhenaton's foreign office, in which the official correspondence had been stored. The letters were baked clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform alphabetical signs in the Babylonian Assyrian language, which, like French in modern times, was the language of international diplomacy for many centuries in Western Asia after the Hyksos period. The Egyptian natives, ever so eager to sell antiquities so as to make a fortune and retire for life, offered some specimens of the tablets for sale. 1 or 2 were sent to Paris, where they were promptly declared to be forgeries, with the result that for a time the inscribed bricks were not a marketable commodity. Ere their value was discovered, the natives had packed them into sacks, with the result that many were damaged and some completely destroyed. At length, however, the majority of them reached the British Museum and the Berlin Museum, while others drifted into the museums at Cairo, St. Petersburg, and Paris. When they were deciphered, Mitanni was discovered, and a flood of light thrown on the internal affairs of Egypt and its relations with various kingdoms in Asia, while glimpses were also afforded of the life and manners of the times. The letters covered the reigns of Amenhotep III, the great-grandson of Thothmes III, and of his son Akhenaton, the Dreamer King, and included communications from the kings of Babylonia, Assyria, Mitanni, Cyprus, the Hittites, and the princes of Phoenicia and Canaan. The copies of 2 letters from Amenhotep III to Kalimsin, king of Babylonia, have also been preserved. One deals with statements made by Babylonian ambassadors, whom the pharaoh stigmatizes as liars. Kalimsin had sent his daughter to the royal harem of Egypt, and desired to know if she was alive and well. He also asked for much gold to enable him to carry on the work of extending his temple. When 20 minas of gold was sent to him, he complained in due course that the quantity received was not only short, but that the gold was not pure. It had been melted in the furnace, and less than 5 minas came out. In return, he sent to Akhenaton 2 minas of enamel, and some jewels for his daughter, who was in the Egyptian royal harem. Ashur-uballit, king of Ashur, once wrote intimating to Akhenaton that he was gifting him horses and chariots and a jewel seal. He asked for gold to assist in building his palace. "In your country," he added, "gold is as plentiful as dust." He also made an illuminating statement to the effect that no ambassador had gone from Assyria to Egypt since the days of his ancestor Ashur-nadin-Akhe. It would therefore appear that Ashur-uballit had freed part of Assyria from the yoke of Mitanni. The contemporary king of Mitanni was Tushratta. He corresponded both with his cousin Amenhotep III and his son-in-law Akhenaton. In his correspondence with Amenhotep III, Tushratta tells that his kingdom had been invaded by the Hittites, but his god Teshup had delivered them into his hand, and he destroyed them. Not one of them, he declared, returned to his own country. Out of the booty captured he sent Amenhotep several chariots and horses, and a boy and a girl. To his sister Gilu-Hipa, who was one of the Egyptian pharaoh's wives, he gifted golden ornaments and a jar of oil. In another letter, Tushratta asked for a large quantity of gold, without measure. He complained that he did not receive enough on previous occasions, and hinted that some of the Egyptian gold looked as if it were alloyed with copper. Like the Assyrian king, he hinted that gold was as plentiful as dust in Egypt. His own presents to the pharaoh included precious stones, gold ornaments, chariots and horses, and women, probably slaves. This may have been tribute. It was during the third Amenhotep's illness that Tushratta forwarded the Nineveh image of Ishtar to Egypt, and he made reference to its having been previously sent thither by his father Sutarna. When Akhenaton came to the throne, Tushratta wrote to him, desiring to continue the friendship which had existed for 2 or 3 generations between the kings of Mitanni and Egypt, and made complimentary references to the distinguished Queen Tiye, Akhenaton's mother, who evidently exercised considerable influence in shaping Egypt's foreign policy. In the course of his long correspondence with the pharaohs, Tushratta made those statements regarding his ancestors which have provided so much important data for modern historians of his kingdom. During the early part of the Tel el Amarna period, Mitanni was the most powerful kingdom in Western Asia. It was chiefly on that account that the daughters of its rulers were selected to be wives and mothers of great Egyptian pharaohs. But its numerous enemies were ever plotting to accomplish its downfall. Among these, the foremost and most dangerous were the Hittites and the Assyrians. The ascendancy of the Hittites was achieved in northern Syria with dramatic suddenness. There arose in Asia Minor a great conqueror named Subi-Luliuma, the successor of Hattusil I, who established a strong Hittite empire which endured for about 2 centuries. His capital was at Boghazköy. Sweeping through Cappadocia, at the head of a finely organized army, remarkable for its mobility, he attacked the buffer states which owed allegiance to Mitanni and Egypt. City after city fell before him, until at length he invaded Mitanni, but it is uncertain whether or not Tushratta met him in battle. Large numbers of the Mitannians were, however, evicted and transferred to the land of the Hittites, where the Greeks subsequently found them, and where they are believed to be represented by the modern Kurds, the hereditary enemies of the Armenians. In the confusion which ensued, Tushratta was murdered by Sutarna II, who was recognized by Subbi-Luliuma. The crown prince, Mattiuza, fled to Babylon, where he found protection but was unable to receive any assistance. Ultimately, when the Hittite emperor had secured his sway over northern Syria, he deposed Sutarna II and set Mattiuza as his vassal on the throne of the shrunken Mitanni kingdom. Meanwhile, the Egyptian empire in Asia had gone to pieces. When Akhenaton, the Dreamer King, died in his palace at Tel el Amarna, the Khabiri were conquering the Canaanite cities which had paid him tribute, and the Hittite ruler was the acknowledged overlord of the Amorites. The star of Assyria was also in the ascendant. Its king Ashur-uballit, who had corresponded with Akhenaton, was, like the Hittite king Subbi-Luliuma, a distinguished statesman and general, and similarly laid the foundations of a great empire. Before or after Subbi-Luliuma invaded Tushratta's domains, he drove the Mitannians out of Nineveh, and afterwards overcame the Shubari tribes of Mitanni on the northwest, with the result that he added a wide extent of territory to his growing empire. He had previously thrust southward the Assyro-Babylonian frontier. In fact, he had become so formidable an opponent of Babylonia that his daughter had been accepted as the wife of Karachardash, the Kassite king of that country. In time, his grandson, Kadashman-Kharbe, ascended the Babylonian throne. This young monarch cooperated with his grandfather in suppressing the Suti, who infested the trade routes toward the west, and plundered the caravans of merchants and the messengers of great monarchs with persistent impunity. A reference to these bandits appears in one of the Tel el Amarna letters. Writing to Akhenaton, Ashur-uballit said, "The lands of Assyria and Egypt are remote. Therefore let our messengers come and go. That your messengers were late in reaching you, the reason is that if the Suti had waylaid them, they would have been dead men. For if I had sent them, the Suti would have sent bands to waylay them. Therefore I have retained them. My messengers, however, may they not for this reason be delayed." Ashur-uballit's grandson extended his Babylonian frontier into Amurru, where he dug wells and erected forts to protect traders. The Kassite aristocracy, however, appears to have entertained towards him a strong dislike, perhaps because he was so closely associated with their hereditary enemies, the Assyrians. He had not reigned for long when the embers of rebellion burst into flame, and he was murdered in his palace. The Kassites then selected as their king a man of humble origins, named Nazi-Bugash, who was afterwards referred to as the Son of Nobody. Ashur-uballit deemed the occasion a fitting one to interfere in the affairs of Babylonia. He suddenly appeared at the capital with a strong army, overawed the Kassites, and seized and slew Nazi-Bugash. Then he set on the throne his great-grandson, the infant Kurigalzu II, who lived to reign for 55 years. Ashur-uballit appears to have died soon after this event. He was succeeded by his son Bel-nirari, who carried on the policy of strengthening and extending the Assyrian Empire. For many years he maintained excellent relations with his kinsman Kurigalzu II, but ultimately they came into conflict, apparently over disputed territory. A sanguinary battle was fought, in which the Babylonians suffered heavily and were put to rout. A treaty of peace was afterwards arranged, which secured for the Assyrians a further extension of their frontier from the borders of Mitanni as far as Babylonia. The struggle of the future was to be for the possession of Mesopotamia, so as to secure control over the trade routes. Thus Assyria rose from a petty state in a comparatively brief period to become the rival of Babylonia, at a time when Egypt, at the beginning of its 19th dynasty, was endeavouring to win back its lost empire in Syria, and the Hittite Empire was being consolidated in the north. End of Chapter 12. Rise of the Hittites, Mitannians, Kassites, Hyksos, and Assyrians. Recording by Jane Sandberg, Urbana, Illinois.
Section 15 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 13, Part 1. Astrology and Astronomy. The empire builders of old, who enriched themselves with the spoils of war and the tribute of subject states, not only satisfied personal ambition and afforded protection for industrious traders and workers, but also incidentally promoted culture and endowed research. When a conqueror returned to his capital laden with treasure, he made generous gifts to the temples. He believed that his successes were rewards for his piety, that his battles were won for him by his god or goddess of war. It was necessary, therefore, that he should continue to find favor in the eyes of the deity who had been proved to be more powerful than the god of his enemies. Besides, he had to make provision during his absence on long campaigns, or while absorbed in administrative work, for the constant performance of religious rites, so that the various deities of water, earth, weather, and corn might be sustained or propitiated with sacrificial offerings, or held in magical control by their performance of ceremonial rites. Consequently, an endowed priesthood became a necessity in all powerful and well-organized states. Thus came into existence in Babylonia, as elsewhere, as a result of the accumulation of wealth, a leisured official class, whose duties tended to promote intellectual activity, although they were primarily directed to perpetuate gross superstitious practices. Culture was really a byproduct of temple activities. It flowed forth like pure gold from furnaces of thought, which were walled up by the crude ores of magic and immemorial tradition. No doubt, in ancient Babylonia, as in Europe during the Middle Ages, the men of refinement and intellect among the upper classes were attracted to the temples, while the more robust types preferred the outdoor life, and especially the life of the soldier. The permanent triumphs of Babylonian civilization were achieved either by the priests or in consequence of the influence they exercised. They were the grammarians and the scribes, the mathematicians and the philosophers of that ancient country, the teachers of the young and the patrons of the arts and crafts. It was because the temples were centers of intellectual activity that the Sumerian language remained the language of culture for long centuries after it ceased to be the everyday speech of the people. Reference has already been made to the growth of art, and the probability that all the arts had their origin in magical practices, and to the growth of popular education necessitated by the centralization of business in the temples. It remains with us to deal now with priestly contributions to the more abstruse sciences. In India, the ritualists among the Brahmans, who concerned themselves greatly regarding the exact construction and measurements of altars, gave the world algebra. The pyramid builders of Egypt, who erected vast tombs to protect royal mummies, had perforce to lay the groundwork of the science of geometry. And the Babylonian priests, who elaborated the study of astrology, became great astronomers because they found it necessary to observe and record accurately the movements of the heavenly bodies. From the earliest times of which we have knowledge, the religious beliefs of the Sumerians had vague stellar associations. But it does not follow that their myths were star myths to begin with. A people who called constellations the ram, the bull, the lion, or the scorpion did not do so because astral groups suggested the forms of animals, but rather because the animals had an earlier connection with their religious life. At the same time, it should be recognized that the mystery of the stars must ever have haunted the minds of primitive men. Night, with all its terrors, appealed more strongly to their imagination than refulgent day, when they felt more secure. They were concerned most regarding what they feared most. Brooding in darkness regarding their fate, they evidently associated the stars with the forces which influenced their lives, the ghosts of ancestors, of totems, the spirits that brought food or famine and controlled the seasons. As children see images in a fire, so they saw human life reflected in the starry sky. To the simple minds of early folks, the great moon seemed to be the parent of the numerous twinkling and moving orbs. In Babylon, indeed, the moon was regarded as the father not only of the stars, but of the sun also. There, as elsewhere, lunar worship was older than solar worship. Primitive beliefs regarding the stars were of similar character in various parts of the world, but the importance which they assumed in local mythologies depended in the first place on local phenomena. On the northern Eurasian steppes, for instance, where stars vanished during summer's blue nights and were often obscured by clouds in winter, they did not impress men's minds so persistently and deeply as in Babylonia, where, for the greater part of the year, they gleamed in darkness through a dry, transparent atmosphere with awesome intensity. The development of an elaborate system of astral myths, besides, was only possible in a country where the people had attained to a high degree of civilization, and men enjoyed leisure and security to make observations and compile records. It is not surprising, therefore, to find that Babylonia was the cradle of astronomy. But before this science had destroyed the theory which it was fostered to prove, it lay smothered for long ages in the debris of immemorial beliefs. It is necessary, therefore, in dealing with Babylonian astral myths, to endeavor to approach within reasonable distance of the point of view or points of view of the people who framed them. Babylonian religious thought was of a highly complex character. Its progress was ever hampered by blended traditions. The earliest settlers of the Tigro-Euphrates Valley no doubt imported many crude beliefs which they had inherited from their Paleolithic ancestors, the modes of thought which were the molds of new theories arising from new experiences. When consideration is given to the existing religious beliefs of various peoples throughout the world, in low stages of culture, it is found that the highly developed creeds of Babylonia, Egypt, and other countries where civilization flourished were never divested wholly of their primitive traits. Among savage peoples, two grades of religious ideas have been identified and classified as naturalism and animism. In the plane of naturalism, the belief obtains that a vague impersonal force which may have more than one manifestation, and is yet manifested in everything, controls the world and the lives of human beings. An illustration of this stage of religious consciousness is afforded by Mr. Riceley, who, in dealing with the religion of the jungle dwellers of Chota Nagpur, India, says that, quote, "In most cases, the indefinite something which they fear and attempt to propitiate is not a person at all in any sense of the word. If one must state the case in positive terms, I should say that the idea which lies at the root of their religion is that of a power rather than many powers." Close quote. Traces of naturalism appear to have survived in Sumeria in the belief that, quote, "the spiritual, the Z, was that which manifested life. The test of the manifestation of life was movement." Close quote. All things that moved, it was conceived in the plane of naturalism, possessed self-power. The river was a living thing, as was also the fountain. A stone that fell from a hill fell of its own accord. A tree groaned because the wind caused it to suffer pain. This idea that inanimate objects had conscious existence survived in the religion of the Aryo-Indians. In the Nala story of the Indian epic the Mahabharata, the disconsolate wife Damayanti addresses a mountain when searching for her lost husband. Quote, "This, the monarch of all mountains, ask I of the king of men. O all-honored prince of mountains, with thy heavenward soaring peaks, hast thou seen the kingly Nala in this dark and awful wood? Why repliest thou not, O mountain?" She similarly addresses the Asoka tree. "Hast thou seen Nishatha's monarch? Hast thou seen my only love? That I may depart ungrieving, fair Asoka, answer me. Many a tree she stood and gazed on." It will be recognized that when primitive men gave names to mountains, rivers, or the ocean, these possessed for them a deeper significance than they do for us at the present day. The earliest peoples of Indo-European speech who call the sky Deus, and those of Sumerian speech who call it Ana, regarded it not as the sky and nothing more, but as something which had conscious existence and self-power. Our remote ancestors resembled, in this respect, those imaginative children who hold conversations with articles of furniture, and administer punishments to stones, which, they believe, have tripped them up voluntarily and with desire to commit an offense. In this early stage of development, the widespread totemic beliefs appear to have had origin. Families or tribes believed that they were descended from mountains, trees, or wild animals. Aesop's fable about the mountain which gave birth to a mouse may be a relic of totemism. Also may be the mountain symbols on the standards of Egyptian ships, which appear on pre-dynastic pottery. The black dwarves of Teutonic mythology were earth children. Adonis sprang from a tree. His mother may have, according to primitive belief, been simply a tree. Dagda, the patriarchal Irish corn god, was an oak. Indeed, the idea of a world tree, which occurs in Sumerian, Vedic Indian, Teutonic, and other mythologies, was probably a product of totemism. Wild animals were considered to be other forms of human beings who could marry princes and princesses, as they do in so many fairy tales. Damayanti addressed the tiger as well as the mountain and tree, saying, "I approach him without fear. Of the beasts art thou the monarch, all this forest thy domain. O king of beasts, console me, if my Nala thou hast seen." A tribal totem exercised sway over a tribal district. In Egypt, as Herodotus recorded, the crocodile was worshipped in one district and hunted down in another. Tribes fought against tribes when totemic animals were slain. The Babylonian and Indian myths about the conflicts between eagles and serpents may have originated as records of battles between eagle clans and serpent clans. Totemic animals were tabooed. The Set pig of Egypt and the devil pig of Ireland, Scotland, and Wales were not eaten except sacrificially. Families were supposed to be descended from swans, and were named swans, or from seals, and were named seals, like the Gaelic Mack, whose surname signifies son of the seal. The nickname of the Campbells, sons of the pig, may refer to their totemic boar's head crest, which commemorated the slaying, perhaps the sacrificial slaying, by their ancestor Diarmid. Mr. Garstang, in The Syrian Goddess, thinks it possible that the boar which killed Adonis was of totemic origin. He may have been the fish form of the Sumerian god Ea. When an animal totem was sacrificed once a year, and eaten sacrificially so that the strength of the clan might be maintained, the priest who wrapped himself in its skins was supposed to have transmitted to him certain magical powers. He became identified with the totem and prophesied and gave instruction as a totem. Ea was depicted clad in the fish's skin. Animism, the other early stage of human development, also produced distinctive modes of thought. Men conceived of the world swarmed with spirits, that a spirit groaned in the wind-shaken tree, that the howling wind was an invisible spirit, that there were spirits in fountains, rivers, valleys, hills, and in ocean, and in all animals, and that a hostile spirit might possess an individual and change his nature. The sun and the moon were the abodes of spirits, or the vessels in which great spirits sailed over the sea of the sky. The stars were all spirits, the host of heaven. These spirits existed in groups of 7, or groups of 3, and the multiple of 3, or in pairs, or operated as single individuals. Although certain spirits might confer gifts upon mankind, they were at certain seasons and in certain localities hostile and vengeful, like the grass-green fairies in winter, or the earth-black elves when their gold was sought for in forbidden and secret places. These spirits were the artisans of creation and vegetation, like the Egyptian Khnummu and the Indian Rebus. They fashioned the grass blades and the stalks of corn, but at times of seasonal change they might ride on their tempest steeds, or issue forth from flooding rivers and lakes. Man was greatly concerned about striking bargains with them to secure their services, and about propitiating them, or warding off their attacks with protective charms, and by performing ceremonies of riddance. The ghosts of the dead, being spirits, were similarly propitious or harmful on occasion. As emissaries of fate, they could injure the living. Ancestor worship, the worship of ghosts, had origin in the stage of animism. But ancestor worship was not developed in Babylonia as in China, for instance, although traces of it survived in the worship of stars as ghosts, in the deification of kings, and the worship of patriarchs, who might be exalted as gods, or identified with a supreme god. The Egyptian pharaoh Unas became the sun god and the constellation of Orion by devouring his predecessors. He ate his god as a tribe ate its animal totem. He became the bull of heaven. There were star totems as well as mountain totems. A St. Andrew's cross sign, on one of the Egyptian ship standards referred to, may represent a star. The Babylonian goddess Ishtar was symbolized as a star, and she was the world mother. Many primitive currents of thought shaped the fretted rocks of ancient mythologies. In various countries all round the globe, the belief prevailed that the stars were ghosts of the mighty dead, of giants, kings, or princes, or princesses, or of pious people whom the gods loved, or of animals which were worshipped. A few instances may be selected at random. When the Teutonic gods slew the giant Thjasse, he appeared in the heavens as Sirius. In India, the ghosts of the 7 Rishis, who were semi-divine patriarchs, formed the constellation of the Great Bear, which in Vedic times was called the 7 Bears. The wives of the 7 Rishis were the stars of the Pleiades. In Greece, the Pleiades were the ghosts of the 7 daughters of Atlas and Pleione, and in Australia they were and are a queen and 6 handmaidens. In these countries, as elsewhere, stories were told to account for the lost Pleiad, a fact which suggests that primitive men were more constant observers of the heavenly bodies than might otherwise be supposed. The Arcadians believed that they were descended, as Hesiod recorded, from a princess who was transformed by Zeus into a bear. In this form, Artemis slew her, and she became the Great Bear of the sky. The Egyptian Isis was the star Sirius, whose rising coincided with the beginning of the Nile inundation. Her first tear for the dead Osiris fell into the river on the night of the drop. The flood which ensued brought the food supply. Thus the star was not only the great mother of all, but the sustainer of all. The brightest stars were regarded as being the greatest and most influential. In Babylonia, all the planets were identified with great deities. Jupiter, for instance, was Merodach, and one of the astral forms of Ishtar was Venus. Merodach was also connected with the fish of Ea, or Pisces, so that it is not impossible that Ea worship had stellar associations. Constellations were given recognition before the planets were identified. A strange blending of primitive beliefs occurred when the deities were given astral forms. As has been shown, Chapter 3, gods were supposed to die annually. The Egyptian priests pointed out to Herodotus the grave of Osiris and also his star. There are giants' graves also in those countries, in which the gods were simply ferocious giants. A god might assume various forms. He might take the form of an insect, like Indra, and hide in a plant, or become a mouse or a serpent, like the gods of Erech in the Gilgamesh epic. The further theory that a god could exist in various forms at one and the same time suggests that it had its origin among a people who accepted the idea of a personal god while yet in the stage of naturalism. In Egypt, Osiris, for instance, was the moon, which came as a beautiful child each month, and was devoured in the wasting old moon by the demon Set. He was the young god who was slain in his prime each year. He was at once the father, husband, and son of Isis. He was the patriarch who reigned over men and became the judge of the dead. He was the earth spirit. He was the bisexual Nile spirit. He was the spring sun. He was the Apis bull of Memphis. He was the ram of Mendes. He was the reigning pharaoh. In his fusion with Ra, who was threefold, Khepera, Ra, and Tum, he died each day as an old man. He appeared in heaven at night as the constellation Orion. He was his ghost, or was, perhaps, rather, the Sumerian Z, the spiritual essence of life. Osiris, who resembled Tammuz, a god of many forms also, was addressed as follows in one of the Isis chants. There proceedeth from thee the strong Orion in heaven at evening, at the resting of every day. Lo, it is I, Isis, at the approach of the Sothis, Sirius period, who doth watch for him, the child Osiris. Nor will I leave off watching for him, for that which proceedeth from thee, the living Osiris, is revered. An emanation from thee causeth life to gods and men, reptiles and animals, and they live by means thereof. Come thou to us from thy chamber, in the day when thy soul begetteth emanations, the day when offerings upon offerings are made to thy spirit, which causeth the gods and men likewise to live. This extract emphasizes how unsafe it is to confine certain deities within narrow limits by terming them simply solar gods, lunar gods, astral gods, or earth gods. One deity may have been simultaneously a sun god and moon god, an air god and an earth god, one who was dead and also alive, unborn and also old. The priests of Babylonia and Egypt were less accustomed to concrete and logical definitions than their critics and expositors of the 20th century. Simple explanations of ancient beliefs are often, by reason of their very simplicity, highly improbable. Recognition must ever be given to the puzzling complexity of religious thought in Babylonia and Egypt, and to the possibility that even to the priests and doctrines of a particular cult, which embraced the accumulated ideas of centuries, were invariably confusing and vague, and full of inconsistencies. They were mythical in the sense that the understanding could not grasp them, although it permitted their acceptance. A god, for instance, might be addressed at once in the singular and plural, perhaps because he had developed from an animistic group of spirits, or perhaps for reasons we cannot discover. This is shown clearly by the following pregnant extract from a Babylonian tablet. "Powerful, O sevenfold, one are ye." Mr. L. W. King, the translator, comments upon it as follows. Quote, "There is no doubt that the name was applied to a group of gods who were so closely connected that, though addressed in the plural, they could in the same sentence be regarded as forming a single personality. Like the Egyptian Osiris, the Babylonian Merodach was a highly complex deity. He was the son of Ea, god of the deep. He died to give origin to human life when he commanded that his head should be cut off, so that the first human beings might be fashioned by mixing his blood with the earth. He was the wind god, who gave the air of life. He was the deity of thunder and the sky. He was the son of spring in his Tammuz character. He was the daily sun, and the planets Jupiter and Mercury, as well as Sharu, or Regulus. He had various astral associations at various seasons. Ishtar, the goddess, was Ikku, or Capella, the water channel star, in January through February, and Merodach was Ikku in May through June. This strange system of identifying the chief deity with different stars at different periods, or simultaneously, must not be confused with the monotheistic identification of him with other gods. Merodach changed his forms with Ishtar, and had similarly many forms. This goddess, for instance, was, even when connected with one particular heavenly body, liable to change. According to a tablet fragment, she was, as the planet Venus, a female at sunset and a male at sunrise. That is, a bisexual deity like Nannar of Ur, the father and mother deity combined, and Isis of Egypt. Nannar is addressed in a famous hymn. Father Nannar, Lord, good sin, ruler among the gods, mother body which procureth all things, merciful, gracious Father, in whose hand the life of the whole land is contained. One of the Isis chants of Egypt sets forth, addressing Osiris, There cometh unto thee, Isis, Lady of the horizon, who hath begotten herself alone in the image of the gods. She hath taken vengeance before Horus, the woman who was made a male by her father Osiris. Merodach, like Osiris Sokar, was a lord of many existences, and likewise the mysterious one, he who is unknown to mankind. It is impossible for the human mind a greater than itself to know. Evidence has not yet been forthcoming to enable us to determine the period at which the chief Babylonian deities were identified with the planets, but it is clear that Merodach's ascendancy in astral form could not have occurred prior to the rise of that city-god of Babylon as chief of the pantheon by displacing Enlil. At the same time, it must be recognized that long before the Hammurabi age, the stargazers of the Tigro-Euphrates Valley must have been acquainted with the movements of the chief planets and stars, and, no doubt, they connected them with seasonal changes, as in Egypt, where Isis was identified with Sirius long before the Ptolemaic age, when Babylonian astronomy was imported. Horus was identified not only with the sun, but also with Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. Even the primitive Australians, as has been indicated, have their star myths. They refer to the stars Castor and Pollux as two young men, like the ancient Greeks, while the African Bushmen assert that these stars are two girls. It would be a mistake, however, to assume that the prehistoric Sumerians were exact astronomers. Probably they were, like the Aryo-Indians of the Vedic period, not very accurate observers. It is of special interest to find that the stars were grouped by the Babylonians at their earliest period in companies of 7. The importance of this magical number is emphasized by the group of 7 demons which rose from the deep to rage over the land. Perhaps the sanctity of the 7 was suggested by Orion, the Bears, and the Pleiad, one of which constellations may have been the sevenfold deity addressed as One. At any rate, arbitrary groupings of other stars into companies of 7 took place, for references are made to the 7 Tikshi, the 7 Lamushi, and the 7 Mashi, which are older than the signs of the zodiac. So far as can be ascertained, these groups were selected from various constellations. When the 5 planets were identified, they were associated with the sun and moon, and connected with the chief gods of the Hammurabi pantheon. A bilingual list in the British Museum arranges the 7-fold planetary group in the following order: the moon, Sin; the sun, Shamash; Jupiter, Merodach; Venus, Ishtar; Saturn, Ninip or Nirig; Mercury, Nebo; Mars, Nergal. An ancient name of the moon was Aa, or Ai, which recalls the Egyptian Aah or Ah. The Sumerian moon was Aku, the measurer, like Thoth of Egypt, who, in his lunar character as a Fate, measured out the lives of men, and was a god of architects, mathematicians, and scribes. The moon was the parent of the sun, or its spouse, and might be male or female, or both, as a bisexual deity. As the Bull of Light, Jupiter had solar associations. He was also the shepherd of the stars, a title shared by Tammuz as Orion. Nin-Girsu, a developed form of Tammuz, was identified with both Orion and Jupiter. Ishtar's identification with Venus is of special interest. When that planet was at its brightest phase, its rays were referred to as the beard of the goddess. She was the bearded Aphrodite, a bisexual deity, evidently. The astrologers regarded the bright Venus as lucky, and the rayless Venus as unlucky. Saturn was Nirig, who was best known as Ninip, a deity who was displaced by Enlil, the elder Bel, and afterwards regarded as his son. His story has not been recovered, but from the references made to it, there is little doubt that it was a version of the widespread myth about the elder deity who was slain by his son, as Saturn was by Jupiter, and Darius by Indra. It may have resembled the lost Egyptian myth which explained the existence of the 2 Horuses, Horus the elder, and Horus the posthumous son of Osiris. At any rate, it is of interest to find in this connection that in Egypt the planet Saturn was Her-Ka, Horus the bull. Ninip was also identified with a bull. Both deities were also connected with the spring sun, like Tammuz, and were terrible slayers of their enemies. Ninip raged through Babylonia like a storm flood, and Horus swept down the Nile, slaying the followers of Set. As the divine sower of seed, Ninip may have developed from Tammuz as Horus did from Osiris. Each were at once the father and the son, different forms of the same deity at various seasons of the year. The elder god was displaced by the sun, spring, and when the sun grew old, his son slew him in turn. As the planet Saturn, Ninip was the ghost of the elder god, and as the son of Bel, he was the solar war god of spring, the great wild bull, the god of fertility. He was also, as Bur, lord of the wild boar, an animal associated with Rimmon. Nebo, or Nabu, who was identified with Mercury, was a god of Borsippa. He was a messenger and announcer of the gods, as the Egyptian Horus in his connection with Jupiter was Her-Apseta. He was a messenger and announcer of the gods, as the Egyptian Horus in his connection with Jupiter was Her-Apsheta, Horus the opener of that which is secret. Nebo's original character is obscure. He appears to have been a highly developed deity of a people well advanced in civilization when he was exalted as the divine patron of Borsippa. Although Hammurabi ignored him, he was subsequently invoked with Merodach, and had probably much in common with Merodach. Indeed, Merodach was also identified with the planet Mercury. Like the Greek Hermes, Nebo was a messenger of the gods and an instructor of mankind. Jastrow regards him as a counterpart of Ea, and says, quote, "Like Ea, he is the embodiment and source of wisdom. The art of writing, and therefore of all literature, is more particularly associated with him. A common form of his name designates him as the god of the stylus." Close quote. He appears also to have been a developed form of Tammuz, who was an incarnation of Ea. Professor Pinches shows that one of his names, Mermer, was also a non-Semitic name of Ramman. Tammuz resembled Ramman in his character as a spring god of war. It would seem that Merodach, as Jupiter, displaced at Babylon Nebo as Saturn, the elder god, as Bel-Enlil displaced the elder Ninip at Nippur. The god of Mars was Nergal, the patron deity of Kutha, who descended into the underworld and forced into submission Eresh-Kigal, or Persephone, with whom he was afterwards associated. His name, says Professor Pinches, quote, "is supposed to mean Lord of the Great Habitation, which would be a parallel to that of his spouse, Eresh-Kigal." At Erech, he symbolized the destroying influence of the sun, and was accompanied by the demons of pestilence. Mars was a planet of evil, plague, and death. Its animal form was the wolf. In Egypt it was called Herdesher, the red Horus, and in Greece it was associated with Ares, the Roman Mars, the god of war, who assumed his boar form to slay Adonis, or Tammuz. Nergal was also a fire god, like the Aryo-Indian Agni, who, as has been shown, links with Tammuz as a demon slayer and a god of fertility. It may be that Nergal was a specialized form of Tammuz, who, in a version of the myth, was reputed to have entered the underworld as a conqueror when claimed by Eresh-Kigal, and to have become, like Osiris, the Lord of the dead? If so, Nergal was at once the slayer and the slain. The various Babylonian deities who were identified with the planets had their characters sharply defined as members of an organized pantheon. But before this development took place, certain of the prominent heavenly bodies, perhaps all the planets, were evidently regarded as manifestations of one deity, the primeval Tammuz, who was a form of Ea, or of the twin deities Ea and Anu. Tammuz may have been the sevenfold one of the hymns. At a still earlier period, the stars were manifestations of the power whom the jungle dwellers of Chota Nagpur attempt to propitiate, the world soul of the cultured Brahmans of the post-Vedic Indian age. As much is suggested by the resemblances which the conventionalized planetary deities bear to Tammuz, whose attributes they symbolized, and by the Egyptian conception that the Sun, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars were manifestations of Horus. Tammuz and Horus may have been personifications of the power or world soul, vaguely recognized in the stage of naturalism. The influence of animistic modes of thought may be traced in the idea that the planets and stars were the ghosts of gods who were superseded by their sons. These sons were identical with their fathers. They became, as in Egypt, husbands of their mothers. This idea was perpetuated in the Aryo-Indian Laws of Manu, in which it is set forth that, quote, the husband, after conception by his wife, becomes an embryo and is born again of her. Close quote. The deities died every year, but death was simply change. Yet they remained in the separate forms they assumed in their progress round the wide circle of necessity. Horus was remembered as various planets, as the falcon, as the elder sun god, and as the son of Osiris. And Tammuz was the spring sun, the child, youth, warrior, the deity of fertility, and the lord of death, Orion Nergal, and, as has been suggested, all the planets. The stars were also the ghosts of deities who died daily. When the sun perished as an old man at evening, it rose again in the heavens as Orion, or went out and in among the stars as the shepherd of the flock, Jupiter, the planet of Merodach in Babylonia, and Attis in Asia Minor. The flock was the group of heavenly spirits invisible by day, the host of heaven, manifestations or ghosts of the emissaries of the controlling power or powers. The planets presided over various months of the year. Sin, the moon, was associated with the third month. It also controlled the calendar. Ninip, Saturn, was associated with the fourth month. Ishtar, Venus, with the sixth month. Shamash, the sun, with the seventh. Merodach, Jupiter, with the eighth. Nergal, Mars, with the ninth. And a messenger of the gods, probably Nebo, Mercury, with the 10th. Each month was also controlled by a zodiacal constellation. In the creation myth of Babylon, it is stated that when Merodach engaged in the work of setting the universe in order, he, quote, set all the great gods in their several stations, and also created their images, the stars of the zodiac, and fixed them all. Close quote. Our signs of the zodiac are of Babylonian origin. They were passed on to the Greeks by the Phoenicians and Hittites. Says Professor Saisse, quote, there was a time when the Hittites were profoundly affected by Babylonian civilization, religion, and art. They carried the time-worn civilizations of Babylonia and Egypt to the furthest boundary of Egypt, and there handed them over to the West in the gray dawn of European history. Greek traditions affirmed that these rulers of Mycenae had come from Lydia, bringing with them the civilization and treasures of Asia Minor. The tradition has been confirmed by modern research. While certain elements belonging to the prehistoric culture of Greece, as revealed at Mycenae and elsewhere, were derived from Egypt and Phoenicia, there are others which point to Asia Minor as their source. And the culture of Asia Minor was Hittite. Close quote. The early Babylonian astronomers did not know, of course, that the earth revolved around the sun. They believed that the sun traveled across the heavens flying like a bird or sailing like a boat. In studying its movements, they observed that it always traveled from west to east along a broad path, swinging from side to side of it in the course of the year. This path is the zodiac, the celestial circle of necessity. The middle line of the sun's path is the ecliptic. The Babylonian scientists divided the ecliptic into 12 equal parts, and grouped in each part the stars which formed their constellations. These are also called signs of the zodiac. Each month had thus its sign or constellation. The names borne at the present day by the signs of the zodiac are easily remembered even by children, who are encouraged to repeat the following familiar lines. The ram, the bull, the heavenly twins. The next, the crab, the lion shines. The virgin and the scales. The scorpion, archer, and sea-goat. The man that holds the water-pot, and fish with glittering tails. The table on page 308 shows that our signs are derived from ancient Babylonia. The celestial regions were also divided into 3 or more parts. 3 fields were allotted to the ancient triad formed by Ea, Anu, and Bel. The zodiacal path ran through these fields. Ea's field was in the west, and was associated with Amuru, the land of the Amorites. Anu's field was in the south, and was associated with Elam, and Bel's central field was associated with the land of Akkad. When the rulers of Akkad called themselves kings of the 4 quarters, the reference was to the countries associated with the 3 divine fields, and to Gutium. East meaning our northeast. Was Gutium associated with demons, as in Scandinavia the northeast was associated with the giants against whom Thor waged war? End of chapter 13, part 1. Section 16 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 13, Part 2. Astrology and Astronomy. The Babylonian creation myth states that Merodach, having fixed the stars of the zodiac, made 3 stars for each month. Mr. Robert Brown, who has dealt as exhaustively with the astronomical problems of Babylonia as the available data permitted him, is of opinion that the leading stars of 3 constellations are referred to, viz. 1. The central or zodiacal constellations, 2. The northern constellations, and 3. The southern constellations. We have, thus, a scheme of 36 constellations. The 12 zodiacal stars were flanked on either side by 12 non-zodiacal stars. Mr. Brown quotes Diodorus, who gave a resume of Babylonian astronomico-astrology in this connection. He said that, quote, "The 5 planets were called interpreters, and in subjection to these were marshalled 30 stars, which were styled divinities of the council. The chiefs of the divinities are 12 in number, to each of whom they assign a month and one of the 12 signs of the zodiac." Close quote. Through these 12 signs, sun, moon, and planets run their courses. Quote, "And with the zodiacal circle they mark out 24 stars, half of which, they say, are arranged in the north and half in the south." Close quote. Mr. Brown shows that the 30 stars referred to, quote, "constituted the original Euphratean lunar zodiac, the parent of the 7 ancient lunar zodiacs which have come down to us, namely the Persian, Sogdian, Khorasmian, Chinese, Indian, Arab, and Coptic schemes." Close quote. The 3 constellations associated with each month had each a symbolic significance. They reflected the characters of their months. At the height of the rainy season, for instance, the month of Ramon, the thunder god, was presided over by the zodiacal constellation of the Water Urn, the northern constellation Fish of the Canal, and the southern the Horse. In India, the black horse was sacrificed at rain-getting and fertility ceremonies. The months of growth, pestilence, and scorching sun heat were in turn symbolized. The Great Bear was the chariot, or Charles's wain, and the Milky Way, the river of the high cloud, the celestial Euphrates, as in Egypt it was the celestial Nile. Of special interest among the many problems presented by Babylonian astronomical lore is the theory of cosmic periods, or ages of the universe. In the Indian, Greek, and Irish mythologies there are 4 ages: the silvern, or white, golden, or yellow, the bronze, red, and the iron, black. As has been already indicated, Mr. R. Brown shows that, quote, "the Indian system of yugas, or ages of the world, presents many features which forcibly remind us of the Euphratian scheme." Close quote. The Babylonians had 10 antediluvian kings, who were reputed to have reigned for vast periods, the total of which amounted to 120 saroi, or 432,000 years. These figures at once recall the Indian Mahayuga of 3,320,000 years, that is, 332,000 times 10. Apparently, the Babylonian and Indian systems of calculation were of common origin. In both countries, the measurements of time and space were arrived at by utilizing the numerals 10 and 6. When primitive man began to count, he adopted a method which comes naturally to every schoolboy. He utilized his fingers. Twice 5 gave him 10, and from 10 he progressed to 20, and then on to 100 and beyond. In making measurements, his hands, arms, and feet were at his service. We are still measuring by feet and yards, standardized strides, in this country, while those who engage in the immemorial art of knitting, and in so doing, repeat designs found on Neolithic pottery, continue to measure in finger breadths, finger lengths, and hand breadths, as did the ancient folks who called an arm length a cubit. Nor has the span been forgotten, especially by boys in their games with marbles. The space from the end of the thumb to the end of the little finger when the hand is extended must have been an important measurement from the earliest times. As he made progress in calculations, the primitive Babylonian appears to have been struck by other details in his anatomy besides his sets of 5 fingers and 5 toes. He observed, for instance, that his fingers were divided into 3 parts, and his thumb into 2 parts only. 4 fingers multiplied by 3 gave him 12, and multiplying 12 by 3 he reached 36. Apparently the figure 6 attracted him. his body was divided into 6 parts, 2 arms, 2 legs, the head, and the trunk. His 2 ears, 2 eyes, and mouth and nose also gave him 6. The basal 6, multiplied by his 10 fingers, gave him 60, and 60 times 2, for his 2 hands, gave him 120. In Babylonian arithmetic, 6 and 60 are important numbers, and it is not surprising to find that in the system of numerals, the signs for 1 and 10 combined represent 60. In fixing the length of a mythical period, his first great calculation of 120 came naturally to the Babylonian, and when he understood to measure the zodiac, he equated time and space by fixing on 120 degrees. His first zodiac was the Sumerian lunar zodiac, which contained 30 moon chambers associated with the 30 stars of the tablets, and referred to by Diodorus as divinities of the council. The chiefs of the 30 numbered 12. In this system, the year began in the winter solstice. Mr. Hewitt has shown that the chief annual festival of the Indian Dravidians begins with the first full moon after the winter festival, and Mr. Brown emphasizes the fact that the list of Tamil, Dravidian, lunar and solar months are named like the Babylonian constellations. Lunar chronology, wrote Professor Max Mailer, quote, seems everywhere to have preceded solar chronology. Close quote. The latter Semitic Babylonian system had 12 solar chambers and 36 constellations. Each degree was divided into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. The hours of the day and night each numbered 12. Multiplying 6 by 10, or pur, the Babylonian arrived at 60, or sos. 60 times 10 gave him 600, or ner, and 600 times 6, 3600, or sar, while 3600 times 10 gave him 36,000, and 36,000 times 12, 432,000 years, or 120 saroi. Each is equal to the sar multiplied by the sos times 2. Pur signifies heap. The 10 fingers closed after being counted. The ner signifies foot. Mr. George Bertin suggests that when 6 times 60 fingers gave 60, this number was multiplied by the 10 toes, with the result that 600 was afterwards associated with the feet, or ner. The Babylonian sign for 10 resembles the impression of 2 feet with heels closed and toes apart. This suggests a primitive record for the first round of finger counting. In India, this Babylonian system of calculation was developed during the Brahmanical period. The 4 yugas, or ages, representing the 4 fingers used by the primitive mathematicians, totaled 12,000 divine years, a period which was called the Mahayuga. It equaled the Babylonian 120 saroi multiplied by 100. 10 times 100 of these periods gave a day of Brahma. Each day of the gods, it was explained by the Brahmans, was a year to mortals. Multiplied by 360 days, 12,000 divine years equaled 4,320,000 human years. This Mahayuga, multiplied by 1,000, gave the day of Brahma, as 4,320,000,000 human years. The shortest Indian yuga is the Babylonian 120 saroi multiplied by 10, equals 12,000 divine years for the Kali Yuga. Twice that number gives the Dvapara Yuga of 2,400 divine years, and the Treta Yuga is 2,400 plus 1,200 equals 3,600 divine years, and the Krita Yuga, 3,600 plus 1,200 equals 4,800 divine years. The influence of Babylonia is apparent in these calculations. During the Vedic period, Yuga usually signified a generation, and there are no certain references to the 4 ages as such. The names Kali, Dvapara, Treta, and Krita occur as the designations of throws of dice. It was after the arrival of the latecomers, the post-Vedic Aryans, that the Yuga system was developed in India. In Indian Myth and Legend, page 334, it is shown that the Indian and Irish ages have the same color sequence: 1. White or silvern, 2. Red or bronze, 3. Yellow or golden, and 4. Black or iron. The Greek order is 1. Golden, 2. Silvern, 3. Bronze, and 4. Iron. The Babylonians colored the 7 planets as follows: the moon silvern, the sun golden, Mars red, Saturn black, Jupiter orange, Venus yellow, and Mercury blue. As the 10 antediluvian kings who reigned for 120 saroi had an astral significance, their long reigns corresponding, quote, with the distances separating certain of the principal stars in or near the ecliptic, close quote, it seems highly probable that the planets were similarly connected with mythical ages which were equated with the 4 quarters of the celestial regions and the 4 regions of the earth, which in Gaelic story are called the 4 red divisions of the world. 3 of the planets may have been heralds of change. Venus, as Dilbat, was the proclaimer, and both Jupiter and Mercury were called face voices of light and heroes of the rising sun, among other names. Jupiter may have been the herald of the Golden Age as a morning star. This planet was also associated with bronze as Kakub Urud, the star of bronze, while Mars was Kakub Aban Ka Urud, the star of the bronze fish stone. Mercury, the Lapis Lazuli planet, may have been connected with the Black Saturn, the ghost of the dead sun, the demoniac elder god. In Egypt, Lapis Lazuli was the hair color of Ra when he grew old, and Egyptologists translate it as black. The rare and regular appearances of Mercury may have suggested the planet's connection with a recurring age. Venus, as an evening star, might be regarded as the herald of the lunar or silver age. She was propitious as a bearded deity and interchanged with Merodach as a seasonal herald. Connecting Jupiter with the sun as a propitious planet, and with Mars as a destroying planet, Venus with the moon, and Mercury with Saturn, we have left 4 color schemes which suggest the golden, silvern, bronze, and iron ages. The Greek order of mythical ages may have had a solar significance, beginning as it does with the golden period. On the other hand, the Indian and Irish systems begin with the silvern or white lunar period. In India, the White Age, or Treta Yuga, was the age of perfect men, and in Greece the Golden Age was the age of men who lived like gods. Thus, the first ages in both cases were perfect ages. The Bronze Age of Greece was the age of notorious fighters and takers of life. In Babylonia, the bronze planet Mars was the symbol of the destroying Nergal, god of war and pestilence, while Jupiter was also a destroyer as Merodach, the slayer of Tiamat. In India, the Black Age is the age of wickedness. The Babylonian Saturn, as we have seen, is black, and its god Ninip was the destroying boar, which recalls the black boar of the Egyptian demon, or elder god, Set. The Greek Kronos was a destroyer even of his own children. All the elder gods had demoniac traits, like the ghosts of human beings. As the Babylonian lunar zodiac was imported into India before solar worship and the solar zodiac were developed, so too may have been the germs of the Yuga doctrine, which appears to have a long history. Greece, on the other hand, came under the influence of Babylon at a much later period. The Egypt Ra, the sun god, was an antediluvian king, and he was followed by Osiris. Osiris was slain by Set, who was depicted sometimes red and sometimes black. There was also a Horus age. The Irish system of ages suggests an early cultural drift into Europe, through Asia Minor, and along the uplands occupied by the representatives of the Alpine or Armenoid peoples, who have been traced from Hindu Kush to Brittany. The culture of Gaul resembles that of India in certain particulars. Both the Gauls and the post-Vedic Aryans, for instance, believed in the doctrine of transmigration of souls and practiced sutti. After the Roman occupation of Gaul, Ireland appears to have been the refuge of Gaulish scholars, who imported their beliefs and traditions and laid the foundations of that brilliant culture which shed luster on the Green Isle in late pagan and early Christian times. The part played by the Mitanni people of Aryan speech in distributing Asiatic culture throughout Europe may have been considerable, but we know little or nothing regarding their movements and influence, nor has sufficient evidence been forthcoming to connect them with the cremating invaders of the Bronze Age, who penetrated as far as northern Scotland and Scandinavia. On the other hand, it is certain that the Hittites adopted the planetary system of Babylonia and passed it on to the Europeans, including the Greeks. The 5 planets Ninip, Merodach, Nergal, Ishtar, and Nebo were called by the Greeks after their gods Kronos, Zeus, Ares, Aphrodite, and Hermes, and by the Romans Saturnus, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercurius. It must be recognized, however, that these equations were somewhat arbitrary. Ninip resembled Kronos and Saturnus as a father, but he was also at the same time a son. He was the Egyptian Horus the Elder and Horus the Younger in one. Merodach was similarly of complex character, a combination of Ea, Anu, Enlil, and Tammuz, who acquired, when exalted by the Amoritic dynasty of Babylon, the attributes of the thunder god Adad Rahman in the form of Amuru, lord of the mountains. During the Hammurabi age, Amuru was significantly popular in personal names. It is as Amuru Rahman that Merodach bears comparison with Zeus. He also links with Hercules. Too much must not be made, therefore, of the Greek and Roman identifications of alien deities with their own. Mula, the Gaulish mule god, may have resembled Mars somewhat, but it is a far cry from Mars Mula to Mars Nergal, as it is also from the Gaulish Mokus, the boar called Mercury, to Nebo, the god of culture, who was the Mercury of the Tigro-Euphrates Valley. Similarly, the differences between Jupiter Ammon of Egypt and Jupiter Merodach of Babylon were more pronounced than the resemblances. The basal idea in Babylonian astrology appears to be the recognition of the astral bodies as spirits or fates, who exercised an influence over the gods, the world, and mankind. These were worshipped in groups when they were yet nameless. The group addressed powerful, O sevenfold, one are ye, may have been a constellation consisting of 7 stars. The worship of stars and planets, which were identified and named, never seems to have spread, says Professor Sayce, quote, beyond the learned classes, and to have remained to the last an artificial system. The mass of the people worshipped the stars as a whole, but it was only as a whole and not individually. Close quote. The masses perpetuated ancient animistic beliefs, like the pre-Hellenic inhabitants of Greece. Wrote Herodotus, quote, the Pelasgians, as I was informed at Dodona, formerly offered all things indiscriminately to the gods. They distinguished them by no name or surname, for they were hitherto unacquainted with either. But they called them gods, which by its etymology means disposers, from observing the orderly disposition and distribution of the various parts of the universe. Close quote. The oldest deities are those which bore no individual names. They were simply fates, or groups called sevenfold. The crude giant gods of Scotland are Fomorians, and do not have individual names, as in Ireland. Families and tribes were controlled by the fates, or nameless gods, which might appear as beasts or birds, or be heard knocking or screaming. In the Babylonian astral hymns, the star spirits are associated with the gods, and are revealers of the decrees of fate. Quote, ye brilliant stars, ye bright ones, to destroy evil did Anu create you. At thy command mankind was named, or created. Give thou the word, and with thee let the great gods stand. Give thou my judgment, make my decision. Close quote. The Indian evidence shows that the constellations, and especially the bright stars, were identified before the planets. Indeed, in Vedic literature, there is no certain reference to a single planet, although constellations are named. It seems highly probable that before the Babylonian gods were associated with the astral bodies, the belief obtained that the stars exercised an influence over human lives. In one of the Indian forest books, for instance, reference is made to a man who was born under the Nakshatra Rohini. Nakshatras are stars in the Rig Veda and later, and lunar mansions in Brahmanical compositions. Quote, Rohini, or ruddy, is the name of a conspicuously reddish star, Tarai or Aldebaran, and denotes the group of the Hyades. Close quote. This reference may be dated before 600 BC and perhaps 800 BC. From Greece comes the evidence of Plutarch regarding the principles of Babylonian astrology. He wrote, quote, respecting the planets, which they call the birth-ruling divinities, the Chaldeans lay down that 2, Venus and Jupiter, are propitious, and 2, Mars and Saturn, are malign, and 3, Sun, Moon, and Mercury, of a middle nature, and 1 common. Close quote. Mr. Brown comments, quote, that is, an astrologer would say, these 3 are propitious with the good, and may be malign with the bad. Close quote. Jastro's views in this connection seem highly controversial. He holds that Babylonian astrology dealt simply with national affairs, and had no concern with the conditions under which the individual was born. It did not predict the fate in store for him. He believes that the Greeks transformed Babylonian astrology and infused it with the spirit of individualism, which is a characteristic of their religion, and that they were the first to give astrology a personal significance. Jastrow also perpetuates the idea that astronomy began with the Greeks. He says, quote, Several centuries before the days of Alexander the Great, the Greeks had begun to cultivate the study of the heavens, not for purposes of divination, but prompted by a scientific spirit as an intellectual discipline that might help them to solve the mysteries of the universe. Close quote. It is possible, however, to overrate the scientific spirit of the Greeks, who, like the Japanese in our own day, were accomplished borrowers from other civilizations. That astronomy had humble beginnings in Greece, as elsewhere, is highly probable. The late Mr. Andrew Lang wrote in this connection, quote, "The very oddest example of the survival of the notion that the stars are men and women is found in the Pax of Aristophanes. Trigaius, in that comedy, has just made an expedition to heaven. A slave meets him and asks him, 'Is not the story true, then, that we become stars when we die?' The answer is, 'Certainly,' and Trigaius points out the star into which Ion of Chios has just been metamorphosed." Close quote. Mr. Lang added, quote, "Aristophanes is making fun of some popular Greek superstition." Close quote. The Eskimos, Persians, Aryo-Indians, Germans, New Zealanders, and others had a similar superstition. Jastrow goes on to say that the Greeks, quote, "imparted their scientific view of the universe to the East. They became the teachers of the East in astronomy, as in medicine and other sciences, and the credit of having discovered the law of the precession of the equinoxes belongs to Hipparchus, the Greek astronomer, who announced this important theory about the year 130 B.C. Close quote. Undoubtedly, the Greeks contributed to the advancement of the science of astronomy, with which, as other authorities believe, they became acquainted after it and became well developed as a science by the Assyrians and Babylonians. Jastrow says, quote, "In return for improved methods of astronomical calculation, which, it may be assumed, contact with Greek science gave to the Babylonian astronomers, the Greek accepted from the Babylonians the names of the constellations of the ecliptic." Close quote. This is a grudging admission. They evidently accepted more than the mere names. Jastrow's hypothesis is certainly interesting, especially as he is an Oriental linguist of high repute, but it is not generally accepted. The sudden advance made by the Tigro-Euphratean astronomers when Assyria was at the height of its glory may have been due to the discoveries made by great native scientists, the Newtons and the Herschels of past ages, who had studied the data accumulated by generations of astrologers, the earliest recorders of the movements of the heavenly bodies. It is hard to believe that the Greeks made much progress as scientists before they had identified the planets, and become familiar with the Babylonian constellations through the medium of the Hittites or the Phoenicians. What is known for certain is that long centuries before the Greek science was heard of, there were scientists in Babylonia. During the Sumerian period, Professor Goodspeed says, quote, "The forms and relations of geometry were employed for purposes of augury. The heavens were mapped out, and the courses of the heavenly bodies traced, to determine the bearing of their movements upon human destinies." Several centuries before Hipparchus was born, the Assyrian kings had in their palaces official astronomers who were able to foretell, with varying degrees of accuracy, when eclipses would take place. Instructions were sent to various observatories, in the king's name, to send in reports of forthcoming eclipses. A translation of one of these official documents, sent from the Observatory of Babylon to Nineveh, has been published by Professor Harper. The following are extracts from it. Quote, "As for the eclipse of the moon, about which the king, my lord, has written to me, a watch was kept for it in the cities of Akkad, Borsippa, and Nippur. We observed it ourselves in the city of Akkad. And whereas the king, my lord, ordered me to observe also the eclipse of the sun, I watched to see whether it took place or not, and what passed before my eyes, I now report to the king my lord. It was an eclipse of the moon that took place. It was total over Syria, and the shadow fell on the land of the Amorites, the land of the Hittites, and in part on the land of the Chaldees." Professor Sayce comments, quote, "We gather from this letter that there were no less than 3 observatories in northern Babylonia, one at Akkad, near Sappara, one at Nippur, now Nifur, and one at Borsippa, within sight of Babylon. As Borsippa possessed a university, it was natural that one of the 3 observatories should be established there." It is evident that before the astronomers of Nineveh could foretell eclipses, they had achieved considerable progress as scientists. The data at their disposal probably covered nearly 2,000 years. Mr. Brown, Jr., calculates that the signs of the zodiac were fixed in the year 2084 BC. These star groups do not now occupy the positions in which they were observed by the early astronomers, because the revolving earth is rocking like a top, with the result that the pole does not always keep pointing at the same spot in the heavens. Each year, the meeting place of the imaginary lines of the ecliptic and equator is moving westward at the rate of about 50 seconds. In time, ages hence, the pole will circle round to the point it spun at when the constellations were named by the Babylonians. It is by calculating the period occupied by this world curve that the date 2084 BC has been arrived at. As a result of the world-rocking process, the present-day signs of the zodiac do not correspond with the constellations. In March, for instance, when the sun crosses the equator, it enters the sign of the Ram, Aries, but does not reach the constellation till the 20th. When the ecliptic was marked off into the 12 regions, and the signs of the zodiac were designated, the year of 365 1/4 days was known, says Goodspeed, quote, "though the common year was reckoned according to 12 months and 30 days each, and equated with the solar year by intercalating a month at the proper times. The month was divided into weeks of 7 days. The clepsydra and the sundial were Babylonian inventions for measuring time." Close quote. The sundial of Ahaz was probably of Babylonian design. When the shadow went 10 degrees backward, 2 Kings chapter 20 verse 11, ambassadors were sent from Babylon to inquire of the wonder that was done in the land. 2 Chronicles chapter 32 verse 31. It was believed that the king's illness was connected with the incident. According to astronomical calculation, there was a partial eclipse of the sun which was visible at Jerusalem on 11th January 689 BC, about 11:30 a.m. When the upper part of the solar disk was obscured, the shadow on the dial was strangely affected. The Babylonian astrologers in their official documents were more concerned regarding international omens than those which affected individuals. They made observations not only of the stars, but also the moon, which, as has been shown, was one of their planets, and took note of the clouds and the wind likewise. As portions of the heavens were assigned to various countries, so was the moon divided into 4 quarters for the same purpose. The upper part for the north, Gitium, the lower for the south, Akkad or Babylonia, the eastern part for Elam, and the western for Amurru. The crescent was also divided in like manner. Looking southward, the astrologers assigned the right horn to the west, and the left to the east. In addition, certain days and certain months were connected with the different regions. Lunar astrology was therefore of complicated character. When the moon was dim at the particular phase which was connected with Amurru, it was believed that the fortunes of that region were in decline. And if it happened to shine brightly in the Babylonian phase, the time was considered auspicious to wage war in the west. Great importance was attached to eclipses, which were fortunately recorded, with the result that the ancient astronomers were ultimately enabled to forecast them. The destinies of the various states in the four quarters were similarly influenced by the planets. When Venus, for instance, rose brightly in the field of Anu, it was a prosperer for Elam. If it were dim, it foretold misfortune. Much importance was also attached to the positions occupied by the constellations when the planets were propitious or otherwise. No king would venture forth on an expedition under a yoke of inauspicious stars. Biblical references to the stars make mention of well-known Babylonian constellations. Canst thou bind the sweet influence of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth, perhaps the zodiac, in his season? Or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Job chapter 38, verses 31 through 33. Which maketh Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades in the chambers of the south? Job chapter 9, verse 9. Seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night. Amos chapter 5, verse 8. The so-called science of astrology, which had origin in ancient Babylonia and spread eastward and west, is not yet extinct, and has its believers even in our own country at the present day, although they are not nearly so numerous as when Shakespeare made Malvolio read, quote, In my stars I am above thee, but be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Thy fates open their hands. Close quote. Or when Byron wrote, quote, Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, if in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires, 'tis to be forgiven that in our aspirations to be great, our destinies o'erleap their mortal state, and claim a kindred with you. Close quote. Our grave astronomers are no longer astrologers, but they still call certain constellations by the names given them in Babylonia. Every time we look to our watches, we are reminded of the ancient mathematicians who counted on their fingers and multiplied 10 by 6 to give us minutes and seconds, and divided the day and the night into 12 hours by multiplying 6 by the 2 leaden feet of time. The past lives in the present. End of chapter 13.
Section 17 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 14. Ashur, the national god of Assyria. The rise of Assyria brings into prominence the national god Ashur, who had been the city god of Assur, the ancient capital. When first met with, he is found to be a complex and mystical deity, and the problem of his origin is consequently rendered exceedingly difficult. Philologists are not agreed as to the derivation of his name, and present as varied views as they do when dealing with the name of Osiris. Some give Ashur a geographical significance, urging that its original form was Aushar, Waterfield. Others prefer the renderings holy, the beneficent one, or the merciful one, while not a few regard Ashur as simply a dialectic form of the name of Anshar, the god who, in the Assyrian version, or copy of the Babylonian creation myth, is chief of the host of heaven, and the father of Anu, Ea, and Enlil. If Ashur is to be regarded as an abstract solar deity who was developed from a descriptive place name, it follows that he had a history, like Anu or Ea, rooted in naturalism or animism. We cannot assume that his strictly local character was produced by modes of thought which did not obtain elsewhere. The colonists who settled at Ashur no doubt imported beliefs from some cultural area. They must have either given recognition to a god, or a group of gods, or regarded the trees, hills, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, and the animals as manifestations of the self-power of the universe, before they undertook the work of the draining and cultivating the water-field and erecting permanent homes. Those who settled at Nineveh, for instance, believed that they were protected by the goddess Nina, the patron deity of the Sumerian city of Nina. As this goddess was also worshipped at Lagash and was one of the many forms of the Great Mother, it would appear that in ancient times deities had a tribal rather than a geographical significance. If the view is accepted that Ashur is Anshar, it can be urged that he was imported from Sumeria. Out of the land Shinar, according to the biblical reference, went forth Assur and builded Nineveh. Assur, or Ashur, identical, Delich and Yastro believe with Ashir, may have been an eponymous hero, a deified king like Etana or Gilgamesh, who was regarded as an incarnation of an ancient god. As Anshar was an astral or early form of Anu, the Sumerian city of origin may have been Erech, where the worship of the mother goddess was also given prominence. Damascus rendered Anshar's name as Asoros, a fact usually cited to establish Ashur's connection with that deity. This writer stated that the Babylonians passed over Sige, the mother that has begotten heaven and earth, and made two, Apasan, Apsu, the husband, and Tauth, Tiawath, or Tiamat, whose sons were Moimus, Mumu. From these another progeny came forth, Lake and Lakos, Lakmu and Lakamu. These were followed by the progeny Kisara and Asaros, Kishar and Anshar, from which were produced Anos, Anu, Ililos, Enlil, and Eos, Ea, and of Eos and Dauke, Dakina or Damkina, was born Belos, Belmerodach, whom they say is the demiurge, the artisan who carried out the decrees of a higher being. Lakmu and Lakamu, like the second pair of the ancient group of Egyptian deities, probably symbolized darkness as a reproducing and sustaining power. Anshar was apparently an impersonation of the night sky, as his son Anu was of the day sky. It may have been believed that the soul of Anshar was born in the moon as Nanar, Sin, or in a star, or that the moon and the stars were manifestations of him, and that the soul of Anu was in the sun or the firmament, or that the sun, firmament, and the wind were forms of this self-power. If Ashur combined the attributes of Anshar and Anu, his early mystical character may be accounted for. Like the Indian Brahma, he may have been in his highest form an impersonation, or symbol, of the self-power, or world soul of developed naturalism, the creator, preserver, and destroyer in one, a god of water, earth, air, and sky, of sun, moon, and the stars, fire and lightning, a god of the grove, whose essence was in the fig or the fir cone as it was in all animals. The Egyptian god Amon of Thebes, who was associated with water, earth, air, sky, sun, and moons, had a ram form and was the hidden one, was developed from one of the elder 8 gods. In the pyramid text he and his consort are the 4th pair. When Amon was fused with the specialized sun god Ra, he was placed at the head of the Ennead as the creator. We have traces, says Jastrow, of an Assyrian myth of creation in which the sphere of creator is given to Ashur. Before a single act of creation was conceived of, however, the early people recognized the eternity of matter, which was permeated by the self-power of which the elder deities were vague phases. These were too vague, indeed, to be worshipped individually. The forms of the self-power which were propitiated were trees, rivers, hills, or animals. As indicated in the previous chapter, a tribe worshipped an animal or natural object which dominated its environment. The animal might be the source of the food supply, or might have to be propitiated to ensure the food supply. Consequently, they identified the self-power of the universe with the particular animal with which they were most concerned. One section identified the spirit of the heavens with the bull, and another with the goat. In India, Dyaus was a bull, and his spouse, the Earth Mother, Prithivi, was a cow. The Egyptian sky goddess Hathor was a cow, and other goddesses were identified with the hippopotamus, the serpent, the cat, or the vulture. Ra, the sun god, was identified in turn with the cat, the ass, the bull, the ram, and the crocodile, the various animal forms of the local deities he had absorbed. The eagles in Babylonia and India, and the vulture, falcon, and mysterious phoenix in Egypt were identified with the sun, fire, wind, and lightning. The animals associated with the god Ashur were the bull, the eagle, and the lion. He either absorbed the attributes of other gods or symbolized the self-power of which the animals were manifestations. The earliest germ of the creation myth was the idea that night was the parent of day, and water of the earth. Out of darkness and death came light and life. Life was also motion. When the primordial waters became troubled, life began to be. Out of the confusion came order and organization. This process involved the idea of a stable and controlling power, and the succession of a group of deities, passive deities and active deities. When the Babylonian astrologers assisted in developing the creation myth, they appear to have identified with the stable and controlling spirit of the night heaven, that steadfast orb, the polar star. Anshar, like Shakespeare's Caesar, seemed to say, "I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in that firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks. They are all fire, and every one doth shine, but there's but one in all doth hold his place." Associated with the solar power was the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear, called by the Babylonian astronomers the Lesser Chariot. There were chariots before horses were introduced. Epatesi of Lagash had a chariot which was drawn by asses. The seemingly steadfast polar star was called Ilusar, the god Shar, or Anshar, star of the height, or Shar the Most High. It seemed to be situated at the summit of the vault of heaven. The god Shar therefore stood upon the celestial mountain, the Babylonian Olympus. He was the ghost of the elder god, whom Babylonia was displaced by the younger god Merodach as Mercury, the morning star, or as the sun, the planet of day, and in Assyria by Ashur as the sun, or Regulus or Arcturus, or Orion. Yet father and son were identical. They were phases of the one, the self-power. As deified reigning king was an incarnation of the god, after death he merged in the god, as did the Egyptian Unas. The eponymous hero Asur may have similarly merged in the universal Ashur, who, like Horus, an incarnation of Osiris, had many phases or forms. Isaiah appears to have been familiar with the Tigro-Euphratean myths about the divinity of kings and the displacement of the elder god by the younger god, of whom the ruling monarch was an incarnation, and with the idea that the summit of the celestial mountain was crowned by the North Star, the symbol of Anshar. "Thou shalt take up this parable," he exclaimed, making use of Babylonian symbolism, "against the king of Babylon, and say, How hath the oppressor ceased, the golden city ceased? How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend unto heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." The king is identified with Lucifer as the deity of fire and the morning star. He is the younger god who aspired to occupy the mountain throne of his father, the god Shar, the polar or north star. It is possible that the Babylonian idea of a celestial mountain gave origin to the belief that the earth was a mountain surrounded by the outer ocean, beheld by Etana when he flew towards heaven on the eagle's back. In India this hill is Mount Meru, the world spine, which sustains the earth. It is surmounted by Indra's Valhal, or the great city of Brahma. In Teutonic mythology, the heavens revolve round the polar star, which is called Varal Durnagli, the world spike, while the earth is sustained by the world tree. The dead amulet of Egypt symbolized the backbone of Osiris as a world god. Dead means firm, established, while at burial ceremonies the coffin was set up on end inside the tomb, on a small sandhill intended to represent the mountain of the west, the realm of the dead. The Babylonian temple towers were apparently symbols of the world hill. At Babylon the Duazaga, Holy Mount, was Merodach's temple Isagila, the temple of the high head. A Kur, rendered the house or temple of the mountain, was the temple of Bel and Lil at Nippur. At Erech, the temple of the goddess Ishtar was Eanna, which connects her as Nina or Nini with Anu, derived from Anna, heaven. Ishtar was queen of heaven. Now Polaris, situated at the summit of the celestial mount, was identified with the sacred goat, the highest of the flock of night. Ursa Minor, the Little Bear constellation, may have been the goat with 6 heads, referred to by Professor Sayce. The 6 astral goats, or goatmen, were supposed to be dancing round the chief goatman, or satyr, Anshar. Even in the dialogues of Plato, the immemorial belief was perpetuated that the constellations were moving as in a dance. Dancing began as a magical or religious practice, and the earliest astronomers saw their dancing customs reflected in the heaven by the constellations, whose movements were rhythmical. No doubt Isaiah had in mind the belief of the Babylonians regarding the dance of their goat gods when he foretold, "Their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls, ghosts, shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there." In other words, there would be no people left to perform religious dances beside the desolate houses. The stars only would be seen dancing around Polaris. Tammuz, like Anshar, as sentinel of the night heaven, was a goat, as was also Nin-Girsu of Lagash. A Sumerian reference to a white kid of En-Mersi, Nin-Girsu, was translated into Semitic, a white kid of Tammuz. The goat was also associated with Merodach. Babylonians, having prayed to that god to take away their diseases or their sins, released a goat, which was driven into the desert. The present polar star, which was not, of course, the polar star of the earliest astronomers, the world having rocked westward, is called in Arabic al-Jadi, the kid. In India, the goat was connected with Agni and Varuna. It was slain at funeral ceremonies to inform the gods that a soul was about to enter heaven. Ea, the Sumerian lord of water, earth, and heaven, was symbolized as a goatfish. Thor, the Teutonic fertility and thunder god, had a chariot drawn by goats. It is of interest to note that the sacred Sumerian goat bore on its forehead the same triangular symbol as the Apis bull of Egypt. Ashur was not a goat of heaven, but a bull of heaven. Like the Sumerian Nannar, Sin, the moon god of Ur, Ninib of Saturn, and Bel and Lil. As the bull, however, he was, like Anshar, the ruling animal of the heavens, and like Anshar, he had associated with him 6 divinities of council. Other deities who were similarly exalted as high-heads at various centers and at various periods included Anu, Bel and Lil, and Ea, Merodach, Nergal, and Shamash. A symbol of the first 3 was a turban on a seat, or altar, which may have represented the world mountain. Ea, as the world spine, was symbolized as a column with the ram's head standing on a throne, beside which crouched a goatfish. Merodach's column terminated in a lance head, and the head of a lion crowned that of Nergal. These columns were probably connected with pillar worship, and therefore with tree worship, the pillar being the trunk of the world tree. The symbol of the sun god Shamash was a disk, from which flowed streams of water. His rays apparently were fertilizing tears, like the rays of the Egyptian sun god Ra. Horus, the Egyptian falcon god, was symbolized as the winged solar disk. It is necessary to accumulate these details regarding other deities and their symbols before dealing with Ashur. The symbols of Ashur must be studied because they are one of the sources of our knowledge regarding the god's origins and character. These include 1. A winged disk with horns enclosing 4 circles revolving round a middle circle. Rippling rays fall down from either side of the disk. 2. A circle or wheel suspended from wings and enclosing a warrior drawing his bow to discharge an arrow. And 3. The same circle. The warrior's bow, however, is carried in his left hand, while the right hand is uplifted as if to bless his worshippers. These symbols were taken from seal cylinders. An Assyrian standard, which probably represented the world column, has the disc mounted on a bull's head with horns. The upper part of the disc is occupied by a warrior, whose head, part of his bow, and the point of his arrow protrude from the circle. The rippling water rays are V-shaped, and 2 bulls treading river-like rays occupy the divisions thus formed. There are also 2 heads, a lion and a man's, with gaping mouths, which may symbolize tempests, the destroying power of the sun, or the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates. Jastrow regards the winged disk as the purer and more genuine symbol of Ashur as a solar deity. He calls it a sun disk with protruding rays, and says, "To this symbol the warrior with the bow and arrow was added, a despiritualization that reflects the martial spirit of the Assyrian Empire." The sun symbol on the sun boat of Ra encloses similarly a human figure, which was apparently regarded as the soul of the sun. The life of the god was in the sun egg. In an Indian prose treatise it is set forth, "Now that man in yonder orb, the sun, and that man in the right eye truly are no other than death, the soul. His feet have stuck fast in the heart, and having pulled them out he comes forth. And when he comes forth, then that man dies. Whence they say of him who has passed away, he has been cut off, his life or life-string have been severed." The human figure did not indicate a process of despiritualization either in Egypt or in India. The Horus winged disk was besides a symbol of destruction and battle, as well as of light and fertility. Horus assumed that form in one legend to destroy Set and his followers. But of course the same symbols may not have conveyed the same ideas to all people. As Blake put it, "What to others a trifle appears fills me full of smiles and tears. With my inward eye 'tis an old man grey, with my outward a thistle across my way." Indeed, it is possible that the winged disk meant one thing to an Assyrian priest and another thing to a man not gifted with what Blake called double vision. What seems certain, however, is that the archer was as truly solar as the wings or rays. In Babylonia and Assyria the sun was, among other things, a destroyer from the earliest times. It is not surprising, therefore, to find that Ashur, like Merodach, resembled in one of his phases Hercules, or rather his prototype Gilgamesh. One of Gilgamesh's mythical feats was the slaying of the 3 demon birds. These may be identical with the birds of prey which Hercules, in performing his 6th labor, hunted out at Stymphalus. In the Greek Hipparcho-Ptolemy star list, Hercules was the constellation of the Kneeler, and in Babylonian Assyrian astronomy he was, as Gilgamesh or Merodach, Saru, the king. The astral arrow, constellation of Sagitta, was pointed against the constellations of the eagle, vulture, and swan. In Phoenician astronomy, the vulture was Zither, Lyra, a weapon with which Hercules, identified with Melkarth, slew Linos the musician. Hercules used a solar arrow, which he received from Apollo. In various mythologies, the arrow is associated with the sun, the moon, and the atmospheric deities, and is a symbol of lightning, rain, and fertility, as well as famine, disease, war, and death. The green-faced goddess Neith of Libya, compared by the Greeks to Minerva, carries in one hand 2 arrows and a bow. If we knew as little of Athena, Minerva, who was armed with a lance, a breastplate made of the skin of a goat, a shield, a helmet, as we do of Ashur, it might be held that she simply was a goddess of war. The archer in the sun disk of the Assyrian standard probably represented Ashur as the god of the people, a deity closely akin to Merodach, with pronounced Tammuz traits, and therefore linking with other local deities like Ninip, Nergal, and Shamash, and partaking also like these of the attributes of the elder gods, Anu, Bel-Enlil, and Ea. All the other deities worshipped by the Assyrians were of Babylonian origin. Ashur appears to have differed from them just as one local Babylonian deity differed from another. He reflected Assyrian experiences and aspirations, but it is difficult to decide whether the sublime spiritual aspect of his character was due to the beliefs of alien peoples by whom the early Assyrians were influenced, or to the teachings of advanced Babylonian thinkers, whose doctrines found readier acceptance in a new country than among the conservative ritualists of ancient Sumerian and Akkadian cities. New cults were formed from time to time in Babylonia, and when they achieved political power they gave a distinctive character to the religion of their city-states. Others, which did not find political support and remained in obscurity at home, may have yet extended their influence far and wide. Buddhism, for instance, originated in India, but now flourishes in other countries, to which it was introduced by missionaries. In the homeland it was submerged by the revival of Brahmanism, from which it sprung, and which it was intended permanently to displace. An instance of an advanced cult suddenly achieving prominence as a result of political influence is afforded by Egypt, where the fully developed Aton religion was embraced and established as a national religion by Akhenaton, the so-called Dreamer. That migrations were sometimes propelled by cults, which sought new areas in which to exercise religious freedom and propagate their beliefs, is suggested by the invasion of India at the close of the Vedic period by the latecomers, who laid the foundations of Brahmanism. They established themselves in Mahadhyasa, the Middle Country, the land where the Brahmanas and the later Samhitas were produced. From this center went forth missionaries, who accomplished the Brahmanization of the rest of India. It may be, therefore, that the cult of Ashur was influenced in its development by the doctrines of advanced teachers from Babylonia, and that Persian Mithraism was also the product of missionary efforts extended from that great and ancient cultural area. Mitra, as has been stated, was one of the names of the Babylonian sun god, who was also a god of fertility. But Ashur could not have been to begin with merely a battle and solar deity. As the god of a city-state, he must have been worshipped by agriculturists, artisans, and traders. He must have been recognized as a deity of fertility, culture, commerce, and law. Even as a national god, he must have made wider appeal than to the cultured and ruling classes. Bel-Enlil of Nippur was the world god and war god, but still remained a local corn god. Assyria's greatness was reflected by Ashur, but he also reflected the origin and growth of that greatness. The civilization of which he was a product had an agricultural basis. It began with the development of the natural resources of Assyria, as was recognized by the Hebrew prophet who said, "Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon with fair branches. The waters made him great, the deep set him up on high with her rivers running round about his plants, and sent out her little rivers unto all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his boughs were multiplied, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters when he shot forth. All the fowls of heaven made their nests in his boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Thus was he fair in his greatness, and the length of his branches, for his root was by great waters. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. The fir trees were not like his boughs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto him in his beauty." Assur, the ancient capital, was famous for its merchants. It is referred to in the Bible as one of the cities which traded with Tyre in all sorts of things, in blue clothes and broidered work, and in chests of rich apparel bound with cords and made of cedar. As a military power, Assyria's name was dreaded. "Behold," Isaiah said, addressing King Hezekiah, "thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly." The same prophet, when foretelling how Israel would suffer, exclaimed, "O Assyrian, the rod of mine anger, and the staff in their hands is mine indignation. I will send him against a hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge, to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets." We expect to find Ashur reflected in these three phases of Assyrian civilization. If we recognize him in the first place as a god of fertility, his other attributes are at once included. A god of fertility is a corn god and a water god. The river as a river was a creator, and Ashur was therefore closely associated with the watery place, with the canals or rivers running round about his plants. The rippling water rays or fertilizing tears appear on the solar discs. As a corn god, he was a god of war. Tammuz's first act was to slay the demons of winter and storm, as Indra's in India was to slay the demons of drought, and Thor's in Scandinavia was to exterminate the frost giants. The corn god had to be fed with human sacrifices, and the people therefore waged war against foreigners to obtain victims. As the god made a contract with his people, he was a deity of commerce. He provided them with food, and they in turn fed him with offerings. End of section 17. Section 18 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 14 continued. Ashur, the national god of Assyria. In Ezekiel's comparison of Assyria to a mighty tree, there is no doubt a mythological reference. The Hebrew prophets invariably utilized for their poetic imagery the characteristic beliefs of the people to whom they made direct reference. The owls, satyrs, and dragons of Babylon mentioned by Isaiah were taken from Babylonian mythology, as has been indicated. When, therefore, Assyria is compared to a cedar, which is greater than fir or chestnut, and it is stated that there are nesting birds in the branches, and under them reproducing beasts of the field, and that the greatness of the tree is due to the multitude of the waters, the conclusion is suggested that Assyrian religion, which Ashur's symbols reflect, included the worship of trees, birds, beasts, and waters. The symbols of the Assyrian tree, probably the world tree of its religion, appears to be the rod of mine anger, the staff in their hand, that is, the battle standard, which was the symbol of Ashur. Tammuz and Osiris were tree gods as well as corn gods. Now, as Ashur was evidently a complex deity, it is futile to attempt to read his symbols without giving consideration to the remnants of Assyrian mythology which are found in the ruins of the ancient cities. These either reflect the attributes of Ashur, or constitute the material from which he evolved. As Layard pointed out so many years ago, the Assyrians had a sacred tree which became conventionalized. It was an elegant device in which curved branches, springing from a kind of scroll-work, terminated in flowers of graceful form. As one of the figures last described was turned, as if an act of adoration, towards this device, it was evidently a sacred emblem, and I recognized in it the holy tree, or tree of life, so universally adored at the remotest period in the East, and which was preserved in the religious systems of the Persians to the final overthrow of their empire. The flowers were formed by 7 petals. This tree looks like a pillar, and is thrice crossed by conventionalized bull's horns, tipped with ring symbols which may be stars, the highest pair of horns having a larger ring between them, but only partly shown as if it were a crescent. The tree with its many sevenfold designs may have been a symbol of the sevenfold One Are Ye deity. This is evidently the Assyrian tree, which was called the rod or staff. What mythical animals did this tree shelter? Layard found that 4 creatures continually introduced on the sculptured walls were a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. In Sumeria the gods were given human form, but before this stage was reached the bull symbolized Nannar, Sin, the moon god, Ninip, Saturn the old sun, and Enlil, while Nergal was a lion, as a tribal sun god. The eagle is represented by the Zu bird, which symbolized the storm and phase of the sun, and was also a deity of fertility. On the silver vase of Lagash, the lion and eagle were combined as the lion-headed eagle, a form of Ningirsu, Tammuz, and it was associated with wild goats, stags, lions, and bulls. On a mace head dedicated to Ningirsu, a lion slays a bull as the Zu bird slays serpents in the folktale, suggesting the wars of totemic deities, according to one school, and the battle of the sun with the storm clouds, according to another. Whatever the explanation may be of one animal deity or fertility slaying another, it seems certain that the conflict was associated with the idea of sacrifice to procure the food supply. In Assyria, the various primitive gods are combined as a winged bull with a human head, the kings, a winged lion with a human head, a winged man, a deity with lion's head, human body, and eagle's legs and claws, and also as a deity with eagle's head and feather headdress, a human body, wings, and feather-fringed robe, carrying in one hand a metal basket on which 2 winged men adored the holy tree, and in another a fir cone. Layard suggested that the latter deity, with eagle's head, was Nisroch, the word Nisr signifying in all Semitic languages an eagle. This deity is referred to in the Bible. Sennacherib, king of Assyria, was worshipping in the house of Nisroch as god. Professor Pinchas is certain that Nisroch is Ashur, but considers that the Ni was attached to Ashur, Ashuraku, as it was read to Merad, Merodach, to give the reading Ni-Morad, Nimrod. The names of the heathen deities were thus made unrecognizable and, in all probability, ridiculous as well. Pious and orthodox lips could pronounce them without fear of defilement. At the same time, the Nisr theory is probable. It may represent another phase of this process. The names of heathen gods were not all treated in like manner by Hebrew teachers. Abednego, for instance, became Abednego, Daniel the first 7, as Professor Pinchas shows. Seeing that the eagle received prominence in the mythologies of Sumeria and Assyria as a deity of fertility with solar and atmospheric attributes, it is highly probable that the Ashur symbol, like the Egyptian Horus solar disk, is a winged symbol of life, fertility, and destruction. The idea that it represents the sun in eclipse with protruding rays seems rather far-fetched, because eclipses were disasters and indications of divine wrath. It certainly does not explain why the rays should only stretch out sideways like wings and downward like a tail, why the rays should be double, like the double wings of cherubs, bulls, and etc., and divided into sections suggesting feathers, or why the disk is surmounted by conventionalized horns tipped with star-like ring symbols, identical with those depicted in the Holy Tree. What particular connection the 5 small rings within the disk were supposed to have with the eclipse of the sun is difficult to discover. In one of the other symbols in which appears a feather-robed archer, it is significant to find that the arrow he is about to discharge has a head shaped like a trident. It is evidently a lightning symbol. When Ezekiel prophesied to the Israelitish captives at Tel Abib, by the river of Chebar in Chaldea, Chebar near Nippur, he seems to have utilized Assyrian symbolism. Probably, he came into contact in Babylonia with fugitive priests from Assyrian cities. This great prophet makes interesting references to 4 living creatures, with 4 faces: the face of a man, the face of the lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. They had the hands of a man under their wings were joined one to another, their wings were stretched upward, 2 wings of every one were joined one to another. Their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. The living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. Elsewhere, referring to the sisters Aholah and Aholibah, who had been in Egypt and had adopted unmoral ways of life, Ezekiel tells us when Aholibah doted upon the Assyrians, she saw men portrayed upon the wall, the images of the Chaldeans portrayed with vermilion, girded with girdles upon their loins. Traces of the red color on the walls of Assyrian temples and palaces have been observed by excavators. The winged gods, like burning coals, were probably painted in vermilion. Ezekiel makes reference to ring and wheel symbols. In his vision he saw one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures, with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the color of beryl, and they 4 had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Whithersoever their spirit was to go, they went, thither was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings. Another description of the cherubs states, their whole body, and their back, and their hands, and their wings, and the wheels were full of eyes, possibly stars, round about, even the wheels that they 4 had. As for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheel, or, according to a marginal rendering, they were called in my hearing wheel, or Gilgal, i.e. move around, and the cherubims were lifted up. It would appear that the wheel, or hoop, a variant rendering, was the symbol of life, and that the Assyrian feather rope figure which it enclosed was a god, not of war only, but also of fertility. His trident-headed arrow resembles, as has been suggested, a lightning symbol. Ezekiel's references are suggestive in this connection. When the cherubs ran and returned, they had the appearance of a flash of lightning, and the noise of their wings resembled the noise of great waters. Their bodies were like burning coals of fire. Fertility gods were associated with fire, lightning, and water. Agni of India, Sandan of Asia Minor, and Melkarth of Phoenicia were highly developed fire gods of fertility. The fire cult was also represented in Sumeria. In the Indian epic, the Mahabharata, the revolving ring or wheel protects the soma, ambrosia of the gods, on which their existence depends. The eagle giant Garuda sets forth to steal it. The gods, fully armed, gather round to protect the life-giving drink. Garuda approaches, darkening the worlds by the dust raised by the hurricane of his wings. The celestials, overwhelmed by that dust, swoon away. Garuda afterwards assumes a fiery shape, then looks like masses of black clouds, and in the end its body becomes golden and bright as the rays of the sun. The soma is protected by fire, which the bird quenches after drinking in many rivers, with the numerous mouths it has assumed. Then Garuda finds that right above the soma is a wheel of steel, keen-edged and sharp as a razor, revolving incessantly. That fierce instrument of the luster of the blazing suns, and of terrible form, was devised by the gods for cutting to pieces all robbers of the soma. Garuda passes through the spokes of the wheel, and has then to contend against two great snakes of the luster of blazing fire, of tongues bright as the lightning flash, of great energy, of mouth emitting fire, of blazing eyes. He slays the snakes. The gods afterward recover the stolen soma. Garuda becomes the vehicle of the god Vishnu, who carries the discus, another fiery wheel which revolves and returns to the thrower like lightning. And he, Vishnu, made the bird sit on the flagstaff of his car, saying, "Even thus thou shalt stay above me." The Persian god Ahura Mazda hovers above the kings in sculptured representations of that high dignitary, enclosed in a winged wheel or disc like Ashur, grasping a ring in one hand, the other being lifted up as if blessing those who adore him. Shamash, the Babylonian sun god, Ishtar, the goddess of heaven, and other Babylonian deities carried rings as the Egyptian gods carried the Ankh, the symbol of life. Shamash was also depicted sitting on his throne in a pillar-supported pavilion, in front of which is a sun wheel. The spokes of the wheel are formed by a star symbol and threefold rippling water rays. In Hittite inscriptions there are interesting winged emblems. The central portion of one seems to be composed of two crescents underneath a disc, which is also divided like a crescent. Above the emblem there appear the symbol of sanctity, the divided oval, and the hieroglyph, which Sayce interprets as the name of the god Sandes. In another instance, the center of the winged emblem may be seen to be a rosette, with a curious spreading object below. Above, two dots follow the name of Sandes, and a human arm bent in adoration is by the side. Professor Garstang is here dealing with sacred places, on rocky points or hilltops, bearing out the suggestion of the sculptures near Bagaz Kue, in which there may be reasonably suspected the surviving traces of mountain cults, or cults of mountain deities, underlying the newer religious symbolism. Who the deity is, it is impossible to say, but he was identified at some time or other with Sandes. It would appear, too, that the god may have been called by a name which was that used also by the priest. Perhaps the priest-king was believed to be an incarnation of the deity. Sandes, or Sandan, was identical with Sandan of Tarsus, the prototype of Attis, who links with the Babylonian Tammuz. Sandan's animal symbol was the lion, and he carried the double axe symbol of the god of fertility and thunder. As Professor Fraser has shown in The Golden Bough, he links with Hercules and Melkarth. All the younger gods who displaced the elder gods, as one year displaces another, were deities of fertility, battle, lightning, fire, and the sun. It is possible, therefore, that Ashur was like Merodach, son of Ea, god of the deep, a form of Tammuz in origin. His spirit was in the solar wheel, which revolved at times of seasonal change. In Scotland it was believed that on the morning of May Day, Beltane, the rising sun revolved 3 times. The younger god was a spring sun god and fire god. Great bonfires were lit to strengthen him, or as a ceremony of riddance. The old year was burned out. Indeed, the god himself might be burned, that is, the old god, so that he might renew his youth. Melkarth was burned at Tyre, Hercules burned himself on a mountaintop, and his soul ascended to heaven as an eagle. These fiery rites were evidently not unknown in Babylonia and Assyria. When, according to biblical narrative, Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold, which he set up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon, he commanded, "O people, nations, and languages, at the time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, fall down and worship the golden image. Certain Jews who had been set over the affairs of the province of Babylonia, namely Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, refused to adore the idol. They were punished by being thrown into a burning fiery furnace, which was heated 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. They came forth uninjured. In the Quran it is related that Abraham destroyed the images of Chaldean gods. He brake them all in pieces except the biggest of them, that they might lay their blame on that. According to the commentators, the Chaldeans were at the time abroad in the fields celebrating a great festival. To punish the offender, Nimrod had a great pyre erected at Cutha. Then they bound Abraham, and putting him into an engine, shot him into the midst of the fire, from which he was preserved by the angel Gabriel, who was sent to his assistance. Eastern Christians were wont to set apart in the Syrian calendar the 25th of January to commemorate Abraham's escape from Nimrod's pyre. It is evident that the Babylonian fire ceremony was observed in the spring season, and that the human beings were sacrificed to the sun god. A mock king may have been burned to perpetuate the ancient sacrifice of real kings, who were incarnations of the god. Isaiah makes reference to the sacrificial burnings of kings in Assyria. For through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down, which smotes with the rod, and in every place where the grounded staff shall pass, which the Lord shall lay upon him, it shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of shaking will he fight for it. For Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it. When Nineveh was about to fall, and with it the Assyrian Empire, the legendary king Sardanapalus, who was reputed to have founded Tarsus, burned himself with his wives, concubines, and eunuchs on a pyre in his palace. Zimri, who reigned over Israel for 7 days, burnt the king's house over him with fire. Saul, another fallen king, was burned after death, and his bones were buried under the oak in Jabesh. In Europe, the oak was associated with gods of fertility and lightning, including Jupiter and Thor. The ceremony of burning Saul is of special interest. Asa, the Orthodox king of Judah, was, after death, laid in the bed which was filled with sweet odors and divers kinds of spices prepared by the apothecary's art, and they made a very great burning for him. 2 Chronicles 16:14. Jehoram, the heretic king of Judah, who walked in the way of the kings of Israel, died of an incurable disease, and his people made no burning for him like the burning of his fathers. 2 Chronicles 21:18-19. The conclusion suggested by the comparative study of the beliefs of neighboring peoples, and the evidence afforded by Assyrian sculptures, is that Ashur was a highly developed form of the god of fertility, who was sustained, or aided in his conflicts with demons, by the fires and sacrifices of his worshippers. It is possible to read too much into his symbols. These are not more complicated and vague than are the symbols on the standing stones of Scotland: the crescent with the broken bow, the trident with the double rings or wheels connected by 2 crescents, the circle with the dot in its center, the triangle with the dot, the large disc with 2 small rings on either side crossed by double straight lines, the so-called mirror, and so on. Highly developed symbolism may not indicate a process of spiritualization so much, perhaps, as the persistence of magical beliefs and practices. There is really no direct evidence to support the theory that the Assyrian winged disc, or disc with protruding rays, was of more spiritual character than the wheel which encloses the feather-robed archer with his trident-shaped arrow. The various symbols may have represented phases of the god. When the spring fires were lit and the god renewed his life like the eagle, his symbol was possibly the solar wheel or disc with eagle's wings, which became regarded as a symbol of life. The god brought life and light to the world. He caused the crops to grow. He gave increase. He sustained his worshippers. But he was also the god who slew the demons of darkness and storm. The Hittite winged disc was Sandes, or Santen, the god of lightning, who stood on the back of a bull. As the lightning god was a war god, it was in keeping with his character to find him represented in Assyria as Ashur, the archer, with the bow and lightning arrow. On the disc of the Assyrian standard, the lion and bull appear with the archer as symbols of the war god Ashur, but they were also symbols of Ashur, the god of fertility. The life or spirit of the god was in the ring or wheel, as the life of the Egyptian and Indian gods, and of the giants of folk tales, was in the egg. The dot within a circle, a widespread symbol, may have represented the seed within the egg of more than one mythology, or the thorn within the egg of more than one legendary story. It may be that in Assyria, as in India, the crude beliefs and symbols of the masses were spiritualized by the speculative thinkers in the priesthood, but no literary evidence has survived to justify us in placing the Assyrian teachers on the same level as the Brahmins who composed the Upanishads. Temples were erected to Ashur, but he might be worshipped anywhere like the Queen of Heaven, who received offerings in the street of Jerusalem, for he needed no temple, as Professor Pinchas says. Whether this was because he was a highly developed deity or a product of folk religion, it is difficult to decide. One important fact is that the ruling king of Assyria was more closely connected with the worship of Ashur than the king of Babylonia was with the worship of Merodach. This may be because the Assyrian king was regarded as an incarnation of his god, like the Egyptian pharaoh. Ashur accompanied the monarch on his campaigns. He was their conquering war god. Where the king was, there was Ashur also. No images were made of him, but his symbols were carried aloft, as were the symbols of Indian gods in the great war of the Mahabharata epic. It would appear that Ashur was sometimes worshipped in the temples of other gods. In an interesting inscription, he is associated with the moon god Nanar-Sin of Haran. Esarhaddon, the Assyrian king, is believed to have been crowned in that city. The writer, says Professor Pinchas, is apparently addressing Assur-bani-apli, the great and noble Asnapper. When the father of my king, my lord, went to Egypt, he was crowned in the Gani of Haran, the temple of cedar. The god Sin remained over the sacred standard, 2 crowns upon his head, and the god Nusku stood beside him. The father of the king, my lord, entered, and he, the priest of Sin, placed the crown upon his head, saying thus, "Thou shalt go and capture the lands in the midst." He went, he captured the land of Egypt, the rest of the lands not submitting to Ashur, and Sin, the king, the lord of kings, shall capture them. Ashur and Sin are here linked as equals. Associated with them is Nusku, the messenger of the gods, who is given prominence in Assyria. The kings frequently invoked him. As the son of Ea, he acted as the messenger between Merodach and the god of the deep. He was also son of Bel Enlil, and like Anu was guardian or chief of the Igigi, the host of heaven. Professor Pinchas suggests that he may have been either identical with the Sumerian fire god Gibel, or a brother of the fire god, and an impersonation of the light of fire and sun. In Haran he accompanied the moon god, and may therefore have symbolized the light of the moon also. Professor Pinchas adds that in one inscription he identified with Nirig or Enreshtu, Ningirsu, Tammuz. The Babylonians and Assyrians associated fire and light with moisture and fertility. The astral phase of the character of Ashur is highly probable. As has been indicated, the Greek rendering of Anshar as Asoros is suggestive in this connection. Jastrow, however, points out that the use of the characters Anshar for Ashur did not obtain until the 8th century BC. Linguistically, he says, the change of Ashir to Ashur can be accounted for, but not the transformation of Anshar to Ashur or Ashur, so that we must assume the etymology of Ashur, proposed by some learned scribe, should be the nature of a play upon the name. On the other hand, it is possible that what appears arbitrary to us may have been justified in ancient Assyria on perfectly reasonable, or at any rate traditional grounds. Professor Pinchas points out that as a sun god, and at the same time not Shamash, Ashur resembled Merodach. His identification with Merodach, if that was ever accepted, may have been due to the likeness of the word to Asari, one of the deities' names. As Asari, Merodach has been compared to the Egyptian Osiris, who, as the Nile god, was Asur-hapi. Osiris resembles Tammuz, and was similarly a corn deity and a ruler of the living and the dead, associated with sun, moon, stars, water, and vegetation. We may consistently connect Ashur with Aushur, Waterfield, Anshar, god of the height or most high, and the eponymous king Assur, who went out into the land of Nimrod and builded Nineveh, if we regard him as of common origin with Tammuz, Osiris, and Attis, a developed and localized form of the ancient deity of fertility and corn. Ashur had a spouse who is referred to as Ashuritu, or Beltu, the lady. Her name, however, is not given, but it is possible that she was identified with the Ishtar of Nineveh. In the historical texts, Ashur, as the royal god, stands alone. Like the Hittite Great Father, he was perhaps regarded as the origin of life. Indeed, it may have been due to the influence of the northern hillmen in the early Assyrian period that Ashur was developed as a father god, a Baal. When the Hittite inscriptions are read, more light may be thrown on the Ashur problem. Another possible source of cultural influence is Persia. The supreme god, Ahura Mazda, Ormuzd, was, as has been indicated, represented like Ashur, hovering over the king's head, enclosed in a winged disc or wheel, and the sacred tree figured in Persian mythology. The early Assyrian kings had non-Semitic and non-Sumerian names. It seems reasonable to assume that the religious culture of the ethnic elements they represented must have contributed to the development of the city god of Ashur. End of chapter 14.
Section 19 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Section 19. Chapter 15. Conflicts for Trade and Supremacy. It is possible that during the present century Babylonia may once again become one of the great wheat-producing countries of the world. A scheme of land reclamation has already been inaugurated by the construction of a great dam to control the distribution of the waters of the Euphrates, and, if it is energetically promoted on a generous scale in the years to come, the ancient canals, which are used at present as caravan roads, may yet be utilized to make the whole country as fertile and prosperous as it was in ancient days. When that happy consummation is reached, new cities may grow up and flourish beside the ruins of the old centers of Babylonian culture. With the revival of agriculture will come the revival of commerce. Ancient trade routes will then be reopened, and the slow-traveling caravans supplanted by speedy trains. A beginning has already been made in this direction. The first modern commercial highway which is crossing the threshold of Babylonia's new age is the German railway through Asia Minor, North Syria, and Mesopotamia to Baghdad. It brings the land of Hammurabi into close touch with Europe, and will solve problems which engaged the attention of many rival monarchs for long centuries before the world knew aught of the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. These sudden and dramatic changes are causing history to repeat itself. Once again the great world powers are evincing much concern regarding their respective spheres of influence in Western Asia, and pressing together around the ancient land of Babylon. On the east, where the aggressive Elamites and Kassites were followed by the triumphant Persians and Medes, Russia and Britain have asserted themselves as protectors of Persian territory, and the influence of Britain is supreme in the Persian Gulf. Turkey controls the land of the Hittites, while Russia looms like a giant across the Armenian highlands. Turkey is also the governing power in Syria and Mesopotamia, which are being crossed by Germany's Baghdad Railway. France is constructing railways in Syria, and will control the ancient way of the Philistines. Britain occupies Cyprus on the Mediterranean coast, and presides over the destinies of the ancient land of Egypt, which, during the brilliant 18th dynasty, extended its sphere of influence to the borders of Asia Minor. Once again, after the lapse of many centuries, international politics is being strongly influenced by the problems connected with the development of trade in Babylonia and its vicinity. The history of the ancient rival states, which is being pieced together by modern excavators, is, in view of present-day political developments, invested with special interest to us. We have seen Assyria rising into prominence. It began to be a great power when Egypt was supreme in the western land, the land of the Amorites, as far north as the frontiers of Cappadocia. Under the Kassite regime, Babylonia's political influence had declined in Mesopotamia, but its cultural influence remained, for its language and script continued in use among traders and diplomatists. At the beginning of the Pharaoh Akhenaten period, the supreme power in Mesopotamia was Mitanni. As the ally of Egypt, it constituted a buffer state on the borders of North Syria, which prevented the southern expansion from Asia Minor of the Hittite Confederacy and the western expansion of aggressive Assyria, while it also held in check the ambitions of Babylonia, which still claimed the land of the Amorites. So long as Mitanni was maintained as a powerful kingdom, the Syrian possessions of Egypt were easily held in control, and the Egyptian merchants enjoyed preferential treatment compared with those of Babylonia. But when Mitanni was overcome, and its territories were divided between the Assyrians and the Hittites, the North Syrian Empire of Egypt went to pieces. A great struggle then ensued between the nations of Western Asia for political supremacy in the land of the Amorites. Babylonia had been seriously handicapped by losing control of its western caravan road. Prior to the Kassite period, its influence was supreme in Mesopotamia and Middle Syria. From the days of Sargon of Akkad and of Naram-Sin until the close of the Hammurabi Age, its merchants had naught to fear from bandits or petty kings between the banks of the Euphrates and the Mediterranean coast. The city of Babylon had grown rich and powerful as the commercial metropolis of Western Asia. Separated from the delta frontier by the broad and perilous wastes of the Arabian desert, Babylonia traded with Egypt by an indirect route. Its caravan road ran northward along the west bank of the Euphrates toward Haran, and then southward through Palestine. This was a long detour, but it was the only possible way. During the early Kassite age, the caravans from Babylon had to pass through the area controlled by Mitanni, which was therefore able to impose heavy duties and fill its coffers with Babylonian gold. Nor did the situation improve when the influence of Mitanni suffered decline in southern Mesopotamia. Indeed, the difficulties under which traders operated were then still further increased, for the caravan roads were infested by plundering bandits of Suti, to which references are made in the Tel el Amarna letters. These bandits defied all the great powers, and became so powerful that even the messengers sent from one king to another were liable to be robbed and murdered without discrimination. When war broke out between powerful states, they harried livestock and sacked towns in those areas which were left unprotected. The Suti were Arabians of Aramaean stock. What is known as the Third Semitic Migration was in progress during this period. The nomads gave trouble to Babylonia and Assyria, and, penetrating Mesopotamia and Syria, sapped the power of Mitanni, until it was unable to resist the onslaughts of the Assyrians and the Hittites. The Aramaean tribes are referred to, at various periods and by various peoples, not only as the Suti, but also as the Aklame, the Arimi, and the Kabiri. Ultimately, they were designated simply as Syrians, and under that name became the hereditary enemies of the Hebrews, although Jacob was regarded as being of their stock. "A Syrian ready to perish," runs a biblical reference, "was my father ancestor, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous." An heroic attempt was made by one of the Kassite kings of Babylonia to afford protection to traders by stamping out brigandage between Arabia and Mesopotamia, and opening up a new and direct caravan road to Egypt across the Arabian desert. The monarch in question was Kadashman-Karbe, the grandson of Ashur-uballit of Assyria. As we have seen, he combined forces with his distinguished and powerful kinsman, and laid a heavy hand on the Suti. Then he dug wells and erected a chain of fortifications, like blockhouses, so that caravans might come and go without interruption, and merchants be freed from the imposts of petty kings, whose territory they had to penetrate when travelling by the Haran route. This bold scheme, however, was foredoomed to failure. It was shown scant favour by the Babylonian Kassites. No record survives to indicate the character of the agreement between Kadashman-Karbe and Ashur-uballit, but there can be little doubt that it involved the abandonment of Babylonia of its historic claim upon Mesopotamia, or part of it, and the recognition of an Assyrian sphere of influence in that region. It was probably on account of his pronounced pro-Assyrian tendencies that the Kassites murdered Kadashman-Karbe, and set the pretender, known as the Son of Nobody, on the throne for a brief period. Kadashman-Karbe's immediate successors recognized in Assyria a dangerous and unscrupulous rival, and resumed the struggle for the possession of Mesopotamia. The trade route across the Arabian desert had to be abandoned. Probably it required too great a force to keep it open. Then almost every fresh conquest achieved by Assyria involved it in war with Babylonia, which appears to have been ever waiting for a suitable opportunity to cripple its northern rival. But Assyria was not the only power which Babylonia had to guard itself against. On its eastern frontier Elam was also panting for expansion. Its chief caravan roads ran from Susa through Assyria towards Asia Minor, and through Babylonia towards the Phoenician coast. It was probably because its commerce was hampered by the growth of Assyrian power in the north, as Servia's commerce in our own day has been hampered by Austria, that it cherished dreams of conquering Babylonia. In fact, as Kassite influence suffered decline, one of the great problems of international politics was whether Elam or Assyria would enter into possession of the ancient lands of Sumer and Akkad. Ashur-uballit's vigorous policy of Assyrian expansion was continued, as has been shown, by his son Bel-Nirari. His grandson, Arik-den-ilu, conducted several successful campaigns, and penetrated westward as far as Haran, thus crossing the Babylonian caravan road. He captured great herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, which were transported to Ashur, and on one occasion carried away 250,000 prisoners. Meanwhile, Babylonia waged war with Elam. It is related that Khur-batila, king of Elam, sent a challenge to Kurigalzu III, a descendant of Kadashman-Karbe, saying, "Come hither, I will fight with thee." The Babylonian monarch accepted the challenge, invaded the territory of his rival, and won a great victory. Deserted by his troops, the Elamite king was taken prisoner, and did not secure release until he had ceded a portion of his territory and consented to pay annual tribute to Babylonia. Flushed with his success, the Kassite king invaded Assyria when Adad-nirari I died, and his son Arik-den-ilu came to the throne. He found, however, that the Assyrians were more powerful than the Elamites, and suffered defeat. His son, Nazi-Marutash, also made an unsuccessful attempt to curb the growing power of the northern power. These recurring conflicts were intimately associated with the Mesopotamian question. Assyria was gradually expanding westward and shattering the dreams of the Babylonian statesmen and traders who hoped to recover control of the caravan routes and restore the prestige of their nation in the west. Like his father, Adad-nirari I of Assyria had attacked the Aramaean Suti, who were settling around Haran. He also acquired a further portion of the ancient kingdom of Mitanni, with the result that he exercised sway over part of northern Mesopotamia. After defeating Nazi-Marutash, he fixed the boundaries of the Assyrian and Babylonian spheres of influence much to the advantage of his own country. At home, Adad-nirari conducted a vigorous policy. He developed the resources of the city-state of Ashur by constructing a great dam and quay wall, while he contributed to the prosperity of the priesthood and the growth of Assyrian culture by extending the temple of the god Ashur. Ere he died, he assumed the proud title of Shar-Kishashite, king of the world, which was also used by his son, Shalmaneser I. His reign extended over a period of 30 years, and terminated about 1300 BC. Soon after Shalmaneser came to the throne, his country suffered greatly from an earthquake, which threw down Ishtar's temple at Nineveh and Ashur's temple at Ashur. Fire broke out in the latter building and destroyed it completely. These disasters did not dismay the young monarch. Indeed, they appeared to have stimulated him to set out on a career of conquest, to secure treasure and slaves, so as to carry out the work of reconstructing the temples without delay. He became as great a builder and as tireless a campaigner as Thutmose III of Egypt, and under his guidance Assyria became the most powerful nation in Western Asia. Ere he died, his armies were so greatly dreaded that the Egyptians and Assyrians drew their long struggle for supremacy in Syria to a close, and formed an alliance for mutual protection against their common enemy. It is necessary at this point to review briefly the history of Palestine and North Syria after the period of Hittite expansion under King Subi-Luliuma and the decline of Egyptian power under Akhenaten. The western part of Mitanni and the most of northern Syria had been colonized by the Hittites. Farther south, their allies, the Amorites, formed a buffer state on the borders of Egypt's limited sphere of influence in southern Palestine and of Babylonia's sphere in southern Mesopotamia. Mitanni was governed by a subject king, who was expected to prevent the acquisition by Assyria of territory in the northwest. Subi-Luliuma was succeeded on the Hittite throne by his son, King Mursal, who was known to the Egyptians as Merasar, or Morasar. The greater part of this monarch's reign appears to have been peaceful and prosperous. His allies protected his frontiers, and he was able to devote himself to the work of consolidating his empire in Asia Minor and North Syria. He erected a great palace at Bogaz-Qua, and appears to have had dreams of imitating the splendors of the royal courts of Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon. At this period, the Hittite Empire was approaching the zenith of its power. It controlled the caravan roads of Babylonia and Egypt, and its rulers appear not only to have had intimate diplomatic relations with both of these countries, but even to have concerned themselves regarding their internal affairs. When Ramses I came to the Egyptian throne, at the beginning of the 19th dynasty, he sealed an agreement with the Hittites, and at a later date the Hittite ambassador at Babylon, who represented Hattusil II, the second son of King Mursil, actually intervened in a dispute regarding the selection of a successor to the throne. The closing years of King Mursil's reign were disturbed by the military conquests of Egypt, which had renewed its strength under Ramses I. Seti I, the son of Ramses I, and the third pharaoh of the powerful 19th dynasty, took advantage of the inactivity of the Hittite ruler by invading southern Syria. He had first to grapple with the Amorites, whom he successfully defeated. Then he pressed northward as far as Tunip, and won a decisive victory over a Hittite army, which secured to Egypt for a period the control of Palestine as far north as Phoenicia. When Mursil died, he was succeeded on the Hittite throne by his son Mutalu, whom the Egyptians referred to as Metella or Matanel. He was a vigorous and aggressive monarch, and appears to have lost no time in compelling the Amorites to throw off their allegiance to Egypt and recognize him as their overlord. As a result, when Ramses II ascended the Egyptian throne, he had to undertake the task of winning back the Asiatic possessions of his father. The preliminary operations conducted by Ramses on the Palestinian coast were attended with much success. Then, in his 5th year, he marched northward with great armies, with purpose, it would appear, to emulate the achievements of Thutmose III and win fame as a mighty conqueror. But he underestimated the strength of his rival and narrowly escaped disaster. Advancing impetuously, with but 2 of his 4 divisions, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the army of the wily Hittite, King Mutalu, in the vicinity of the city of Kadesh, on the Orontes. His first division remained intact, but a second was put to flight by an intervening force of the enemy. From this perilous position Ramses extricated himself by leading a daring charge against the Hittite lines on the river bank, which proved successful. Thrown into confusion, his enemies sought refuge in the city, but the pharaoh refrained from attacking them there. Although Ramses boasted on his return home of having achieved a great victory, there is nothing more certain than that this campaign proved a dismal failure. He was unable to win back for Egypt the northern territories which had acknowledged the sovereignty of Egypt during the 18th dynasty. Subsequently, he was kept fully engaged in maintaining his prestige in northern Palestine and the vicinity of Phoenicia. Then his Asiatic military operations, which extended altogether over a period of about 20 years, were brought to a close in a dramatic and unexpected manner. The Hittite king Mutalu had died in battle, or by the hand of an assassin, and was succeeded by his brother Hattusil II, Kedisar, who sealed a treaty of peace with the great Ramses. An Egyptian copy of this interesting document can still be read on the walls of a Theban temple, but it is lacking in certain details which interest present-day historians. No reference, for instance, is made to the boundaries of the Egyptian Empire in Syria, so that it is impossible to estimate the degree of success which attended the campaigns of Ramses. An interesting light, however, is thrown on the purport of the treaty by a tablet letter which has been discovered by Professor Hugo Winkler at Boulais Qua. It is a copy of a communication addressed by Hattusil II to the king of Babylonia, who had made an inquiry regarding it. "I will inform my brother," wrote the Hittite monarch. "The king of Egypt and I have made an alliance, and made ourselves brothers. Brothers we are and will unite against a common foe, and with friends in common." The common foe could have been no other than Assyria, and the Hittite king's letter appears to convey a hint to Kadashman-Turgu of Babylon that he should make common cause with Ramses II and Hattusil. Shalmaneser I of Assyria was pursuing a determined policy of western and northern expansion. He struck boldly at the eastern Hittite states and conquered Malatia, where he secured great treasure for the god Ashur. He even founded colonies within the Hittite sphere of influence on the borders of Armenia. Shalmaneser's second campaign was conducted against the portion of ancient Mitanni which was under Hittite control. The vassal king, Satuari, apparently a descendant of Tushratta's, endeavored to resist the Assyrians with the aid of Hittites and Aramaeans, but his army of allies was put to flight. The victorious Shalmaneser was afterwards able to penetrate as far westward as Carchemish on the Euphrates. Having thus secured the whole of Mitanni, the Assyrian conqueror attacked the Aramaean hordes, which were keeping the territory round Haran in a continuous state of unrest, and forced them to recognize him as their overlord. Shalmaneser thus, it would appear, gained control of northern Mesopotamia and consequently of the Babylonian caravan route to Haran. As a result, Hittite prestige must have suffered decline in Babylon. For a generation the Hittites had had the Babylonian merchants at their mercy, and apparently compelled them to pay heavy duties. Winkler has found among the Boghaz-Qua tablets several letters from the king of Babylon, who made complaints regarding robberies committed by Amoritic bandits, and requested that they should be punished and kept in control. Such a communication is a clear indication that he was entitled, in lieu of payment, to have an existing agreement fulfilled. Shalmaneser found that Ashur, the ancient capital, was unsuitable for the administration of his extended empire, so he built a great city at Kalki, Rimrud, the biblical Kala, which was strategically situated amidst fertile meadows on the angle of land formed by the Tigris and the upper Zab. Thither to a new palace he transferred his brilliant court. He was succeeded by his son, Tukulti-Ninip I, who was the most powerful of the Assyrian monarchs of the Old Empire. He made great conquests in the north and east, extended and strengthened Assyrian influence in Mesopotamia, and penetrated into Hittite territory, bringing into subjection no fewer than 40 kings, whom he compelled to pay annual tribute. It was inevitable that he should be drawn into conflict with the Babylonian king, who was plotting with the Hittites against him. One of the tablet letters found by Winkler at Boghaz-Qua is of special interest in this connection. Hattusil advises the young monarch of Babylonia to go and plunder the land of the foe. Apparently he sought to be freed from the harassing attention of the Assyrian conqueror by prevailing on his Babylonian royal friend to act as a cat's paw. It is uncertain whether or not Kashtiliash II of Babylonia invaded Assyria with purpose to cripple his rival. At any rate, war broke out between the two countries, and Tukulti-Ninip proved irresistible in battle. He marched into Babylonia, and not only defeated Kashtiliash, but captured him and carried him off to Ashur, where he was presented in chains to the god Ashur. The city of Babylon was captured, its wall was demolished, and many of its inhabitants were put to the sword. Tukulti-Ninip, however, was not a popular emperor even in his own country. He offended national susceptibilities by showing preference for Babylonia, and founding a new city which has not been located. There he built a great palace and a temple for Ashur and his pantheon. He called the city after himself, Kar Tukulti-Ninip. 7 years after the conquest of Babylonia, revolts broke out against the emperor in Assyria and Babylonia, and he was murdered in his palace, which had been besieged and captured by an army headed by his own son, Ashur-natsir-pal I, who succeeded him. The Babylonian nobles meantime drove the Assyrian garrisons from their cities, and set on the throne the Kassite prince Adad-shum-utsur. Thus in a brief space went to pieces the old Assyrian empire, which, at the close of Tukulti-Ninip's 30 years' reign, embraced the whole Tigro-Euphrates valley from the borders of Armenia to the Persian Gulf. An obscure century followed, during which Assyria was raided by its enemies and broken up into petty states. The Alamites were not slow to take advantage of the state of anarchy which prevailed in Babylonia during the closing years of Assyrian rule. They overran a part of ancient Sumer, and captured Nippur, where they slew a large number of inhabitants and captured many prisoners. On a subsequent occasion they pillaged Isin. When, however, the Babylonian king had cleared his country of the Assyrians, he attacked the Elamites and drove them across the frontier. Nothing is known regarding the reign of the parricide Ashur-natsir-pal I of Assyria. He was succeeded by Ninip-Tukulti-Ashur and Adad-shum-lishur, who either reigned concurrently or were father and son. After a brief period these were displaced by another 2 rulers, Ashur-nirari III and Nabu-dan. It is not clear why Ninip-Tukulti-Ashur was deposed. Perhaps he was an ally of Adad-shum-utsur, the Babylonian king, and was unpopular on that account. He journeyed to Babylon on one occasion, carrying with him the statue of Merodach, but did not return. Perhaps he fled from the rebels. At any rate, Adad-shum-utsur was asked to send him back, by an Assyrian dignitary who was probably Ashur-nirari III. The king of Babylon refused this request, nor would he give official recognition to the new ruler or rulers. Soon afterwards another usurper, Bel-kudur-utsur, led an Assyrian army against the Babylonians, but was slain in battle. He was succeeded by Ninip-apil-esharia, who led his forces back to Ashur, followed by Adad-shum-utsur. The city was besieged but not captured by the Babylonian army. Under Adad-shum-utsur, who reigned for 30 years, Babylonia recovered much of its ancient splendor. It held Elam in check and laid a heavy hand on Assyria, which had been paralyzed by civil war. Once again it possessed Mesopotamia and controlled its caravan road to Haran and Phoenicia, and apparently its relations with the Hittites and Syrians were of a cordial character. The next king, Meli-Shipach, assumed the Assyrian title Shar-Kishashti, King of the World, and had a prosperous reign of 15 years. He was succeeded by Marduk-aplu-iddin I, who presided over the destinies of Babylonia for about 13 years. Thereafter, the glory of the Kassite dynasty passed away. King Zamama-shum-iddin followed with a 12-month reign, during which his kingdom was successfully invaded from the north by the Assyrians under King Ashur-dan I, and from the east by the Elamites under a king whose name has not been traced. Several towns were captured and pillaged, and rich booty was carried off to Ashur and Susa. Bel-shum-iddin succeeded Zamama-shum-iddin, but 3 years afterwards he was deposed by a king of Isin. So ended the Kassite dynasty of Babylonia, which had endured for a period of 576 years and 9 months. Babylonia was called Karduniash during the Kassite dynasty. This name was originally applied to the district at the river mouths, where the alien rulers appeared to have first achieved ascendancy. Apparently, they were strongly supported by the non-Semitic elements in the population, and represented a popular revolt against the political supremacy of the city of Babylon and its god Merodach. It is significant to find in this connection that the early Kassite kings showed a preference for Nippur as their capital and promoted the worship of Enlil, the elder Bel, who was probably identified with their own god of fertility and battle. Their sun god, Sachi, appears to have been merged in Shamash. In time, however, the kings followed the example of Hammurabi by exalting Merodach. The Kassite language added to the babel of tongues among the common people, but was never used in inscriptions. At an early period the alien rulers became thoroughly Babylonianized, and as they held sway for nearly 6 centuries it cannot be assumed that they were unpopular. They allowed their mountain homeland, or earliest area of settlement in the east, to be seized and governed by Assyria, and probably maintained as slight a connection with it after settlement in Babylonia as did the Saxons of England with their continental area of origin. Although Babylonia was not so great a world power under the Kassites as it had been during the Hammurabi dynasty, it prospered greatly as an industrial, agricultural, and trading country. The Babylonian language was used throughout Western Asia as a language of diplomacy and commerce, and the city of Babylon was the most important commercial metropolis of the ancient world. Its merchants traded directly and indirectly with far distant countries. They imported cobalt, which was used for coloring glass of vivid blue, from China, and may have occasionally met Chinese traders who came westward with their caravans, while a brisk trade in marble and limestone was conducted with and through Elam. Egypt was the chief source of the gold supply, which was obtained from the Nubian mines, and in exchange for this precious metal the Babylonians supplied the Nilotic merchants with lapis lazuli from Bactria, enamel, and their own wonderful colored glass, which was not unlike the later Venetian, as well as chariots and horses. The Kassites were great horse breeders, and the battle steeds from the Babylonian province of Namar were everywhere in great demand. They also promoted the cattle trade. Cattle rearing was confined chiefly to the marshy districts at the head of the Persian Gulf, and the extensive steppes on the borders of the Arabian desert, so well known to Abraham and his ancestors, which provided excellent grazing. Agriculture also flourished. As in Egypt, it constituted the basis of national and commercial prosperity. It is evident that great wealth accumulated in Karduniash during the Kassite period. When the images of Merodach and Zerpanituᵐ were taken back to Babylon from Assyria, they were clad, as has been recorded, in garments embroidered with gold and sparkling with gems, while E-Sagila was decorated on a lavish scale with priceless works of art. Assyria presented a sharp contrast to Babylonia, the motherland, from which its culture was derived. As a separate kingdom, it had to develop along different lines. In fact, it was unable to exist as a world power without the enforced cooperation of neighboring states. Babylonia, on the other hand, could have flourished in comparative isolation, like Egypt during the Old Kingdom period, because it was able to feed itself, and maintain a large population so long as its rich alluvial plain was irrigated during its dry season, which extended over about 8 months in the year. The region north of Baghdad was of different geographical formation to the southern plain, and therefore less suitable for the birth and growth of a great independent civilization. Assyria embraced a chalk plateau of the later Mesozoic period, with tertiary deposits, and had an extremely limited area suitable for agricultural pursuits. Its original inhabitants were nomadic pastoral and hunting tribes, and there appears to be little doubt that agriculture was introduced along the banks of the Tigris by colonists from Babylonia, who formed city-states which owed allegiance to the kings of Sumer and Akkad. After the Hammurabi period, Assyria rose into prominence as a predatory power, which depended for its stability upon those productive countries which it was able to conquer and hold in sway. It never had a numerous peasantry, and such as it had ultimately vanished, for the kings pursued the short-sighted policy of colonizing districts on the borders of their empire with their loyal subjects, and settling aliens in the heart of the homeland, where they were controlled by the military. In this manner they built up an artificial empire, which suffered at critical periods in its history because it lacked the great driving and sustaining force of a population welded together by immemorial native traditions, and the love of country which is the essence of true patriotism. National sentiment was chiefly confined to the military aristocracy and the priests. The enslaved and uncultured masses of aliens were concerned mainly with their daily duties, and no doubt included communities, like the Israelites in captivity, who longed to return to their native lands. Assyria had to maintain a standing army, which grew from an alliance of brigands who first enslaved the native population, and ultimately extended their sway over neighboring states. The successes of the army made Assyria powerful. Conquering kings accumulated rich booty by pillaging alien cities, and grew more and more wealthy as they were able to impose annual tribute on those states which came under their sway. They even regarded Babylonia with avaricious eyes. It was to achieve the conquest of the fertile and prosperous mother state that the early Assyrian emperors conducted military operations in the northwest and laid hands on Mesopotamia. There was no surer way of strangling it than by securing control of its trade routes. What the command of the sea is to Great Britain at the present day, the command of the caravan roads was to ancient Babylonia. Babylonia suffered less than Assyria by defeat in battle. Its natural resources gave it great recuperative powers, and the native population was ever so intensely patriotic that centuries of alien sway could not obliterate their national aspirations. A conqueror of Babylon had to become a Babylonian. The Amorites and Kassites had in turn to adopt the modes of life and modes of thought of the native population. Like the Egyptians, the Babylonians ever achieved the intellectual conquest of their conquerors. The Assyrian Empire, on the other hand, collapsed like a house of cards when its army of mercenaries suffered a succession of disasters. The kings, as we have indicated, depended on the tribute of subject states to pay their soldiers and maintain the priesthood. They were faced with national bankruptcy when their vassals successfully revolted against them. The history of Assyria as a world power is divided into three periods. 1. The Old Empire. 2. The Middle Empire. 3. The New or Last Empire. We have followed the rise and growth of the Old Empire from the days of Ashur-uballit until the reign of Tukulti-Ninip, when it flourished in great splendor and suddenly went to pieces. Thereafter, until the second period of the Old Empire, Assyria comprised but a few city-states which had agricultural resources and were trading centers. Of these the most enterprising was Ashur. When a ruler of Ashur was able, by conserving his revenues, to command sufficient capital with purpose to raise a strong army of mercenaries as a business speculation, he set forth to build up a new empire on the ruins of the old. In its early stages, of course, this process was slow and difficult. It necessitated the adoption of a military career by native Assyrians, who officered the troops, and these troops had to be trained and disciplined by engaging in brigandage, which also brought them rich rewards for their services. Babylonia became powerful by developing the arts of peace. Assyria became powerful by developing the science of warfare. End of section 19. Section 20 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Section 20, Chapter 16. Race Movements that Shattered Empires. Great changes were taking place in the ancient world during the period in which Assyria rose into prominence and suddenly suffered decline. These were primarily due to widespread migrations of pastoral peoples from the steppelands of Asia and Europe, and the resulting displacement of settled tribes. The military operations of the great powers were also a disturbing factor, for they not only propelled fresh movements beyond their spheres of influence, but caused the petty states to combine against a common enemy, and foster ambitions to achieve conquests on a large scale. Towards the close of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, of which Amenhotep III and Akhenaten were the last great kings, two well-defined migrations were in progress. The Aramaean folk waves had already begun to pour in increasing volume into Syria from Arabia, and in Europe the pastoral fighting folk from the mountains were establishing themselves along the southeastern coast and crossing the Hellespont to overrun the land of the Hittites. These race movements were destined to exercise considerable influence in shaping the history of the ancient world. The Aramaean, or Third Semitic migration, in time swamped various decaying states. Despite the successive efforts of the great powers to hold it in check, it ultimately submerged the whole of Syria and part of Mesopotamia. Aramaean speech then came into common use among the mingled peoples over a wide area, and was not displaced until the time of the Fourth Semitic or Muslim migration from Arabia, which began in the 7th century of the Christian era and swept northward through Syria to Asia Minor, eastward across Mesopotamia into Persia and India, and westward through Egypt along the North African coast to Morocco, and then into Spain. When Syria was sustaining the first shocks of Aramaean invasion, the last wave of Achaeans, the tamers of horses, and shepherds of the people, had achieved the conquest of Greece, and contributed to the overthrow of the dynasty of King Minos of Crete. Professor Ridgway identifies this stock, which had been filtering southward for several centuries, with the tall, fair-haired, and grey-eyed Keltoi (Celts), who, Dr. Haddon believes, were representatives of the mixed peoples of northern and alpine descent. Mr. Hawes, following Professor Sergi, holds, on the other hand, that the Achaeans were fair in comparison with the native Pelasgian Mediterranean stock, but not necessarily blonde. The earliest Achaeans were rude, uncultured barbarians, but the last wave came from some unknown center of civilization, and probably used iron as well as bronze weapons. The old Cretans were known to the Egyptians as the Keftiu, and traded on the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. It is significant to find, however, that no mention is made of them in the inscriptions of the pharaohs after the reign of Amenhotep III. In their place appear the Shardana, the Mycenaean people who gave their name to Sardinia, the Danana, believed to be identical with the Danoi of Homer, the Akshai-Vasha, perhaps the Achaeans, and the Tersha and Shakalsha, who may have been of the same stock as the piratical Lycians. When Ramses II fought his famous battle at Kadesh, the Hittite king included among his allies the Aramaeans from Arabia, and other mercenaries like the Dardanui and Massa, who represented the Thraco-Phrygian peoples, who had overrun the Balkans, occupied Thrace and Macedonia, and crossed into Asia Minor. In time, the Hittite confederacy was broken up by the migrating Europeans, and their dominant tribe, the Muski, the Moschoi of the Greeks, and the Meshech of the Old Testament, came into conflict with the Assyrians. The Muski were forerunners of the Phrygians, and were probably of allied stock. Pharaoh Meneptah, the son of Ramses II, did not benefit much from the alliance with the Hittites, to whom he had to send a supply of grain during a time of famine. He found it necessary, indeed, to invade Syria, where their influence had declined, and had to beat back from the Delta region the piratical invaders of the same tribes as were securing a footing in Asia Minor. In Syria, Meneptah fought with the Israelites, who apparently had begun their conquest of Canaan during his reign. Before the Kassite dynasty had come to an end, Ramses III of Egypt, 1198 to 1167 B.C., freed his country from the perils of a great invasion of Europeans by land and sea. He scattered a fleet on the Delta coast, and then arrested the progress of a strong force which was pressing southward through Phoenicia towards the Egyptian frontier. These events occurred at the beginning of the Homeric Age, and were followed by the siege of Troy, which, according to the Greeks, began about 1194 B.C. The land raiders who were thwarted by Ramses III were the Philistines, a people from Crete. When the prestige of Egypt suffered decline, they overran the coastline of Canaan, and that country was then called Palestine, the land of the Philistines, while the Egyptian overland trade route to Phoenicia became known as the Way of the Philistines. Their conflicts with the Hebrews are familiar to readers of the Old Testament. The only contributions the Hebrews made to the culture of the country, writes Professor McAllister, were their simple desert customs and their religious organization. On the other hand, the Philistines, sprung from one of the great homes of art of the ancient world, had brought with them the artistic instincts of their race. Decay, no doubt, but still superior to anything they met with in the land itself. Tombs to be ascribed to them, found in Gezer, contained beautiful jewelry and ornaments. The Philistines, in fact, were the only cultured or artistic race who ever occupied the soil of Palestine, at least until the time when the influence of classical Greece asserted itself too strongly to be withstood. Whatsoever things raised life in the country above the dull animal existence of Fellahin were due to this people. The peasantry of the modern villages still tell of the great days of old when it, Palestine, was inhabited by the mighty race of the Fenish. When the Kassite dynasty of Babylonia was extinguished, about 1140 B.C., the Amorites were being displaced in Palestine by the Philistines and the Israelitish tribes. The Aramaeans were extending their conquests in Syria and Mesopotamia. The Muski were the overlords of the Hittites. Assyrian power was being revived at the beginning of the second period of the Old Empire, and Egypt was governed by a weakly king, Ramses VIII, a puppet in the hands of the priesthood, who was unable to protect the rich tombs of the 18th dynasty pharaohs against the bands of professional robbers who were plundering them. A new dynasty, the dynasty of Pash, had arisen at the ancient Sumerian city of Isin. Its early kings were contemporary with some of the last Kassite monarchs, and they engaged in conflicts with the Elamites, who were encroaching steadily upon Babylonian territory, and were ultimately able to seize the province of Namar, famous for its horses, which was situated to the east of Akkad. The Assyrians, under Ashur-dan I, were not only reconquering lost territory, but invading Babylonia and carrying off rich plunder. Ashur-dan inflicted a crushing defeat upon the second last Kassite ruler. There, years later, Nebuchadnezzar I of the dynasty of Pash seized the Babylonian throne. He was the most powerful and distinguished monarch of his line, an accomplished general and a wise statesman. His name signifies, "May the god Nebo protect my boundary." His first duty was to drive the Elamites from the land, and win back from them the statue of Merodach, which they had carried off from E-sagila. At first he suffered a reverse, but although the season was midsummer, and the heat overpowering, he persisted in his campaign. The Elamites were forced to retreat, and following up their main force he inflicted upon them a shattering defeat on the banks of the Ula, a tributary of the Tigris. He then invaded Elam and returned with rich booty. The province of Namar was recovered, and its governor, Ritti Merodach, who was Nebuchadnezzar's battle companion, was restored to his family possessions and exempted from taxation. A second raid to Elam resulted in the recovery of the statue of Merodach. The Kassite and Lulum mountaineers also received attention, and were taught to respect the power of the new monarch. Having freed his country from the yoke of the Elamites, and driven the Assyrians over the frontier, Nebuchadrezzar came into conflict with the Hittites, who appeared to have overrun Mesopotamia. Probably the invaders were operating in conjunction with the Muski, who were extending their sway over part of northern Assyria. They were not content with securing control of the trade route, but endeavoured also to establish themselves permanently in Babylon, the commercial metropolis, which they besieged and captured. This happened in the third year of Nebuchadrezzar, when he was still reigning at Isin. Assembling a strong force, he hastened forthward and defeated the Hittites, and apparently followed up his victory. Probably it was at this time that he conquered the Westland, the land of the Amorites, and penetrated to the Mediterranean coast. Egyptian power had been long extinguished in that region. The possession of Mesopotamia was a signal triumph for Babylonia. As was inevitable, however, it brought Nebuchadrezzar into conflict some years later with the Assyrian king, Ashur-resh-ishi I, grandson of Ashur-dan, and father of the famous Tiglath-Pileser I. The northern monarch had engaged himself in subduing the Lulum and Aklami hill tribes in the southeast, whose territory had been conquered by Nebuchadrezzar. Thereafter he crossed the Babylonian frontier. Nebuchadrezzar drove him back, and then laid siege to the border fortress of Zanki, but the Assyrian king conducted a sudden and successful reconnaissance in force, which rendered perilous the position of the attacking force. By setting fire to his siege train the Babylonian warlord was able, however, to retreat in good order. Some time later Nebuchadrezzar dispatched another army northward, but it suffered a serious defeat, and its general, Karashtu, fell into the hands of the enemy. Nebuchadrezzar reigned less than 20 years, and appears to have secured the allegiance of the nobility by restoring the feudal system which had been abolished by the Kassites. He boasted that he was the son of his country, who restored ancient landmarks and boundaries, and promoted the worship of Ishtar, the ancient goddess of the people. By restoring the image of Merodach he secured the support of Babylon, to which city he transferred his court. Nebuchadrezzar was succeeded by his son Enlil-nadin-apil, who reigned a few years, but little or nothing is known regarding him. His grandson, Marduk-nadin-akhe, came into conflict with Tiglath-Pileser I of Assyria and suffered serious reverses, from the effects of which his country did not recover for over a century. Tiglath-Pileser I, in one of his inscriptions, recorded significantly, "The feet of the enemy I kept from my country." When he came to the throne, northern Assyria was menaced by the Muski and their allies, the Hittites and the Shubari of old Mitanni. The Kashiari hill tribes to the north of Nineveh, whom Shalmaneser I subdued, had half a century before thrown off the yoke of Assyria, and their kings were apparently vassals of the Muski. Tiglath-Pileser first invaded Mitanni, where he routed a combined force of Shubari hillmen and Hittites. Thereafter a great army of the Muski and their allies pressed southward with purpose to deal a shattering blow against the Assyrian power. The very existence of Assyria as a separate power was threatened by this movement. Tiglath-Pileser, however, was equal to the occasion. He surprised the invaders among the Kashiari mountains and inflicted a crushing defeat, slaying about 14,000 and capturing 6,000 prisoners, who were transported to Ashur. In fact, he wiped the invading army out of existence and possessed himself of all its baggage. Thereafter he captured several cities, and extended his empire beyond the Kashiari hills and into the heart of Mitanni. His second campaign was also directed towards the Mitanni district, which had been invaded during his absence by a force of Hittites, about 4,000 strong. The invaders submitted to him as soon as he drew near, and he added them to his standing army. Subsequent operations towards the north restored the preeminence of Assyria in the Nairi country, on the shores of Lake Van, in Armenia, where Tiglath-Pileser captured no fewer than 23 petty kings. These he liberated after they had taken the oath of allegiance and consented to pay annual tribute. In his fourth year the conqueror learned that the Aramaeans were crossing the Euphrates and possessing themselves of Mitanni, which he had cleared of the Hittites. By a series of forced marches he caught them unawares, scattered them in confusion, and entered Carchemish, which he pillaged. Thereafter his army crossed the Euphrates in boats of skin, and plundered and destroyed 6 cities round the base of the mountain of Bishru. While operating in this district, Tiglath-Pileser engaged in big game hunting. He recorded, 10 powerful bull elephants in the land of Haran and on the banks of the Khabar I killed, 4 elephants alive I took, their skins, their teeth, with the living elephants I brought to my city of Ashur. He also claimed to have slain 920 lions, as well as a number of wild oxen, apparently including in his record the bags of his officers and men. A later king credited him with having penetrated the Phoenician coast, where he put to sea and slew a sea monster called Nekheru. While at Arvad, the narrative continues, the king of Egypt, who is not named, sent him a hippopotamus, Pagutu. This story, however, is of doubtful authenticity. About this time the prestige of Egypt was at so low an ebb that its messengers were subjected to indignities by the Phoenician kings. The conquest of Tiglath-Pileser once more raised the Mesopotamian question in Babylonia, whose sphere of influence in that region had been invaded. Marduk-nadin-akhe, the grandson of Nebuchadrezzar I, arrayed his chariots against Tiglath-Pileser, and in the first conflict achieved some success, but subsequently he was defeated in the land of Akkad. The Assyrian army afterwards captured several cities, including Babylon and Sippar. Thus once again the Assyrian Empire came into being as the predominant world power, extending from the land of the Hittites into the heart of Babylonia. Its cities were enriched by the immense quantities of booty captured by its warrior king, while the coffers of state were glutted with the tribute of subject states. Fortifications were renewed, temples were built, and great gifts were lavished on the priesthood. Artists and artisans were kept fully employed restoring the faded splendors of the old empire, and everywhere thousands of slaves labored to make the neglected land prosperous as of old. Canals were repaired and reopened, the earthworks and quay wall of Ashur were strengthened, and its great wall was entirely rebuilt, faced with a rampart of earth and protected once again by a deep moat. The royal palace was enlarged and redecorated. Meanwhile, Babylonia was wasted by civil war and invasions. It was entered more than once by the Aramaeans, who pillaged several cities in the north and the south. Then the throne was seized by Adad-aplu-iddina, the grandson of a nobody, who reigned for about 10 years. He was given recognition, however, by the Assyrian king Ashur-bel-kala, son of Tiglath-Pileser I, who married his daughter, and apparently restored to him Sippar and Babylon after receiving a handsome dowry. Ashur-bel-kala died without issue and was succeeded by his brother Shamshi-Adad. An obscure period followed. In Babylonia there were 2 weak dynasties in less than half a century, and thereafter an Elamite dynasty which lasted about 6 years. An 8th dynasty ensued, and lasted between 50 and 60 years. The records of its early kings are exceedingly meagre, and their order uncertain. During the reign of Nabu-mukin-apli, who was perhaps the 4th monarch, the Aramaeans constantly raided the land and hovered about Babylon. The names of 2 or 3 kings who succeeded Nabu-mukin-apli are unknown. A century and a half after Tiglath-Pileser I conquered the North Syrian possessions of the Hittites, the old Assyrian Empire reached the close of its second and last period. It had suffered gradual decline under a series of inert and luxury-loving kings, until it was unable to withstand the gradual encroachment on every side of the restless hill tribes, who were ever ready to revolt when the authority of Ashur was not asserted at the point of the sword. After 950 BC, the Hittites of North Syria, having shaken off the last semblance of Assyrian authority, revived their power, and enjoyed a full century of independence and prosperity. In Cappadocia their kinsmen had freed themselves at an earlier period from the yoke of the Muski, who had suffered so severely at the hands of Tiglath-Pileser I. The Hittite buildings and rock sculptures of this period testify to the enduring character of the ancient civilization of the Hatti. Until the hieroglyphics can be read, however, we must wait patiently for the detailed story of the pre-Phrygian period, which was of great historical importance, because the tide of cultural influence was then flowing at its greatest volume from the Old to the New World, where Greece was emerging in virgin splendor out of the ruins of the ancient Mycenaean and Cretan civilizations. It is possible that the conquest of a considerable part of Palestine by the Philistines was not unconnected with the revival of Hittite power in the north. They may have moved southward as the allies of the Cilician state, which was rising into prominence. For a period they were the overlords of the Hebrews, who had been displacing the older inhabitants of the Promised Land, and appear to have been armed with weapons of iron. In fact, as is indicated by a passage in the book of Samuel, they had made a corner in that metal and restricted its use among their vassals. Now, the biblical narrative sets forth, there was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords and spears. But all the Israelites went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his share, and his coulter, and his axe, and his mattock. We are inclined, says Professor McAllister, to picture the West as a thing of yesterday, new-fangled with its inventions and its progressive civilization, and the East as an embodiment of hoary and unchanging traditions. But when West first met East on the shores of the Holy Land, it was the former which represented the magnificent traditions of the past, and the latter which looked forward to the future. The Philistines were of the remnant of the dying glories of Crete. The Hebrews had no past to speak of, but were entering on the heritage they regarded as theirs, by right of a recently ratified divine covenant. Saul was a leader of a revolt against the Philistines in northern Palestine, and became the ruler of the kingdom of Israel. Then David, having liberated Judah from the yoke of the Philistines, succeeded Saul as ruler of Israel, and selected Jerusalem as his capital. He also conquered Edom and Moab, but was unsuccessful in his attempt to subjugate Ammon. The Philistines were then confined to a restricted area on the sea coast, where they refused with the Semites and ultimately suffered loss of identity. Under the famous Solomon, the united kingdom of the Hebrews reached its highest splendor and importance among the nations. If the Philistines received the support of the Hittites, the Hebrews were strengthened by an alliance with Egypt. For a period of 2.5 centuries no Egyptian army had crossed the Delta frontier into Syria. The ancient land of the Pharaohs had been overshadowed meantime by a cloud of anarchy, and piratical and robber bands settled freely on its coastline. At length a Libyan general named Shishak seized the throne from the Tanite dynasty. He was the pharaoh with whom Solomon made affinity, and from whom he received the city of Gezer, which an Egyptian army had captured. Solomon had previously married a daughter of Sheshonk's. Phoenicia was also flourishing. Freed from Egyptian, Hittite, and Assyrian interference, Tyre and Sidon attained to a high degree of power as independent city-states. During the reigns of David and Solomon, Tyre was the predominant Phoenician power. Its kings, Abibaal and his son Hiram, had become kings of the Sidonians, and are believed to have extended their sway over part of Cyprus. The relations between the Hebrews and the Phoenicians were of a cordial character. Indeed, the two powers became allies. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants unto Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father. For Hiram was ever a lover of David. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest how that David my father could not build an house until the name of the Lord his God for the wars which were about him on every side, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God hath given me rest on every side, so that there is neither adversary nor evil occurrent. And, behold, I purpose to build an house unto the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord spake unto David my father, saying, Thy son, whom I will set upon thy throne in thy room, he shall build an house unto my name. Now therefore command thou that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon, and my servants shall be with thy servants. And unto thee will I give hire for thy servants according to all that thou shalt appoint. For thou knowest that there is not among us any that can skill to hew timber like unto the Sidonians. And it came to pass, when Hiram heard the words of Solomon, that he rejoiced greatly, and said, Blessed be the Lord this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people. And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have considered the things which thou sentest to me for, and I will do all thy desire concerning timber of cedar, and concerning timber of fir. My servants shall bring them down from Lebanon unto the sea, and I will convey them by sea in floats unto the place that thou shalt appoint me, and will cause them to be discharged there, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt accomplish my desire in giving food for my household. So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees according to all his desire, and Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for food to his household, and 20 measures of pure oil. Thus gave Solomon to Hiram year by year, and the Lord gave Solomon wisdom, as he promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they two made a league together. Hiram also sent skilled workers to Jerusalem to assist in the work of building the temple and Solomon's palace, including his famous namesake, a widow's son of the Hebrew tribe of Naphtali, who, like his father, a man of Tyre, had understanding and cunning to work all works in brass. Solomon must have cultivated good relations with the Chaldeans, for he had a fleet of trading ships on the Persian Gulf which was manned by Phoenician sailors. Once in 3 years, the narrative runs, came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes, and peacocks. Apparently he traded with India, the land of peacocks, during the Brahmanical period, when the Sanskrit name Samudra, which formerly signified the collected waters of the broadening Indus, was applied to the Indian Ocean. The Aramaeans of the third Semitic migration were not slow to take advantage of the weakness of Assyria and Babylon. They overran the whole of Syria, and entered into the possession of Mesopotamia, thus acquiring full control of the trade routes towards the west. From time to time they ravaged Babylonia from the north to the south. Large numbers of them acquired permanent settlement in that country, like the Amorites of the second Semitic migration in the pre-Hammurabi age. In Syria the Aramaeans established several petty states, and were beginning to grow powerful at Damascus, an important trading center, which assumed considerable political importance after the collapse of Assyria's old empire. At this period, too, the Chaldeans came into prominence in Babylonia. Their kingdom of Chaldea, Kaldu, which signifies Sealand, embraces a wide stretch of the coastland at the head of the Persian Gulf between Arabia and Elam. As we have seen, an important dynasty flourished in this region in the time of Hammurabi. Although more than one king of Babylon recorded that he had extinguished the Sealand power, it continued to exist all through the Kassite period. It is possible that this obscure kingdom embraced diverse ethnic elements, and that it was controlled in turn by military aristocracies of Sumerians, Elamites, Kassites, and Arabians. After the downfall of the Kassites it had become thoroughly Semitized, perhaps as a result of the Aramaean migration, which may have found one of its outlets around the head of the Persian Gulf. The ancient Sumerian city of Ur, which dominated a considerable area of steppe-land to the west of the Euphrates, was included in the Sealand Kingdom, and was consequently referred to in after time as Ur of the Chaldees. When Solomon reigned over Judah and Israel, Babylonia was broken up into a number of petty states, as in early Sumerian times. The feudal revival of Nebuchadrezzar I had weakened the central power, with the result that the nominal high kings were less able to resist the inroads of invaders. Military aristocracies of Aramaeans, Elamites, and Chaldeans held sway in various parts of the valley, and struggled for supremacy. When Assyria began to assert itself again, it laid claim on Babylonia, ostensibly as the protector of its independence, and the Chaldeans for a time made common cause with the Elamites against it. The future, however, lay with the Chaldeans, who, like the Kassites, became the liberators of the ancient inhabitants. When Assyria was finally extinguished as a world power, they revived the ancient glory of Babylonia, and supplanted the Sumerians as the scholars and teachers of Western Asia. The Chaldeans became famous in Syria, and even in Greece, as the wise men from the East, and were renowned as astrologers. The prestige of the Hebrew kingdom suffered sharp and serious decline after Solomon's death. Pharaoh Sheshonq fostered the elements of revolt which ultimately separated Israel from Judah, and, when a favorable opportunity arose, invaded Palestine and Syria and re-established Egypt's suzerainty over part of the area which had been swayed by Ramses II, replenishing his exhausted treasury with rich booty and the tribute he imposed. Phoenicia was able, however, to maintain its independence, but before the Assyrians moved westward again, Sidon had shaken off the yoke of Tyre and become an independent state. It will be seen from the events outlined in this chapter how greatly the history of the ancient world was affected by the periodic migrations of pastoral folks from the steppe-lands. These human tides were irresistible. The direction of their flow might be diverted for a time, but they ultimately overcame every obstacle by sheer persistency and overpowering volume. Great emperors in Assyria and Egypt endeavored to protect their countries from the Bedouin peril, by strengthening their frontiers and extending their spheres of influence. But the dammed-up floods of humanity only gathered strength in the interval for the struggle which might be postponed but could not be averted. These migrations, as has been indicated, were due to natural causes. They were propelled by climatic changes which caused a shortage of the food supply, and by the rapid increase of population under peaceful conditions. Once a migration began to flow, it set in motion many currents and cross-currents, but all these converged towards the districts which offer the most attractions to mankind. Prosperous and well-governed states were ever in peril of invasion by barbarous peoples. The fruits of civilization tempted them. The reward of conquest was quickly obtained in Babylon and Egypt with their flourishing farms and prosperous cities. Wasteland was reclaimed then as now by colonists from centers of civilization. The migrating pastoral folks lacked the initiative and experience necessary to establish new communities in undeveloped districts. Highly civilized men sowed the harvest, and the barbarians reaped it. It must not be concluded, however, that the migrations were historical disasters, or that they retarded the general advancement of the human race. In time the barbarians became civilized, and fused with the peoples whom they conquered. They introduced, too, into communities which had grown stagnant and weak, a fresh and invigorating atmosphere that acted as a stimulant in every sphere of human activity. The Kassite, for instance, was a unifying and therefore a strengthening influence in Babylonia. He shook off the manacles of the past which bound the Sumerian and the Akkadian alike to traditional lines of policy based on unforgotten ancient rivalries. His concern was chiefly with the future. The nomads with their experience of desert wandering promoted trade, and the revival of trade inaugurated new eras of prosperity in ancient centers of culture, and brought them into closer touch than ever before with one another. The rise of Greece was due to the blending of the Achaeans and other pastoral fighting folks with the indigenous Pelasgians. Into the early states which fostered the elements of ancient Mycenaean civilization poured the cultural influences of the East through Asia Minor and Phoenicia and from the Egyptian coast. The conquerors from the steppes meanwhile contributed their genius for organization, their simple and frugal habits of life, and their sterling virtues. They left a deep impress on the moral, physical, and intellectual life of Greece. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Sandberg. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander Mackenzie. Chapter 17. The Hebrews in Assyrian History. In one of the Scottish versions of the Seven Sleepers legend, a shepherd enters a cave in which the great heroes of other days lie wrapped in magic slumber, and blows 2 blasts on the horn which hangs suspended from the roof. The sleepers open their eyes and raise themselves on their elbows. Then the shepherd hears a warning voice which comes and goes like the wind, saying, "If the horn is blown once again, the world will be upset altogether." Terrified by the voice and the ferocious appearance of the heroes, the shepherd retreats hurriedly, locking the door behind him. He casts the key into the sea. The story proceeds. If anyone should find the key and open the door and blow but a single blast on the horn, Finn and all the Phaons would come forth, and that would be a great day in Alapun. After the lapse of an obscure century, the national heroes of Assyria were awakened as if from sleep by the repeated blasts from the horn of the triumphant thunder god amidst the northern and western mountains. Adad or Ramon of Syria, Teshub of Armenia, Tarku of the western Hittites. The great kings who came forth to upset the world bore the familiar names Ashur-natsir-pal, Shalmaneser, Shamash-adad, Ashur-dan, Adad-nirari, and Ashur-nirari. They received and increased the ancient glory of Assyria during its Middle Empire period. The Syro-Cappadocian Hittites had grown once again powerful and prosperous, but no great leader like Subi-Luliuma arose to weld the various states into an empire, so as to ensure the protection of the mingled peoples from the operations of the aggressive and ambitious warlords of Assyria. One kingdom had its capital at Hamath, and another at Carchemish on the Euphrates. The kingdom of Tabal flourished in Cilicia, Hilaku. It included several city-states, like Tarsus, Tiana, and Kamanu, or Kamanu. Farther west was the dominion of the Thraco-Phrygian Muski. The tribes round the shores of Lake Van had asserted themselves and extended their sphere of influence. The state of Urartu was of growing importance, and the Nairi tribes had spread round the southeastern shores of Lake Van. The northern frontier of Assyria was continually menaced by groups of independent hill states, which would have been irresistible had they operated together against a common enemy, but were liable to be extinguished when attacked in detail. A number of Aramaean kingdoms had come into existence in Mesopotamia and throughout Syria. The most influential of all these was the state of Damascus, the king of which was overlord of the Hebrew kingdoms of Israel and Judah, when Ashur-natsir-pal III ascended the Assyrian throne about 885 BC. Groups of the Aramaeans had acquired a high degree of culture and become traders and artisans. Later numbers had filtered as well, not only into Babylonia, but also Assyria and the northern Syrian area of Hittite control. Accustomed for generations to desert warfare, they were fearless warriors. Their armies had great mobility, being composed mostly of mounted infantry, and were not easily overpowered by the Assyrian forces of footmen and charioteers. Indeed, it was not until cavalry was included in the standing army of Assyria that operations against the Aramaeans were attended with permanent success. Ashur-natsir-pal III was preceded by 2 vigorous Assyrian rulers, Adad-nirari III (911–890 BC) and Tukulti-Ninip II (890–885 BC). The former had raided North Syria and apparently penetrated as far as the Mediterranean coast. In consequence he came into conflict with Babylonia, but he ultimately formed an alliance with that kingdom. His son Tukulti-Ninip operated in southern Mesopotamia and apparently captured Sippar. In the north he had to drive back invading bands of the Muski. Although, like his father, he carried out great works of Ashur, he appears to have transferred his court to Nineveh, a sure indication that Assyria was once again becoming powerful in northern Mesopotamia and the regions towards Armenia. Ashur-natsir-pal III, son of Tukulti-Ninip II, inaugurated a veritable reign of terror in Mesopotamia and northern Syria. His methods of dealing with revolting tribes were of a most savage character. Chiefs were skinned alive, but when he sacked their cities, not only fighting men, but women and children were either slaughtered or burned at the stake. It is not surprising to find, therefore, that, on more than one occasion, the kings of petty states made submission to him without resistance as soon as he invaded their domains. In his first year he overran the mountainous district between Lake Van and the upper sources of the Tigris. Bubu, the rebel son of the governor of Nishtun, who had been taken prisoner, was transported to Arbela, where he was skinned alive. Like his father, Ashur-natsir-pal fought against the Muski, whose power was declining. Then he turned southward from the borders of Asia Minor and dealt with a rebellion in northern Mesopotamia. An Aramaean pretender named Achiababa had established himself at Suru, in the region to the east of the Euphrates, enclosed by its tributaries the Khabar and the Balich. He had come from the neighbouring Aramaean state of Bit Adini, and was preparing, it would appear, to form a powerful confederacy against the Assyrians. When Ashur-natsir-pal approached Suru, a part of its population welcomed him. He entered the city, seized the pretender and many of his followers. These he disposed of with characteristic barbarity. Some were skinned alive, and some impaled on stakes, while others were enclosed in a pillar which the king had erected, to remind the Aramaeans of his determination to brook no opposition. Achiababa, the pretender, was sent to Nineveh with a few supporters, and when they had been flayed, their skins were nailed upon the city walls. Another revolt broke out in the Kirchi district, between the upper reaches of the Tigris and the southwestern shores of Lake Van. It was promoted by the Nairi tribes, and even supported by some Assyrian officials. Terrible reprisals were meted out to the rebels. When the city of Kinabu was captured, no fewer than 3,000 prisoners were burned alive, the unfaithful governor being flayed. The city of Damdamusa was set on fire. Then Tello was attacked. Ashur-natsir-pal's own account of the operations runs as follows. The city of Tello was very strong. 3 walls surround it. The inhabitants trusted to their strong walls and numerous soldiers. They did not come down or embrace my feet. With battle and slaughter I assaulted and took the city. 3,000 warriors I slew in battle. Their booty and possessions, cattle, the sheep, I carried away. Many captives I burned with fire. Many of the soldiers I took alive. Of some I cut off hands and limbs. Of others the noses, ears, and arms. Of many soldiers I put out the eyes. I reared a column of the living and a column of heads. I hung on high their heads on trees in the vicinity of their city. Their boys and girls I burned up in flames. I devastated the city, dug it up, in fire burned it, I annihilated it. The Assyrian warlord afterwards forced several Nairi kings to acknowledge him as their overlord. He was so greatly feared by the Syro-Cappadocian Hittites that when he approached their territory they sent him tribute, yielding without a struggle. For several years the great conqueror engaged himself in thus subduing rebellious tribes and extending his territory. His military headquarters were at Kalkhi, to which city the court had been transferred. Thither he drafted thousands of prisoners, the great majority of whom he incorporated in the Assyrian army. Assyrian colonies were established in various districts for strategical purposes, and officials supplanted the petty kings in certain of the northern city-states. The Aramaeans of Mesopotamia gave much trouble to Ashur-natsir-pal. Although he had laid a heavy hand on Suru, the southern tribes, the Suhi, stirred up revolts in Mesopotamia as the allies of the Babylonians. On one occasion Ashur-natsir-pal swept southward through this region, and attacked a combined force of Suhi Aramaeans and Babylonians. The Babylonians were commanded by Zabdanu, brother of Nabu-aplu-iddin, king of Babylonia, who was evidently anxious to regain control of the western trade route. The Assyrian warlord, however, proved to be too powerful a rival. He achieved so complete a victory that he captured the Babylonian general and 3,000 of his followers. The people of Kashi (Babylonia) and Kaldu (Chaldea) were stricken with terror and had to agree to pay increased tribute. Ashur-natsir-pal reigned for about a quarter of a century, but his wars occupied less than half of that period. Having accumulated great booty, he engaged himself, as soon as peace was secured throughout his empire, in rebuilding the city of Kalkhi, where he erected a great palace and made records of his achievements. He also extended and redecorated the royal palace at Nineveh, and devoted much attention to the temples. Tribute poured in from the subject states. The mountain and valley tribes in the north furnished in abundance wine and corn, sheep and cattle and horses, and from the Aramaeans of Mesopotamia and the Syro-Cappadocian Hittites came much silver and gold, copper and lead, jewels and ivory, as well as richly decorated furniture, armour, and weapons. Artists and artisans were also provided by the vassals of Assyria. There are traces of Phoenician influence in the art of this period. Ashur-natsir-pal's great palace at Kalkhi was excavated by Layard, who has given a vivid description of the verdant plain on which the ancient city was situated, as it appeared in spring. "Its pasture lands, known as the Jaif, are renowned," he wrote, "for their rich and luxuriant herbage. In times of quiet, the studs of the Pasha and of the Turkish authorities, with the horses of the cavalry and of the inhabitants of Mosul, are sent here to graze. Flowers of every hue enamelled the meadows, not thinly scattered over the grass as in northern climes, but in such thick and gathering clusters that the whole plain seemed a patchwork of many colours. The dogs, as they returned from hunting, issued from the long grass dyed red, yellow, or blue according to the flowers through which they had last forced their way. In the evening, after the labour of the day, I often sat at the door of my tent, giving myself up to the full enjoyment of that calm and repose which are imparted to the senses by such scenes as these. As the sun went down behind the low hills which separate the river from the desert, even their rocky sides had struggled to emulate the verdant clothing of the plain. Its receding rays were gradually withdrawn like a transparent veil of light from the landscape. Over the pure cloudless sky was the glow of the last light. In the distance and beyond the Zab, Keshaf, another venerable ruin, rose indistinctly into the evening mist. Still more distant and still more indistinct was a solitary hill overlooking the ancient city of Arbela. The Kurdish mountains, whose snowy summits cherished the dying sunbeams, yet struggled with the twilight. The bleating of sheep and lowing of cattle, at first faint, became louder as the flocks returned from their pastures and wandered amongst the tents. Girls hurried over the greensward to seek their father's cattle, or crouched down to milk those which had returned alone to their well-remembered folds. Some were coming from the river bearing the replenished pitcher on their heads or shoulders. Others, no less graceful in their form and erect in their carriage, were carrying the heavy loads of long grass which they had cut in the meadows. Across the meadows so beautiful in March the great armies of Ashur-natsir-pal returned with a booty of great campaigns, horses and cattle and sheep, bales of embroidered cloth, ivory and jewels, silver and gold, the products of many countries, while thousands of prisoners were assembled there to rear stately buildings which ultimately fell into decay and were buried by drifting sands. Layard excavated the emperor's palace and dispatched to London, among other treasures of antiquity, the sublime winged human-headed lions which guarded the entrance and many bas-reliefs. The Assyrian sculptures of this period lack the technical skill, the delicacy, and imagination of Sumerian and Akkadian art, but they are full of energy, dignified and massive, and strong and lifelike. They reflect the spirit of Assyria's greatness, which, however, had a materialistic basis. Assyrian art found expression in delineating the outward form rather than in striving to create a thing of beauty, which is a joy forever. When Ashur-natsir-pal died, he was succeeded by his son Shalmaneser III (860–825 BC), whose military activities extended over his whole reign. No fewer than 32 expeditions were recorded on his famous black obelisk. As Shalmaneser was the first Assyrian king who came into direct touch with the Hebrews, it will be of interest here to review the history of the divided kingdoms of Israel and Judah as recorded in the Bible, because of the light it throws on international politics and the situation which confronted Shalmaneser in Mesopotamia and Syria in the early part of his reign. After Solomon died, the kingdom of his son Rehoboam was restricted to Judah, Benjamin, Moab, and Edom. The 10 tribes of Israel had revolted and were ruled over by Jeroboam, whose capital was at Tirzah. There were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. The religious organization which had united the Hebrews under David and Solomon was thus broken up. Jeroboam established the religion of the Canaanites and made gods and molten images. He was condemned for his idolatry by the prophet Ahijah, who declared, "The Lord shall smite Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he shall root up Israel out of this good land which he gave to their fathers, and shall scatter them beyond the river, because they have made their groves, provoking the Lord to anger. And he shall give Israel up because of the sins of Jeroboam, who did sin, and who made Israel to sin." In Judah, Rehoboam similarly did evil in the sight of the Lord. His subjects also built their high places and images and groves on every high hill and under every green tree. After the raid of the Egyptian pharaoh Shishak, or Shoshank, Rehoboam repented, however. And when he humbled himself, the wrath of the Lord turned from him, that he would not destroy him altogether, and also in Judah things went well. Rehoboam was succeeded by his son Abijah, who shattered the power of Jeroboam, defeating that monarch in battle after he was surrounded as Ramses II had been by the Hittite army. The children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter. So there fell down slain in Israel 500,000 chosen men. Thus the children of Israel were brought under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed, because they relied upon the Lord God of their fathers. And Abijah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel with the towns thereof, and Jeshanah with the towns thereof, and Ephraim with the towns thereof. Neither did Jeroboam recover strength again in the days of Abijah, and the Lord struck him, and he died. Ere Jeroboam died, however, Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years, and Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. For he took away the altars of the strange gods, and the high places, and brake down the images, and cut down the groves, and commanded Judah to seek the Lord God of their fathers, and to do the law and the commandment. Also he took away out of all the cities of Judah the high places and the images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. And he built fenced cities in Judah, for the land had rest, and he had no war in those years, because the Lord had given him rest. Jeroboam died in the 2nd year of Asa's reign, and was succeeded by his son Nadab, who did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in his sin wherewith he made Israel to sin. Nadab waged war against the Philistines, and was besieging Gibbethon, when Baasha revolted and slew him. Thus ended the first dynasty of the kingdom of Israel. Baasha was declared king, and proceeded to operate against Judah. Having successfully waged war against Asa, he proceeded to fortify Ramah, a few miles to the north of Jerusalem, that he might not suffer any to go out or come in to Asa king of Judah. Now Israel was at this time one of the allies of the powerful Aramaean state of Damascus, which had resisted the advance of the Assyrian armies during the reign of Ashur-natsir-pal I, and apparently supported the rebellions of the northern Mesopotamian kings. Judah was nominally subject to Egypt, which, however, was weakened by internal troubles, and therefore unable either to assert its authority in Judah or help its king to resist the advances of the Israelites. In the hour of peril, Judah sought the aid of the king of Damascus. Asa took all the silver and the gold that were left in the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and delivered them into the hand of his servants. And King Asa sent them to Ben-Hadad, the son of Tabrimon, the son of Hezion, king of Syria, that dwelt at Damascus, saying, There is a league between me and thee, and between my father and thy father. Behold, I have sent unto thee a present of silver and gold. Come and break thy league with Baasha, king of Israel, that he may depart from me." Ben-Hadad accepted the invitation readily. He waged war against Israel, and Baasha was compelled to abandon the building of the fortifications at Ramah. Then King Asa made a proclamation throughout all Judah. None was exempted, and they took away the stones of Ramah, and the timber thereof, wherewith Baasha had builded, and King Asa built with them Gebah of Benjamin, and Mizpah. Judah and Israel thus became subject to Damascus, and had to recognize the king of that city as arbiter in all their disputes. After reigning about 24 years, Baasha of Israel died in 886 BC, and was succeeded by his son Elah, who came to the throne in the 26th year of Asa. He had ruled a little over a year when he was murdered by his servant Zimri, captain of half his chariots, while he was drinking himself drunk in the house of Arza, steward of his house at Tirzah. Thus ended the second dynasty of the kingdom of Israel. Zimri's revolt was short-lived. He reigned only 7 days in Tirzah. The army was encamped against Gibbethon, which belonged to the Philistines. And the people that were encamped heard say, Zimri hath conspired, and hath also slain the king. Wherefore all Israel made Omri, the captain of the host, king over Israel that day in the camp. And Omri went up from Gibbethon, and all Israel with him, and they besieged Tirzah. And it came to pass, when Zimri saw that the city was taken, that he went into the palace of the king's house, and burnt the king's house over him with fire, and died. Omri's claim to the throne was disputed by a rival named Tibni, but the people that followed Omri prevailed against the people that followed Tibni, son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri reigned. Omri was the builder of Samaria, whither his court was transferred from Tirzah toward the close of his 6 years' reign. He was followed by his son Ahab, who ascended the throne in the 38th year of Asa king of Judah. And Ahab did evil in the sight of the Lord above all that were before him. So notorious indeed were father and son, that the prophet Micah declared to the backsliders of his day, For the statutes of Omri are kept, and all the works of the house of Ahab, and ye walk in their counsel, that I should make thee a desolation, and the inhabitants thereof an hissing. Therefore ye shall bear the reproach of my people. Ahab was evidently an ally of Sidon, as well as a vassal of Damascus, for he married the notorious princess Jezebel, the daughter of the king of that city-state. He also became a worshipper of the Phoenician god Baal, to whom a temple had been erected in Samaria. And Ahab made a grove, and Ahab did more to provoke the Lord God of Israel to anger than all the kings of Israel that were before him. Obadiah, who feared the Lord greatly, was the governor of Ahab's house, but the outspoken prophet Elijah, whose arch-enemy was the notorious queen Jezebel, was an outcast, like the 100 prophets concealed by Obadiah in 2 mountain caves. Ahab became so powerful a king that Ben-Hadad II of Damascus picked a quarrel with him, and marched against Samaria. It was on this occasion that Ahab sent the famous message to Ben-Hadad, Let not him that girdeth his harness, or armour, boast himself as he that putteth it off. The Israelites issued forth from Samaria, and scattered the attacking force, and Israel pursued them. And Ben-Hadad the king of Syria escaped on a horse with a horseman. And the king of Israel went out, and smote the horses and chariots, and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. Ben-Hadad was made to believe afterwards by his counsellors that he owed his defeat to the fact that the gods of Israel were gods of the hills, therefore they are stronger than we. They added, Let us fight against them in the plain, and surely we shall be stronger than they. In the following year Ben-Hadad fought against the Israelites at Aphek, but was again defeated. He then found it necessary to make a covenant with Ahab. In 854 BC, Shalmaneser III of Assyria was engaged in military operations against the Aramaean Syrians. 2 years previously he had broken the power of Ahuni, king of Bit Adini in northern Mesopotamia, the leader of a strong confederacy of petty states. Thereafter the Assyrian monarch turned towards the southwest and attacked the Hittite state of Hamath and the Aramaean state of Damascus. The various rival kingdoms of Syria united against him, and an army of 70,000 allies attempted to thwart his progress at Qarqar on the Orontes. Although Shalmaneser claimed a victory on this occasion, it was of no great advantage to him, for he was unable to follow it up. Among the Syrian allies were Bir-idri, Ben-Hadad II, of Damascus, and Ahab of Israel, Achabu, of the land of Sirilites. The latter had a force of 10,000 men under his command. 4 years after Ahab began to reign, Asa died at Jerusalem, and his son Jehoshaphat was proclaimed king of Judah. And he walked in all the ways of Asa his father. He turned not aside from it, doing that which was right in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away, for the people offered and burnt incense yet in the high places. There is no record of any wars between Israel and Judah during this period, but it is evident that the two kingdoms had been drawn together and that Israel was the predominating power. Jehoshaphat joined affinity with Ahab, and some years afterward visited Samaria, where he was hospitably entertained. The two monarchs plotted together. Apparently Israel and Judah desired to throw off the yoke of Damascus, which was being kept constantly on the defense by Assyria. It is recorded in the Bible that they joined forces and set out on an expedition to attack Ramoth in Gilead, which Israel claimed, and take it out of the hand of the king of Syria. In the battle which ensued, in 853 BC, Ahab was mortally wounded, and about the time of the sun going down he died. He was succeeded by his son Ahaziah, who acknowledged the suzerainty of Damascus. After a reign of 2 years, Ahaziah was succeeded by Joram. Jehoshaphat did not again come into conflict with Damascus. He devoted himself to the development of his kingdom, and attempted to revive the sea trade on the Persian Gulf which had flourished under Solomon. He made ships in Tharshish to go to Ophir for gold, but they went not, for the ships were broken, wrecked, at Ezion-Geber. Ahaziah offered him sailors, probably Phoenicians, but they were refused. Apparently Jehoshaphat had close trading relations with the Chaldeans, who were encroaching on the territory of the king of Babylon and menacing the power of that monarch. Jehoram succeeded Jehoshaphat and reigned 8 years. After repulsing the Syrian allies at Qarqar on the Orontes in 854 BC, Shalmaneser III of Assyria found it necessary to invade Babylonia. Soon after he came to the throne he had formed an alliance with Nabu-aplu-idim of that kingdom, and was thus able to operate in the northwest without fear of complications with the rival claimant of Mesopotamia. When Nabu-aplu-idim died, his 2 sons Marduk-Zakir-Shum and Marduk-bel-Usate were rivals for the throne. The former, the rightful heir, appealed for help to Shalmaneser, and that monarch at once hastened to assert his authority in the southern kingdom. In 851 BC, Marduk-bel-Usate, who was supported by an Aramaean army, was defeated and put to death. Marduk-Zakir-Shum afterwards reigned over Babylonia as the vassal of Assyria, and Shalmaneser, his overlord, made offerings to the gods at Babylon, Borsippa, and Cuthah. The Chaldeans were afterwards subdued and compelled to pay annual tribute. In the following year Shalmaneser had to lead an expedition into northern Mesopotamia and suppress a fresh revolt in that troubled region. But the western allies soon gathered strength again, and in 846 BC he found it necessary to return with a great army, but was not successful in achieving any permanent success, although he put his enemies to flight. The various western kingdoms, including Damascus, Israel, and Tyre and Sidon, remained unconquered, and continued to conspire against him. The resisting power of the Syrian allies, however, was being greatly weakened by internal revolts, which may have been stirred up by Assyrian emissaries. Edom threw off the yoke of Judah and became independent. Jehoram, who had married Athaliah, a royal princess of Israel, was dead. His son Ahaziah, who succeeded him, joined forces with his cousin and overlord, King Joram of Israel, to assist him in capturing Ramoth-Gilead from the king of Damascus. Joram took possession of the city, but was wounded, and returned to Jezreel to be healed. He was the last king of the Omri dynasty of Israel. The prophet Elisha sent a messenger to Jehu, a military leader, who was at Ramoth-Gilead, with a box of oil and the ominous message, "Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. And thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord, at the hand of Jezebel. And the dogs shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her." Jehu conspired against Joram, and then, accompanied by an escort, rode in a chariot and went to Jezreel, so that he might be the first to announce the revolt to the king whom he was to depose. The watchman on the tower of Jezreel saw Jehu and his company approaching, and informed Joram, who twice sent out a messenger to inquire, "Is it peace?" Neither messenger returned, and the watchman informed the wounded monarch of Israel, "He came even unto them, and cometh not again, and the driving is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he driveth furiously." King Joram went out himself to meet the famous charioteer, but turned to flee when he discovered that he came as an enemy. Then Jehu drew his bow and shot Joram through the heart. Ahaziah endeavoured to conceal himself in Samaria, but was slain also. Jezebel was thrown down from a window of the royal harem and trodden underfoot by the horsemen of Jehu. Her body was devoured by dogs. The Syrian king, against whom Joram fought at Ramoth-Gilead, was Hazael. He had murdered Ben-Hadad II as he lay on a bed of sickness by smothering him with a thick cloth soaked in water. Then he had himself proclaimed the ruler of the Aramean state of Damascus. The prophet Elisha had previously wept before him, saying, "I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child." The time seemed ripe for Assyrian conquest. In 843 BC, Shalmaneser III crossed the Euphrates into Syria for the 16th time. His first objective was Aleppo, where he was welcomed. He made offerings there to Hadad, the local Thor, and then suddenly marched southward. Hazael went out to oppose the advancing Assyrians, and came into conflict with them in the vicinity of Mount Hermon. "I fought with him," Shalmaneser recorded, "and accomplished his defeat. I slew with the sword 1,600 of his warriors, and captured 1,121 chariots and 470 horses. He fled to save his life." Hazael took refuge within the walls of Damascus, which the Assyrians besieged, but failed, however, to capture. Shalmaneser's soldiers meanwhile wasted and burned cities without number, and carried away great booty. "In those days," Shalmaneser recorded, "I received tribute from the Tyrians and Sidonians, and from Yawa (Jehu), son or successor of Humri (Omri). The following is a translation from a bas-relief by Professor Pinches of a passage detailing Jehu's tribute. The tribute of Yawa, son of Humri: silver, gold, a golden cup, golden vases, golden vessels, golden buckets, lead, a staff for the hand of the king, and scepters I received." The scholarly translator adds, "It is noteworthy that the Assyrian form of the name, Yawa, shows that the unpronounced aleph at the end was at that time sounded, so the Hebrews must have called him Yahuwah, Jehuah." Shalmaneser did not again attack Damascus. His sphere of influence was therefore confined to North Syria. He found it more profitable, indeed, to extend his territories into Asia Minor. For several years he engaged himself in securing control of the northwestern caravan road, and did not rest until he had subdued Cilicia and overrun the Hittite kingdoms of Tabal and Malatia. Hazael of Damascus avenged himself meanwhile on his unfaithful allies, who had so readily acknowledged the shadowy suzerainty of Assyria. In those days the Lord began to cut Israel short, and Hazael smote them in all the coasts of Israel, from Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites, and the Reubenites, and the Manassites, from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan. Israel thus came completely under the sway of Damascus. Jehu appears to have cherished the ambition of uniting Israel and Judah under one crown. His revolt received the support of the Orthodox Hebrews, and he began well by inaugurating reforms in the northern kingdom with purpose apparently to re-establish the worship of David's God. He persecuted the prophets of Baal, but soon became a backslider, for although he stamped out the Phoenician religion, he began to worship the golden calves that were in Bethel and that were in Dan. He departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, which made Israel to sin. Apparently he found it necessary to secure the support of the idolaters of the ancient cult of the Queen of Heaven. The crown of Judah had been seized by the Israelitish queen mother Athaliah after the death of her son Ahaziah at the hands of Jehu. She endeavoured to destroy all the seed royal of the house of Judah. But another woman thwarted the completion of her monstrous design. This was Jehoshabeath, sister of Ahaziah, and wife of the priest Jehoiada, who concealed the young prince Joshua, and put him and his nurse in a bedchamber in the house of God. There Joash was strictly guarded for 6 years. In time Jehoiada stirred up a revolt against the Baal-worshipping queen of Judah. Having secured the support of the captains of the royal guard and a portion of the army, he brought out from the temple the 7-year-old prince Joash, the king's son, and put upon him the crown, and gave him the testimony, and made him king. And Jehoiada and his sons anointed him, and said, God save the king. Now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people into the house of the Lord, and she looked, and, behold, the king stood at his pillar at the entering in, and the princes and the trumpets by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and sounded with trumpets, also the singers with instruments of music, and such as taught, to sing praise. Then Athaliah rent her clothes, and said, Treason! Treason! Then Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains of hundreds that were set over the host, and he said unto them, Have her forth of the ranges, and whoso followeth her, let him be slain by the sword. For the priest said, Slay her not in the house of the Lord. So they laid hands on her, and when she was come to the entering of the horse gate by the king's house, they slew her there. And Jehoiada made a covenant between him, and between all the people, and between the king, that they should be the Lord's people. Then all the people went to the house of Baal, and brake it down, and brake his altars, and his image in pieces, and slew Matan the priest of Baal before the altars. When Jehu of Israel died, he was succeeded by Jehoahaz. The Lord was kindled against Israel, and he delivered them into the hand of Benhadad the son of Hazael all their days. Then Jehoahaz repented. He besought the Lord, and the Lord hearkened unto him, for he saw the oppression of Israel, because the king of Syria oppressed them. And the Lord gave Israel a saviour, so that they went out from under the hands of the Syrians. The saviour, as will be shown, was Assyria. Not only Israel, but Judah under King Joash, Edom, the Philistines and the Ammonites, were compelled to acknowledge the suzerainty of Damascus. Shalmaneser III swayed an extensive and powerful empire, and kept his generals continually employed, suppressing revolts on his frontiers. After he subdued the Hittites, Kati, king of Tabal, sent him his daughter, who was received into the royal harem. Tribes of the Medes came under his power. The Nairi and Urartian tribes continued battling with his soldiers on the northern borders, like the frontier tribes of India against the British troops. The kingdom of Urartu was growing more and more powerful. In 829 BC, the great empire was suddenly shaken to its foundations by the outbreak of civil war. The party of rebellion was led by Shalmaneser's son, Ashur-danin-apli, who evidently desired to supplant the crown prince Shamshi-Adad. He was a popular hero and received the support of most of the important Assyrian cities, including Nineveh, Ashur, Arbela, Imgurbel, and Dur-Balat, as well as some of the dependencies. Shalmaneser retained Kalkhi and the provinces of northern Mesopotamia, and it appears that the greater part of the army also remained loyal to him. After 4 years of civil war, Shalmaneser died. His chosen heir, Shamshi-Adad VII, had to continue the struggle for the throne for 2 more years. When at length the new king had stamped out the last embers of revolt within the kingdom, he had to undertake the reconquest of those provinces which in the interval had thrown off their allegiances to Assyria. Urartu in the north had grown more aggressive. The Syrians were openly defiant, the Medes were conducting bold raids, and the Babylonians were plotting with the Chaldeans, Elamites, and Arameans to oppose the new ruler. Shamshi-Adad, however, proved to be as great a general as his father. He subdued the Medes and Nairi tribes, burned many cities, and collected enormous tribute, while thousands of prisoners were taken and forced to serve the conqueror. Having established his power in the north, Shamshi-Adad then turned his attention to Babylonia. On his way southward he subdued many villages. He fell upon the first strong force of Babylonian allies at Dur-Papsukal in Akkad, and achieved a great victory, killing 13,000 and taking 3,000 captives. Then the Babylonian king, Marduk-balatsu-ikbi, advanced to meet him with his mixed forces of Babylonians, Chaldeans, Elamites, and Arameans, but was defeated in a fierce battle on the banks of the Daban Canal. The Babylonian camp was captured, and the prisoners taken by the Assyrians included 5,000 footmen, 200 horsemen, and 100 chariots. Shamshi-Adad conducted in all 5 campaigns in Babylonia and Chaldea, which he completely subdued, penetrating as far as the shores of the Persian Gulf. In the end he took prisoner the new king, Bau-ach-Idina, the successor of Marduk-balatsu-ikbi, and transported him to Assyria, and offered up sacrifices as the overlord of the ancient land at Babylonia, Borsippa, and Cuthah. For over half a century after this disaster, Babylonia was a province of Assyria. During that period, however, the influence which it exercised over the Assyrian court was so great that it contributed to the downfall of the royal line of the Second Empire. End of Chapter 17. The Hebrews in Assyrian History. Recording by Jane Sandberg, Urbana, Illinois. Section 22 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Sandberg, Myths of Babylonia and Assyria, by Donald Alexander Mackenzie. Chapter 18. The Age of Semiramis. One of the most interesting figures in Mesopotamian history came into prominence during the Assyrian Middle Empire period. This was the famous Sammu-Rammat, the Babylonian wife of an Assyrian ruler. Like Sargon of Akkad, Alexander the Great, and Dietrich von Bern, she made, by reason of her achievements and influence, a deep impression on the popular imagination, and as these monarchs became identified in tradition with the gods of war and fertility, she had attracted to her memory the myths associated with the mother goddess of love and battle, who presided over the destinies of mankind. In her character as the legendary Semiramis of Greek literature, the Assyrian queen was reputed to have been the daughter of Derceto, the dove and fish goddess of Ascalon, and to have departed from earth in bird form. It is not quite certain whether Sammu-Rammat was the wife of Shamshi-Adad VII, or of his son Adad-nirari IV. Before the former monarch reduced Babylonia to the status of an Assyrian province, he had signed a treaty of peace with its king, and it is suggested that it was confirmed by a matrimonial alliance. This treaty was repudiated by King Bau-ach-Idina, who was transported with his palace treasures to Assyria. As Sammu-Rammat was evidently a royal princess of Babylonia, It seems probable that her marriage was arranged with purpose to legitimize the succession of the Assyrian overlords to the Babylonian throne. The principle of mother right was ever popular in those countries where the worship of the Great Mother was perpetuated, if not in official, at any rate in domestic religion. Not a few Egyptian pharaohs reigned as husbands or as sons of royal ladies. Succession by the female line was also observed among the Hittites. When Hattusil II gave his daughter in marriage to Putahi, king of the Amorites, he inserted a clause in the Treaty of Alliance to the effect that the sovereignty over the Amorite should belong to the son and descendants of his daughter for evermore. As queen or queen mother, Sammurammat occupied as prominent a position in Assyria as did Queen Tai of Egypt during the lifetime of her husband Amenhotep III and the early part of the reign of her son Amenhotep IV or Akhenaton. The Tel el Amarna letters testify to Tai's influence in the Egyptian Foreign Office, and we know that at home she was joint ruler with her husband and took part with him in public ceremonials. During their reign, a temple was erected to the mother goddess Mut, and beside it was formed a great lake on which sailed the bark of Aton in connection with mysterious religious ceremonials. After Akhenaton's religious revolt was inaugurated, the worship of Mut was discontinued and Tai went into retirement. In Akhenaton's time, the vulture symbol of the goddess Mut did not appear above the sculptured figures of royalty. What connection the god Aton had with Mut during the period of the Tai regime remains obscure. There is no evidence that Aton was first exalted as the son of the great mother goddess, although this is not improbable. Queen Sammurammat of Assyria, like Tai of Egypt, is associated with social and religious innovations. She was the first, and indeed the only Assyrian royal lady, to be referred to on equal terms with her royal husband in official inscriptions. In a dedication to the god Nebo, that deity is reputed to be the protector of the life of Adad-nirari, king of the land of Ashur, his lord, and the life of Sammurammat, she of the palace, his lady. During the reign of Adad-nirari IV, the Assyrian court radiated Babylonian culture and traditions. The king not only recorded his descent from the first Shalmaneser, but also claimed to be a descendant of Bel-Kap-Kapu, an earlier, but to us unknown, Babylonian monarch than Sulili, i.e. Sumu-la-Ilu, the great-great-grandfather of Hammurabi. Bel-Kap-Kapu was reputed to have been an overlord of Assyria. Apparently Adad-nirari desired to be regarded as the legitimate heir to the thrones of Assyria and Babylonia. His claim upon the latter country must have had a substantial basis. It is not too much to assume that he was a son of a princess of its ancient royal family. Sammurammat may therefore have been his mother. She could have been called his wife in the mythological sense, the king having become husband of his mother. If such was the case, the royal pair probably posed as the high priest and high priestess of the ancient goddess cult, the incarnations of the Great Mother and the son who displaced his sire. The worship of the Great Mother was the popular religion of the indigenous peoples of Western Asia, including parts of Asia Minor, Egypt, and southern and western Europe. It appears to have been closely associated with agricultural rites practiced among the representative communities of the Mediterranean race. In Babylonia and Assyria, the peoples of the goddess cult fused with the peoples of the god cult, but the prominence maintained by Ishtar, who absorbed many of the old mother deities, testifies to the persistence of immemorial habits of thought and antique religious ceremonials among the descendants of the earliest settlers in the Tigro-Euphrates valley. Merodach's spouse Zarpanatu was not a shadowy deity, but a goddess who exercised as much influence as her divine husband. As Araru, she took part with him in the creation of mankind. In Asia Minor, the mother goddess was overshadowed by the father god during the period of Hatti predominance, but her worship was revived after the early people along the coast and in the agricultural valleys were freed from the yoke of the father god worshippers. It must be recognized in this connection that an official religion was not always a full reflection of popular beliefs. In all the great civilizations of antiquity, it was invariably a compromise between the beliefs of the military aristocracy and the masses of mingled peoples over whom they held sway. Temple worship had therefore a political aspect. It was indeed, among other things, to strengthen the position of the ruling classes. But ancient deities could still be worshipped, and were worshipped, in homes and fields, in groves and on mountain tops, as the case might be. Jeremiah has testified to the persistence of the folk practices in connection with the worship of the mother goddess among the inhabitants of Palestine. Sacrificial fires were lit, and cakes were baked and offered to the Queen of Heaven in the streets of Jerusalem and other cities. In Babylonia and Egypt, domestic religious practices were never completely supplanted by temple ceremonies in which rulers took a prominent part. It was always possible, therefore, for usurpers to make popular appeal by reviving ancient and persistent forms of worship. As we have seen, Jehu of Israel, after stamping out Phoenician Baal worship, secured a strong following by giving official recognition to the cult of the golden calf. It is not possible to set forth in detail, or with intimate knowledge, the various innovations which Sammu Rammat introduced, or with which she was credited, during the reigns of Adad-nirari IV, 810–782 BC, and his father. No discovery has been made of documents like the Tel el Amarna letters, which would shed light on the social and political life of this interesting period. But evidence is not awanting that Assyria was being suffused with Babylonian culture. Royal inscriptions record the triumphs of the army, but suppress the details of barbarities such as those which sully the annals of Ashur-natsir-pal, who had boys and girls burned on pyres and the heroes of small nations flayed alive. An ethical tendency becomes apparent in the exaltation of the Babylonian Shamash as an abstract deity who loved law and order, inspired the king with wisdom, and ordained the destinies of mankind. He is invoked on equal terms with Ashur. The prominence given to Nebo, the god of Borsippa, during the reign of Adad-nirari IV is highly significant. He appears in his later character as a god of culture and wisdom, the patron of scribes and artists, and the wise counselor of the deities. He symbolized the intellectual life of the southern kingdom, which was more closely associated with religious ethics than that of war-loving Assyria. A great temple was erected to Nebo at Kalhi, and 4 statues of him were placed within it, 2 of which are now in the British Museum. On one of these was cut the inscription, from which we have quoted, lauding the exalted and wise deity, and invoking him to protect Adad-nirari and the lady of the palace, Sammu Rammat, and closing with the exhortation, "Whoso cometh after time, let him trust in Nebo, and trust in no other god." The priests of Ashur in the city of Ashur must have been as deeply stirred by this religious revolt at Kalhi as were the priests of Ammon when Akhenaton turned his back on Thebes and the national god to worship Aton in his new capital at Tel el Amarna. It would appear that this sudden stream of Babylonian culture had begun to flow into Assyria as early as the reign of Shalmaneser III, and it may be that it was on account of that monarch's pro-Babylonian tendencies that his nobles and priests revolted against him. Shalmaneser established at Kalhi a royal library, which was stocked with the literature of the southern kingdom. During the reign of Adad-nirari IV, this collection was greatly increased, and subsequent additions were made to it by his successors, and especially Ashur-nirari IV, the last monarch of the Middle Empire. The inscriptions of Shamshi-Adad, son of Shalmaneser III, have literary qualities which distinguish them from those of his predecessors, and may be accounted for by the influence exercised by Babylonian scholars who migrated northward. To the reign of Adad-nirari belongs also that important compilation, the Synchronistic History of Assyria and Babylonia, which deals with the relations of the 2 kingdoms, and refers to contemporary events and rulers. The legends of Semiramis indicate that Sammu Rammat was associated, like Queen Tai, with a revival of mother worship. As we have said, she went down to tradition as the daughter of the fish goddess Derceto. Pliny identified that deity with Atargatis of Hierapolis. In Babylonia, the fish goddess was Nina, a developed form of Damkina, spouse of Ea and Eridu. In the inscription on the Nebo statue, that god is referred to as the son of Nudimmud, or Ea. Nina was the goddess who gave her name to Nineveh, and it is possible that Nebo may have been regarded as her son during the Semiramis period. The story of Semiramis's birth is evidently of great antiquity. It seems to have survived throughout Europe in the nursery tale of the Babes in the Wood. A striking Indian parallel is afforded by the legend of Shakuntala, which may be first referred to for the purpose of comparative study. Shakuntala was the daughter of the Rishi, Viswamitra and Menaka, the Aspara celestial fairy. Menaka gave birth to her child beside the sacred river Malini, and she cast the newborn infant on the bank of that river and went away. And beholding the newborn infant lying in that forest destitute of human beings, but abounding with lions and tigers, a number of vultures sat around to protect it from harm. A sage discovered the child and adopted her, because, he said, she was surrounded by Shakuntas, the birds, therefore hath she been named by me Shakuntala, bird protected. Semiramis was similarly deserted at birth by her celestial mother. She was protected by doves, and her Assyrian name, Samuramat, is believed to be derived from Sumat, dove, and to signify, the dove goddess loveth her. Simas, the chief of royal shepherds, found the child and adopted her. She was of great beauty, like Shakuntala, the maiden of perfect symmetry, sweet smiles, and faultless features, with whom King Dushyanta fell in love and married in Gandharva fashion. Semiramis became the wife of Ones, governor of Nineveh, and one of the generals of its alleged founder, King Ninus. She accompanied her husband to Bactria on a military campaign, and is said to have instructed the king how that city should be taken. Ninus fell in love with Semiramis, and Ones, who refused to give her up, went and hanged himself. The fair courtesan then became the wife of the king. The story proceeds that Semiramis exercised so great an influence over the impressionable King Ninus that she persuaded him to proclaim her Queen of Assyria for 5 days. She then ascended the throne decked in royal robes. On the first day she gave a great banquet, and on the second thrust Ninus into prison, or had him put to death. In this manner she secured the empire for herself. She reigned for over 40 years. Professor Fraser inclines to the view that the legend is a reminiscence of the custom of appointing a mock king and queen, to whom the kingdom was yielded up to 5 days. Semiramis played the part of the mother goddess, and the priestly king died a violent death in the character of her divine lover. The mounds of Semiramis, which were pointed out all over Western Asia, were said to have been the graves of her lovers whom she buried alive. This tradition is one of the surest indications of the identity of the mythical Semiramis with the Babylonian goddess Ishtar or Astarte. As we have seen, Ishtar and other mother goddesses had many lovers whom they deserted, like La Belle Dame sans Merci. As queen of Assyria, Semiramis was said to have cut roads through mountainous districts and erected many buildings. According to one version of the legend, she founded the city of Babylon. Herodotus, however, says in this connection, Semiramis held the throne for 5 generations before the later princess, Nitocris. She raised certain embankments, well worthy of inspection, in the plain near Babylon to control the river Euphrates, which, till then, used to overflow and flood the whole country round about. Lucian, who associates the famous queen with mighty works in Asia, states that she was reputed by some to be the builder of the ancient temple of Aphrodite in the Libanus, although others credit it to Cinyras or Deucalion. Several Median places bear her name, and according to ancient Armenian tradition, she was the founder of Van, which was formerly called Shamiramagerd. Strabo tells that unidentified mountains in Western Asia were named after Semiramis. Indeed, many of the great works of the Tigro-Euphrates valley, not excepting the famous inscription of Darius, were credited to the legendary queen of Babylonia and Assyria. She was the rival in tradition of the famous Sesostris of Egypt as a ruler, builder, and conqueror. All the military expeditions of Semiramis were attended with success, except her invasion of India. She was supposed to have been defeated in the Punjab. After suffering this disaster, she died, or abdicated the throne in favour of her son Ninyas. The most archaic form of the legend appears to be that she was turned into a dove and took flight to heaven in that form. After her death she was worshipped as a dove goddess, like Our Lady of Trees and Doves in Cyprus, whose shrine at Old Paphos was founded, Herodotus says, by Phoenician colonists from Ascalon. Fish and doves were sacred to Derceto, or Attar, who had a mermaid form. "I have beheld," says Lucian, "the image of Derceto in Phoenicia. A marvellous spectacle it is. One half is a woman, but the part which extends from thighs to feet terminates with the tail of a fish." Derceto was supposed to have been a woman who threw herself in despair into a lake. After death she was adored as a goddess, and her worshippers abstained from eating fish, except sacrificially. A golden image of a fish was suspended in her temple. Atargatis, who was identical with Derceto, was reputed in another form of the legend to have been born of an egg which the sacred fishes found in the Euphrates and thrust ashore. The Greek Aphrodite was born of the froth of the sea, and floated in a seashell. According to Hesiod, "The wafting waves first bore her to Cythera the divine. To wave-encircled Cyprus came she then, and forth emerged a goddess in the charms of awful beauty, where her delicate feet had pressed the sands, green herbage flowering sprang. Her Aphrodite, gods and mortals name, the foam-born goddess, and her name is known as Cytherea with the blooming wreath, for that she touched Cythera's flowery coast, and Cyprus for that on the Cyprian shore she rose amid the multitude of waves." Elton's translation. The animals sacred to Aphrodite included the sparrow, the dove, the swan, the swallow, and the wryneck. She presided over the month of April, and the myrtle, rose, poppy, and apple were sacred to her. Some writers connect Semiramis, in her character as a dove goddess, with Medea and the old Persian mother goddess Anaitis, and regard as arbitrary her identification with the fish goddess Derceto or Atargatis. The dove was certainly not a popular bird in the religious art of Babylonia and Assyria, but in one of the hymns translated by Professor Pinches, Ishtar says, "Like a lonely dove I rest." In another, the worshipper tries to touch Ishtar's heart by crying, "Like the dove I moan." A Sumerian psalmist makes a goddess, Gula, who presided over Larak, a part of Isin, lament over the city as it was captured by the enemy. "My temple Easte, temple of Larak, Larak the city which Bel and Lil gave. Beneath are turned to strangeness, above are turned to strangeness. With wailing on the lyre my dwelling place is surrendered to the stranger. The dovecots they wickedly seized, the doves they entrapped, the ravens he, and Lil, caused to fly." Apparently there were temple and household doves in Babylonia. The Egyptians had their household dovecots in ancient as in modern times. Lane makes reference to the large pigeon houses in many villages. They are of archaic pattern, with the walls slightly inclining inwards, like many of the ancient Egyptian buildings, and are constructed upon the roofs of the huts with crude brick, pottery, and mud. Each pair of pigeons occupies a separate earthen pot. It may be that the dove bulked more prominently in domestic than in official religion, and had a special seasonal significance. Ishtar appears to have had a dove form. In the Gilgamesh epic, she is said to have loved the brilliant alalu bird, the bright-coloured wood pigeon, according to Sayce, and to have afterwards wounded it by breaking its wings. She also loved the lion and the horse, and must therefore have assumed the forms of these animals. The goddess Bau, she whose city is destroyed, laments in a Sumerian psalm. "Like a dove to its dwelling place, how long to my dwelling place will they pursue me? To my sanctuary, the sacred place they pursue me. My resting place, the brick walls of my city Isin, thou art destroyed. My sanctuary, shrine of my temple Galma, thou art destroyed." Here the goddess appears to be identified with the doves which rest on the walls and make their nests in the shrine. The Sumerian poets did not adorn their poems with meaningless picturesque imagery. Their images were stern facts. They had a magical or religious significance like the imagery of magical incantations. The worshipper invoked the deity by naming his or her various attributes, forms, etc. Of special interest are the references in Sumerian psalms to the ravens as well as the doves of goddesses. Throughout Asia and Europe, ravens are birds of ill omen. In Scotland, there still linger curious folk beliefs regarding the appearance of ravens and doves after death. Michael Scott, the great magician, when on his deathbed, told his friends to place his body on a hillock. 3 ravens and 3 doves would be seen flying towards it. If the ravens were first, the body was to be burned, but if the doves were first, it was to receive Christian burial. The ravens were foremost, but in their hurry flew beyond their mark. So the devil, who had long been preparing a bed for Michael, was disappointed. In Indian mythology, Purusha, the chaos giant, first divided himself. Hence were husband and wife produced. This couple then assumed various animal forms, and thus created every living pair whatsoever, down to the ants. Goddesses and fairies in the folk tales of many countries sometimes assume bird forms. The Fates appear to Damayanti in the Nala story as swans which carry love messages. According to Aryo-Indian belief, birds were blessed with fecundity. The Babylonian Etana eagle and the Egyptian vulture, as had been indicated, were deities of fertility. Throughout Europe, birds, which were Fates, mated, according to popular belief, on St. Valentine's Day in February, when lots were drawn for wives by rural folks. Another form of the old custom is referred to by the poet Gay. Last Valentine, the day when birds of kind their paramours with mutual chirpings find, I early rose. Thee first I spied, and the first swain we see, in spite of fortune, shall our true love be. The dove appears to have been a sacred bird in various areas occupied by tribes of the Mediterranean race. Models of a shrine found in 2 royal graves at Mycenae are surmounted by a pair of doves, suggesting twin goddesses like Isis and Nephthys of Egypt and Ishtar and Belit-sheri of Babylonia. Doves and snakes were associated with the mother goddess of Crete, typifying, according to one view, her connection with air and earth. Although her character was distinctly beneficent and pacific, yet, as lady of the wild creatures, she had a more fearful aspect, one that was often depicted on carved gems, where lions are her companions. Discussing the attributes and symbols of this mother goddess, Professor Burroughs says, "As the serpent, coming from the crevices of the earth, shows the possession of the tree or pillar from the underworld, so the dove, with which this goddess is also associated, shows its possession from the world of the sky." Professor Robertson Smith has demonstrated that the dove was of great sanctity among the Semites. It figures in Hittite sculptures and was probably connected with the goddess cult in Asia Minor. Although Egypt had no dove goddesses, the bird was addressed by lovers. "I hear thy voice, O turtle dove, the dawn is all aglow. Weary am I with love, oh, whither shall I go?" Pigeons, as indicated, are in Egypt still regarded as sacred birds, and a few years ago British soldiers created a riot by shooting them. Doves were connected with the ancient Greek oracle at Dodona. In many countries, the dove is closely associated with love, and also symbolizes innocence, gentleness, and holiness. The pigeon was anciently, it would appear, a sacred bird in these islands, and Brand has recorded curious folk beliefs connected with it. In some districts, the idea prevailed that no person could die on a bed which contained pigeon feathers. If anybody be sick and lie a-dying, if they lie upon pigeon feathers, they will be languishing and never die, but be in pain and torment, wrote a correspondent. A similar superstition about the feathers of different varieties of wild fowl obtained in other districts. Brand traced this interesting traditional belief in Yorkshire, Lancashire, Derbyshire, and some of the Welsh and Irish counties. It still lingers in parts of the Scottish Highlands. In the old ballad of "The Bloody Gardener", the white dove appears to a young man as the soul of his lady love, who was murdered by his mother. He first saw the bird perched on his breast, and then sitting on a myrtle tree. The dove was not only a symbol of Semiramis, but also of her mother Derceto, the Phoenician fish goddess. The connection between bird and fish may have been given an astral significance. In Poor Robin's Almanac for 1757, a St. Valentine rhyme begins, "This month bright Phoebus enters Pisces. The maids will have great store of kisses, for always when the sun comes there, Valentine's Day is drawing near, and both the men and maids incline to choose them each a Valentine." As we have seen, the example was set by the mating birds. The almanac poet no doubt versified an old astrological belief. When the spring sun entered the sign of the fishes, the love goddess in bird form returned to earth. Advocates of the totemic theory, on the other hand, may hold that the association of doves with snake goddesses and fish goddesses of fertility was due to the fusion of tribes who had various animal totems. The Pelew Islanders believed, says Professor Fraser, that the souls of their forefathers lived in certain species of animals, which accordingly they held sacred and would not injure. For this reason one man would not kill snakes, another would not harm pigeons, and so on. But everyone was quite ready to kill and eat the sacred animals of his neighbours. That the Egyptians had similar customs is suggested by what Herodotus tells us regarding their sacred animals. Those who live near Thebes and the lake Moeris hold the crocodile in religious veneration. Those who live in or near Elephantine, so far from considering these beasts as sacred, make them an article of food. The hippopotamus is esteemed sacred in the district of Papremis, but in no other part of Egypt. They roast and boil birds and fishes, excepting those which are preserved for sacred purposes. Totemic animals controlled the destinies of tribes and families. Gross tells us, said Brand, that, besides general notices of death, many families have particular warnings or notices, some by the appearance of a bird, and others by the figure of a tall woman, dressed all in white. Pennant says that many of the great families in Scotland had their demon or genius, who gave them monitions of future events. Members of tribes which venerated the pigeon, therefore, invoked it like the Egyptian love poet, and drew omens from its notes, or saw one appearing as the soul of the dead, like the lover in the ballad of the Bloody Gardener. They refrained also from killing the pigeon, except sacrificially, and suffered agonies on a deathbed which contained pigeon feathers, the taboo having been broken. Some such explanation is necessary to account for the specialization of certain goddesses as fish, snake, cat, or bird deities. Aphrodite, who like Ishtar absorbed the attributes of several goddesses of fertility and fate, had attracted to her the various animal symbols which were prominent in the districts or among tribes brought into close contact, while the poppy, rose, myrtle, etc., which were used as love charms, or for making love potions, were also consecrated to her. Anthropomorphic deities were decorated with the symbols and flowers of folk religion. From the comparative evidence accumulated here, it will be seen that the theory of the mythical Semiramis's Median, or Persian origin, is somewhat narrow. It is possible that the dove was venerated in Cyprus, as it was certainly in Crete, long centuries before Assyrian and Babylonian influence filtered westward through the Phoenician and Hittite channels. In another connection, Sir Arthur Evans shows that the resemblance between Cretan and early Semitic beliefs points rather to some remote common element, the nature of which is at present obscure, than to any definite borrowing by one side or another. From the evidence afforded by the Semiramis legends and the inscriptions of the latter half of the Assyrian Middle Empire period, it may be inferred that a renaissance of mother worship was favoured by the social and political changes which were taking place. In the first place, the influence of Babylon must have been strongly felt in this connection. The fact that Adad-nirari found it necessary to win the support of the Babylonians by proclaiming his descent from one of their ancient royal families suggests that he was not only concerned about the attitude assumed by the scholars of the southern kingdom, but also that of the masses of old Sumerian and Akkadian stocks, who continued to bake cakes to the Queen of Heaven so as to ensure good harvests. In the second place, it is not improbable that even in Assyria the introduction of Nebo and his spouse made widespread appeal. That country had become largely peopled by an alien population. Many of these aliens came from districts where mother worship prevailed, and had no traditional respect for Ashur, while they regarded with hostility the military aristocracy who conquered and ruled in the name of that dreaded deity. Perhaps, too, the influence of the Aramaeans, who in Babylonia racked the temples of the sun god, tended to revive the ancient religion of the Mediterranean race. Jehu's religious revolt in Israel, which established once again the cult of Ashtoreth, occurred after he came under the sway of Damascus, and may have not been unconnected with the political ascendancy elsewhere of the goddess cult. Nebo, whom Adad-nirari exalted at Khalhich, was more than a local god of Borsippa. The most satisfactory view, says Jastrow, is to regard him as a counterpart of Ea. Like Ea, he is the embodiment and source of wisdom. The study of the heavens formed part of the wisdom which is traced back to Nebo, and the temple school at Borsippa became one of the chief centers for the astrological and, subsequently, for the astronomical lore of Babylonia. Like Nebo, Ea is also associated with the irrigation of the fields, and with their consequent fertility. A hymn praises him as the one who fills the canals and the dikes, who protects the fields and brings the crops to maturity. Nebo links with Merodach, or Marduk, who is sometimes referred to as his father. Jastrow assumes that the close partnership between Nebo and Merodach had, as a consequence, a transfer of some of the father Marduk's attributes as a solar deity to Nebo, his son, just as Ea passed his traits on to his son Marduk. As the recorder or scribe among the gods, Nebo resembles the Egyptian god Thoth, who links with Khonsu, the lunar and spring sun god of love and fertility, and with Osiris. In Borsippa, he had, like Merodach in Babylon, pronounced Tammuz traits. Nebo, in fact, appears to be the Tammuz of the New Age, the son of the ancient goddess, who became husband of his mother. If Nebo had no connection with great mother worship, it is unlikely that his statue would have borne an inscription referring to King Adad-nirari and Queen Sammu-rammat on equal terms. The Assyrian spouse of Nebo was called Tashmit. This goddess of supplication and love had a lunar significance. A prayer addressed to her in association with Nannar, sin, and Ishtar precedes. In the evil of the eclipse of the moon which has taken place, in the evil of the powers of the portents, evil and not good, which are in my palace and my land, I have turned towards thee. Before Nebo, thy spouse, thy lord, the prince, the firstborn of Esagalia, intercede for me. May he hearken to my cry at the word of thy mouth. May he remove my sighing. May he learn my supplication. Damkina is similarly addressed in another prayer. O Damkina, mighty queen of all the gods! O wife of Ea, valiant art thou! O Irnina, mighty queen of all the gods! Thou that dwellest in the abyss, O lady of heaven and earth! In the evil of the eclipse of the moon, etc. Bau is also portrayed in a similar connection as mighty lady that dwellest in the bright heavens, i.e., Queen of Heaven. Tashmit, whose name signifies obedience according to Jastrow, or hearing according to Sayce, carried the prayers of worshippers to Nebo, her spouse. As Isis interceded with Osiris, she interceded with Nebo on behalf of mankind. But this did not signify that she was the least influential of the divine pair. A goddess played many parts. She was at once mother, daughter, and wife of the god, the servant of one god, or the mighty queen of all the gods. The Great Mother was, as has been indicated, regarded as the eternal and undecaying one. The gods passed away, son succeeding father; she alone remained. Thus, too, did Semiramis survive in the popular memory, as the queen goddess of widespread legends, after kings and gods had been forgotten. To her was ascribed all the mighty works of other days in the lands where the indigenous peoples first worshipped the Great Mother as Damkina, Nina, Bau, Ishtar, or Tashmit, because the goddess was anciently believed to be the first cause, the creatrix, the mighty one who invested the ruling god with the powers he possessed, the god who held sway because he was her husband, as did Nergal as the husband of Eresh-ki-gal, queen of Hades. The multiplication of well-defined goddesses was partly due to the tendency to symbolize the attributes of the Great Mother, and partly due to the development of the Great Lady in a particular district where she reflected local phenomena and where the political influence achieved by her worshippers emphasized her greatness. Legends regarding a famous goddess were in time attached to other goddesses, and in Aphrodite and Derceto we appear to have mother deities who absorbed the traditions of more than one local lady of river and plain, forest and mountain. Semiramis, on the other hand, survived as a link between the Old World and the New, between the country from which emanated the stream of ancient culture and the regions which received it. As the high priestess of the cult, she became identified with the goddess whose bird name she bore, as Gilgamesh and Etana became identified with the primitive culture hero or patriarch of the ancient Sumerians, and Sargon became identified with Tammuz. No doubt the fame of Semiramis was specially emphasized because of her close association, as Queen Sammu-rammat, with the religious innovations which disturbed the land of the god Ashur during the Middle Empire period. Adad-nirari IV, the son or husband of Sammu-rammat, was a vigorous and successful campaigner. He was the Assyrian king who became the savior of Israel. Although it is not possible to give a detailed account of his various expeditions, we find from the list of these which survives in the Eponym Chronicle that he included in the Assyrian Empire a larger extent of territory than any of his predecessors. In the northeast he overcame the Median and other tribes, and acquired a large portion of the Iranian plateau. He compelled Edom to pay tribute, and established his hold in Babylonia by restricting the power of the Chaldeans in Sealand. In the north he swayed, at least so he claimed, the wide domains of the Nairi people. He also confirmed his supremacy over the Hittites. The Aramaean state of Damascus, which had withstood the attacks of the great Shalmaneser and afterwards oppressed, as we have seen, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, was completely overpowered by Adad-nirari. The old king, Hazael, died when Assyria's power was being strengthened and increased along his frontiers. He was succeeded by his son Mari, who is believed to be identical with the biblical Ben-Hadad III. Shortly after this new monarch came to the throne, Adad-nirari IV led a great army against him. The Syrian ruler appears to have been taken by surprise. Probably his kingdom was suffering from the 3 defeats which had been previously administered by the revolting Israelites. At any rate, Mari was unable to gather together an army of allies to resist the Assyrian advance, and took refuge behind the walls of Damascus. This strongly fortified city was closely invested, and Mari had at length to submit and acknowledge Adad-nirari as his overlord. The prize of peace included 23,000 talents of silver, 20 of gold, 3,000 of copper, and 5,000 of iron, as well as ivory ornaments and furniture, embroidered materials, and other goods to a countless amount. Thus the Lord gave Israel a saviour, so that they went out from under the hand of the Syrians, and the children of Israel dwelt in their tents, as beforetime. This significant reference to the conquest of Damascus by the Assyrian king is followed by another which throws light on the religious phenomena of the period. Nevertheless, they departed not from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, who made Israel sin, but walked therein, and there remained the grove also in Samaria. Ashtoreth and her golden calf continued to be venerated, and doves were sacrificed to the local Adonis. It is not certain whether Adad-nirari penetrated farther than Damascus. Possibly all the states which owed allegiance to the king of that city became at once the willing vassals of Assyria, their protector. The tribute received by Adad-nirari from Tyre, Sidon, the land of Omri, or Israel, Edom, and Palastu, Philistia, may have been gifted as a formal acknowledgement of his suzerainty and with purpose to bring them directly under Assyrian control, so that Damascus might be prevented from taking vengeance against them. Meagre details survive regarding the reign of the next king, Shalmaneser IV, 781–772 BC. These are, however, supplemented by the Urartian inscriptions. Although Adad-nirari boasted that he had subdued the kingdom of Urartu in the north, he appears to have done no more than limit its southern expansion for a time. The Urarti were, like the Mitanni, a military aristocracy who welded together by conquest the tribes of the eastern and northern highlands, which several Assyrian monarchs included in their empire. They acquired the elements of Assyrian culture and used the Assyrian script for their own language. Their god was named Chaldis, and they called their nation Chaldea. During the reign of Ashur-natsir-pal, their area of control was confined to the banks of the river Araxes, but it was gradually extended under a succession of vigorous kings toward the southwest until they became supreme round the shores of Lake Van. 3 of their early kings were Lutipris, Sharduris I, and Arame. During the reign of Shamsi-Adad, the Assyrians came into conflict with the Urarti, who were governed at that time by Ushpina of Nairi, or Ishpuinis, son of Sharduris II. The Urartian kingdom had extended rapidly and bordered on Assyrian territory. To the west there were the tribes known as the Manai, the northern enemies of the Medes, a people of Indo-European speech. When Adad-nirari IV waged war against the Urarti, their king was Menuas, the son of Ishpuinis. Menuas was a great warlord, and was able to measure his strength against Assyria on equal terms. He had nearly doubled by conquest the area controlled by his predecessors. Adad-nirari endeavoured to drive his rival northward, but all along the Assyrian frontier from the Euphrates to the lower Zab, Menuas forced the outposts of Adad-nirari to retreat southward. The Assyrians, in short, were unable to hold their own. Having extended his kingdom towards the south, Menuas invaded Hittite territory, subdued Malatia, and compelled its king to pay tribute. He also conquered the Manai and other tribes. Towards the north and northwest he added a considerable area to his kingdom, which became as large as Assyria. Menuas's capital was the city of Turushpa, or Duspas, Van, which was called Chaldinas after the national god. For a century it was the seat of Urartian administration. The buildings erected there by Menuas and his successors became associated in aftertime with the traditions of Semiramis, who, as Queen Salmuramit of Assyria, was a contemporary of the great Urartian conqueror. Similarly, a sculptured representation of the Hittite god was referred to by Herodotus as a memorial of the Egyptian king Sesostris. The strongest fortification at Duspas was a citadel, which was erected on a rocky promontory jutting into Lake Van. A small garrison could there resist a prolonged siege. The water supply of the city was assured by the construction of subterranean aqueducts. Menuas erected a magnificent palace, which rivaled that of the Assyrian monarch at Kalhi, and furnished it with rich booty brought back from victorious campaigns. He was a lover of trees, and planted many, and he laid out gardens which bloomed with brilliant Asian flowers. The palace commanded a noble prospect of hill and valley scenery on the southwestern shore of beautiful Lake Van. Menuas was succeeded by his son Argistis, who ascended the throne during the lifetime of Adad-nirari of Assyria. During the early part of his reign, he conducted military expeditions to the north, beyond the river Araxes. He afterwards came into conflict with Assyria and acquired more territory on its northern frontier. He also subdued the Mannai, who had risen in revolt. For 3 years, 781 to 778 BC, the general of Shalmaneser IV waged war constantly with Urartu, and again in 776 BC and 774 BC, attempts were made to prevent the southern expansion of that power. On more than one occasion the Assyrians were defeated and compelled to retreat. Assyria suffered serious loss of prestige on account of its inability to hold in check its northern rival. Damascus rose in revolt and had to be subdued, and northern Syria was greatly disturbed. Hadrach was visited in the last year of the king's reign. Ashur-dan III, 771 to 763 BC, occupied the Assyrian throne during a period of great unrest. He was unable to attack Urartu. His army had to operate instead on his eastern and southern frontiers. A great plague broke out in 765 BC, the year in which Hadrach had again to be dealt with. On June 15, 763 BC, there was a total eclipse of the sun, and that dread event was followed by a revolt at Ashur, which was no doubt of priestly origin. The king's son, Adad-nirari, was involved in it, but it is not certain whether or not he displaced his father for a time. In 758 BC, Ashur-dan again showed signs of activity by endeavoring to suppress the revolts which during the period of civil war had broken out in Syria. Adad-nirari V came to the throne in 763 BC. He had to deal with revolts in Ashur, in other cities. Indeed, for the greater part of his reign, he seems to have been kept fully engaged endeavoring to establish his authority within the Assyrian borders. The Syrian provinces regained their independence. During the first 4 years of his successor Ashur-nirari IV, 753 to 746 BC, the army never left Assyria. Namri was visited in 749 to 748 BC, but it is not certain whether he fought against the Urartians or the Aramaeans who had become active during this period of Assyrian decline. In 746 BC, a revolt broke out in the city of Kalhi, and the king had to leave it. Soon afterwards he died. Perhaps he was assassinated, and none of his sons came to the throne. A year previously, Nabu-Natsir, known to the Greeks as Nabonassar, was crowned king of Babylonia. Ashur-nirari IV appears to have been a monarch of somewhat like character to the famous Akhenaton of Egypt, an idealist for whom war had no attractions. He kept his army at home, while his foreign possessions rose in revolt one after another. Apparently he had dreams of guarding Assyria against attack by means of treaties of peace. He arranged one with a Mesopotamian king, Mati-ilu of Agusi, who pledged himself not to go to war without the consent of his Assyrian overlord, and it is possible that there were other documents of like character which have not survived to us. During his leisure hours, the king engaged himself in studious pursuits, and made additions to the royal library. In the end his disappointed soldiers found a worthy leader in one of its generals, who seized the throne and assumed the royal name of Tiglath-Pileser. Ashur-nirari IV was the last king of the Middle Empire of Assyria. He may have been a man of high character and refinement, and worthy of our esteem, although an unsuitable ruler for a predatory state. End of Chapter 18, The Age of Semiramis. Recording by Jane Sandberg, Urbana, Illinois.
Section 23 of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chester. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander MACKENZIE. Chapter 19. Assyria's Age of Splendour. We now enter upon the last and most brilliant phase of Assyrian civilization, the period of the Third or New Empire, during which flourished Tiglath-Pileser IV, the mighty conqueror, the Shalmaneser of the Bible, Sargon the Later, who transported the lost 10 tribes of Israel, Sennacherib, the destroyer of Babylon, and Esarhaddon, who made Lower Egypt an Assyrian province. We also meet with notable figures of biblical fame, including Ahaz, Hezekiah, Isaiah, and the idolatrous Manasseh. Tiglath-Pileser IV, who deposed Ashur-Nerari IV, was known to the Babylonians as Pulu, which some think was a term of contempt, signifying wild animal. In the Bible he is referred to as Pul. Tiglath-Pileser and Tiglath-Pileser. He came to the Assyrian throne toward the end of April in 745 BC and reigned until 727 BC. We know nothing regarding his origin, but it seems clear that he was not of royal descent. He appears to have been a popular leader of the revolt against Ashur-Nerari, who, like certain of his predecessors, had pronounced pro-Babylonian tendencies. It is significant to note in this connection that the new king was an unswerving adherent of the cult of Ashur, by the adherents of which he was probably strongly supported. Tiglath-Pileser combined in equal measure those qualities of generalship and statesmanship which were necessary for the reorganization of the Assyrian state and the revival of its military prestige. At the beginning of his reign, there was much social discontent and suffering. The national exchequer had been exhausted by the loss of tribute from revolting provinces. Trade was paralyzed and the industries were in a languishing condition. Plundering bands of Arameans were menacing the western frontiers and had overrun part of northern Babylonia. New political confederacies in Syria kept the northwest regions in a constant state of unrest, and the now powerful Eurasian kingdom was threatening the Syro-Cappadocian states, as if its rulers had dreams of building up a great world empire on the ruins of that of Assyria. Tiglath-Pileser first paid attention to Babylonia and extinguished the resistance of the Arameans in Akkad. He appears to have been welcomed by Nabonassar, who became his vassal, and he offered sacrifices in the cities of Babylon, Sippar, Kuta, and Nippur. Sippar had been occupied by Arameans, as on a previous occasion when they destroyed the temple of the sun god Shamash, which was restored by Nabu-aplu-iddina of Babylon. Tiglath-Pileser did not overrun Chaldea, but he destroyed its capital, Serebenu, and impaled King Nabu-Ushabishi. He proclaimed himself king of Sumer and Akkad, and king of the Four Quarters. The frontier states of Elam and Media were visited and subdued. Having disposed of the Arameans and other raiders, the Assyrian monarch had next to deal with his most powerful rival, Urartu. Argistis I had been succeeded by Sharduris III, who had formed an alliance with the North Mesopotamian king Mati-Ilu of Agusi. on whom Ashur Nerari had reposed his faith. Ere long, Sharduris pressed southward from Malaysia and compelled the North Syrian Hittite states, including Carchemish, to acknowledge his suzerainty. A struggle then ensued between Urartu and Assyria for the possession of the Syro-Cappadocian states. At this time, the reputation of Tiglath-Pileser hung in the balance. If he failed in his attack on Urartu, his prestige would vanish at home and abroad, and Sharduris might, after establishing himself in northern Syria, invade Assyria and compel its allegiance. Two courses lay before Tiglath-Pileser. He could either cross the mountains and invade Urartu, or strike at his rival in North Syria, where the influence of Assyria had been completely extinguished. The latter appeared to him to be the most feasible and judicious procedure, for if he succeeded in expelling the invaders, he would at the same time compel the allegiance of the rebellious Hittite states. In the spring of 743 BC, Tiglath-Pileser led his army across the Euphrates and reached Arpad without meeting with any resistance. The city appears to have opened its gates to him, although it was in the kingdom of Mati-Ilu, who acknowledged Eurasian sway. Its foreign garrison was slaughtered. Well might Sharduris exclaim, in the words of the prophet, "Where is the king of Arpad? Where are the gods of Arpad?" Leaving Arpad, Tiglath-Pileser advanced to meet Sharduris, who was apparently hastening southward to attack the Assyrians in the rear. Tiglath-Pileser, however, crossed the Euphrates and moving northward, delivered an unexpected attack on the Eurasian army in Kumuk. A fierce battle ensued, and one of its dramatic incidents was a single combat between the rival kings. The tide of battle flowed in Assyria's favor, and when evening was falling, the chariots and cavalry of Urartu were thrown into confusion. An attempt was made to capture King Sharduris, who leapt from his chariot and made hasty escape on horseback, hotly pursued in the gathering darkness by an Assyrian contingent of cavalry. Not until the bridge of the Euphrates was reached was the exciting night chase abandoned. Tiglath-Pileser had achieved an overwhelming victory against an army superior to his own in numbers. Over 70,000 of the enemy were slain or taken captive, while the Uarshan camp with its stores and horses and followers fell into the hands of the triumphant Assyrians. Tiglath-Pileser burned the royal tent enthroned as an offering to Ashur, and carried Sharduris' bed to the temple of the goddess of Nineveh, whither he returned to prepare a new plan of campaign against his northern rival. Despite the blow dealt against Urartu, Assyria did not immediately regain possession of North Syria. The shifty Mati-Ilu either cherished the hope that Sharduris would recover strength and again invade North Syria, or that he might himself establish an empire in that region. Tiglath-Pileser had therefore to march westward again. For 3 years he conducted vigorous campaigns in the western land, where he met with vigorous resistance. In 740 BC, Arpad was captured and Mati-Ilu deposed and probably put to death. 2 years later, Kulani and Hamath fell, and the districts which they controlled were included in the Assyrian Empire and governed by crown officials. Once again, the Hebrews came into contact with Assyria. The dynasty of Jehu had come to an end by this time. Its fall may not have been unconnected with the trend of events in Assyria during the closing years of the Middle Empire. Supported by Assyria, the kings of Israel had become powerful and haughty. Jehoash, the grandson of Jehu, had achieved successes in conflict with Damascus. In Judah, the unstable Amaziah, son of Joash, was strong enough to lay a heavy hand on Edom. and flushed with triumph, then resolved to readjust his relations with his overlord, the king of Israel. Accordingly, he sent a communication to Jehoash, which contained some proposal regarding their political relations, concluding with the offer or challenge, "Come, let us look one another in the face." A contemptuous answer was returned. Jehoash, the king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, "The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife. And there passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon, and trode down the thistle. Thou hast indeed smitten Edom, and thine heart hath lifted thee up. Glory of this, and tarry at home. For why shouldest thou meddle to thy hurt, that thou shouldest fall, even thou, and Judah with thee? But Amaziah would not hear. Therefore Jehoash king of Israel went up, and he and Amaziah king of Judah looked one another in the face at Beth Shemesh, city of Shamash the sun god, which belongeth to Judah. And Judah was put to the worse before Israel, and they fled, every man to their tents. Jehoash afterwards destroyed a large portion of the wall of Jerusalem, and plundered the temple and palace, returning home to Samaria with rich booty and hostages. Judah thus remained a vassal state of Israel's. Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, had a long and prosperous reign. About 773 BC, he appears to have cooperated with Assyria and conquered Damascus and Hamath. His son, Zechariah, the last king of the Jehu dynasty of Israel, came to the throne in 740 BC, towards the close of the reign of Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Judah. 6 months afterward, he was assassinated by Shallum. This usurper held sway at Samaria for only a month. For Menahem, the son of Gadi, went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and smote Shallum, the son of Jabesh, in Samaria, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. Tiglath-Pileser was operating successfully in Middle Syria when he had dealings with, among others, Menahem, of the city of the Sumerians, who paid tribute. No resistance was possible on the part of Menahem, the usurper, who was probably ready to welcome the Assyrian conqueror, so that, by arranging an alliance, he might secure his own position. The biblical reference is as follows. And Pul, the king of Assyria, came against the land, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. And Menahem exacted the money of Israel, even of all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back, and stayed not there in the land. Rezin of Damascus, Hiram of Tyre, and Zabibi, queen of the Arabians, also sent gifts to Tiglath-Pileser. At this time, 738 BC, Aramaean revolts on the borders of Elam were suppressed by Assyrian governors, and large numbers of the inhabitants were transported to various places in Syria. Tiglath-Pileser next operated against the Median and other hill tribes in the northeast. In 735 BC, he invaded Urartu, the great Armenian state which had threatened the supremacy of Assyria in North Syria and Cappadocia. King Sharduris was unable to protect his frontier or hamper the progress of the advancing army, which penetrated to his capital. Jershpush was soon captured, but Sharduris took refuge in his rocky citadel, which he and his predecessors had labored to render impregnable. There he was able to defy the might of Assyria. for the fortress could be approached on the western side alone by a narrow path between high walls and towers, so that only a small force could find room to operate against the numerous garrison. Tiglath-Pileser had to content himself by devastating the city on the plain and the neighboring villages. He overthrew buildings, destroyed orchards, and transported to Nineveh those of the inhabitants he had not put to the sword, with all the livestock he could lay hands on. Thus was Urartu crippled and humiliated. It never regained its former prestige among the northern states. In the following year, Tiglath-Pileser returned to Syria. The circumstances which made this expedition necessary are of special interest on account of its biblical associations. Menahem, king of Israel, had died, and was succeeded by his son Pekahiah. But Pekah, the son of Remaliah, a captain of his, conspired against him and smote him in Samaria, in the palace of the king's house, and he killed him, and reigned in his room. When Pekah was on the throne, Ahaz began to reign over Judah. Judah had taken advantage of the disturbed conditions in Israel to assert its independence. The walls of Jerusalem were repaired by Jotham, father of Ahaz, and a tunnel constructed to supply it with water. Isaiah refers to this tunnel. Go forth and meet Ahaz at the end of the conduit of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 3. Pekah had to deal with a powerful party in Israel which favored the re-establishment of David's kingdom in Palestine. Their most prominent leader was the prophet Amos, whose eloquent exhortations were couched in no uncertain terms. He condemned Israel for its idolatries and cried, For thus saith the Lord unto the house of Israel, Seek ye me, and ye shall live. Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Molech and Chion, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. Pekah sought to extinguish the Orthodox party's movement by subduing Judah, so he plotted with Rezin, king of Damascus. Amos prophesied, Thus saith the Lord, I will send a fire into the house of Hazael, which will devour the palaces of Ben-Hadad. I will break also the bar of Damascus, and the people of Syria shall go into captivity unto Kir. The remnant of the Philistines shall perish. Tyre, Edom, and Ammon would also be punished. Judah was completely isolated by the allies who acknowledged the suzerainty of Damascus. Soon after Ahaz came to the throne, he found himself hemmed in on every side by adversaries who desired to accomplish his fall. At that time, Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah came up to Jerusalem to war, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. Judah, however, was overrun. The city of Elath was captured and restored to Edom, while the Philistines were liberated from the control of Jerusalem. Isaiah visited Ahaz and said, Take heed and be quiet. Fear not, neither be faint-hearted, for the two tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Syria and of the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have taken evil counsel against thee, saying, Let us go up against Judah, and vex it, and let us make a breach therein for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabeel. Thus saith the Lord God, It shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. The unstable Ahaz had sought assistance from the Baal, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the heathen. Then he resolved to purchase the sympathy of one of the great powers. There was no hope of assistance from the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, for the Ethiopian pharaohs had not yet conquered the delta region. So he turned to the bee that is in the land of Assyria. Assyria was the last resource of the king of Judah. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am thy servant and thy son. Come up and save me out of the hand of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, which rise up against me. And Ahaz took the silver and gold that was found in the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria hearkened unto him. For the king of Assyria went up against Damascus, and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and slew Rezin. Tiglath-Pileser recorded that Rezin took refuge in his city like a mouse. Israel was also dealt with. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, came Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, and took Ijon, and Abel-Beth-Maachah, and Janoah, and Kiddish, and Hazor, and Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and carried them captive to Assyria. And Hoshea, the son of Elah, made a conspiracy against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and smote him, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. Tiglath-Pileser recorded, they overthrew Pekah, the king, and placed Hoshea over them. He swept through Israel like a hurricane. The Philistines and the Arabians of the desert were also subdued. Tribute was sent to the Assyrian monarch by Phoenicia, Moab, Ammon, and Edom. It was a proud day for Ahaz when he paid a visit to Tiglath-Pileser at Damascus. An Assyrian governor was appointed to rule over Syria and its subject states. Babylon next claimed the attention of Tiglath-Pileser. Nabonassar had died and was succeeded by his son Nabu-nadin-Zeri, who after reigning for 2 years was slain in a rebellion. The throne was then seized by Nabu-shum-ukin, but in less than 2 months this usurper was assassinated, and the Chaldeans had one of their chiefs, Ukinzer, proclaimed king. 732 BC. When the Assyrian king returned from Syria in 731 BC, he invaded Babylonia. He was met with a stubborn resistance. Ukinzer took refuge in his capital, Shapia, which held out successfully, although the surrounding country was ravaged and despoiled. 2 years afterwards, Tiglath-Pileser returned, captured Shapia, and restored peace throughout Babylonia. He was welcomed in Babylon, which opened its gates to him, and he had himself proclaimed king of Sumer and Akkad. The Chaldeans paid tribute. Tiglath-Pileser had now reached the height of his ambition. He had not only extended his empire in the west from Cappadocia to the river of Egypt, crippled Urartu and pacified his eastern frontier, but brought Assyria into close union with Babylonia, the motherland, the home of culture and the land of the ancient gods. He did not live long, however, to enjoy his final triumph, for he died a little over 12 months after he took the hands of Bel at Babylon. He was succeeded by Shalmaneser V. 727 to 722 BC, who may have been his son, but this is not quite certain. Little is known regarding his brief reign. In 725 BC, he led an expedition to Syria and Phoenicia. Several of the vassal peoples had revolted when they heard of the death of Tiglath-Pileser. These included the Phoenicians, the Philistines, and the Israelites, who were intriguing with either Egypt or Mutsri. Apparently, Hoshea, king of Israel, pretended when the Assyrians entered his country that he remained friendly. Shalmaneser, however, was well informed and made Hoshea a prisoner. Samaria closed its gates against him, although their king had been dispatched to Assyria. The biblical account of the campaign is as follows. Against him, Hoshea, came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up, and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went up to Samaria, and besieged it 3 years. Shalmaneser died before Samaria was captured, and may have been assassinated. The next Assyrian monarch, Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC, was not related to either of his two predecessors. He is referred to by Isaiah and is the Archaeanos of Ptolemy. He was the Assyrian monarch who deported the lost 10 tribes. In the 9th year of Hoshea, and the 1st of Sargon, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah, and in Habor by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. In all, according to Sargon's record, 27,290 people dwelling in the midst of it I carried off. They, the Israelites, left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only, and the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cutah, and from Ava, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria, instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria, and dwelt in the cities thereof. And the men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, and the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima. And the Avites made Nebaz and Tartak, and the Sepharites burnt their children in fire to Adrammelech and Anamelech, the gods of the Sepharvaim. A number of the new settlers were slain by lions, and the king of Assyria ordered that a Samaritan priest should be sent to teach them the manner of the God of the land. This man was evidently an Orthodox Hebrew, for he taught them how they should fear the Lord. So they feared the Lord, but also served their own gods, their graven images. There is no evidence to suggest that the 10 lost tribes, regarding whom so many nonsensical theories have been formed, were not ultimately absorbed by the peoples amongst whom they settled between Mesopotamia and the Median highlands. The various sections must have soon lost touch with one another. They were not united like the Jews who were transported to Babylonia a century and a half later. by a common religious bond. For although a few remained faithful to Abraham's God, the majority of the Israelites worshipped either Baal or the Queen of Heaven. The Assyrian policy of transporting the rebellious inhabitants of one part of their empire to another was intended to break their national spirit and compel them to become good and faithful subjects amongst the aliens, who must have disliked them. The colonists, says Professor Maspero, exposed to the same hatred as the original Assyrian conquerors, soon forgot to look upon the latter as the oppressors of all, and allowing their present grudge to efface the memory of past injuries, did not hesitate to make common cause with them. In time of peace, the Assyrian governor did his best to protect them against molestation on the part of the natives, and in return for this, they rallied round him whenever the latter threatened to get out of hand, and helped him to stifle the revolt, or hold it in check until the arrival of reinforcements. Thanks to their help, the empire was consolidated and maintained without too many violent outbreaks in regions far removed from the capital and beyond the immediate reach of the sovereign. While Sargon was absent in the west, a revolt broke out in Babylonia. A Chaldean king, Merodach Baladan III, had allied himself with the Elamites and occupied Babylon. A battle was fought at Dur-el-U, and the Elamites retreated. Although Sargon swept triumphantly through the land, he had to leave his rival, the tyrannous Chaldean, in possession of the capital, and he reigned there for over 11 years. Trouble was brewing in Syria. It was apparently fostered by an Egyptian king, probably Bokhoris of Sais, the sole pharaoh, so far as can be ascertained, of the 24th dynasty, who had allied himself with the local dynasty of Lower Egypt, and apparently sought to extend his sway into Asia, the Ethiopians being supreme in Upper Egypt. An alliance had been formed to cast off the yoke of Assyria. The city-states involved Arpad, Samarra, Damascus, Samaria, and Gaza. Hanno of Gaza had fled to Egypt after Tiglath-Pileser came to the relief of Judah and broke up the league of conspirators by capturing Damascus and punishing Samaria, Gaza, and other cities. His return in Sargon's reign was evidently connected with the new rising in which he took part. The throne of Hamath had been seized by an adventurer named Ilu-Bidi, a smith. The Philistines of Ashdod and the Arabians, being strongly pro-Egyptian in tendency, were willing sympathizers and helpers against the hated Assyrians. Sargon appeared in the west with a strong army before the allies had matured their plans. He met the Smith king of Hamath in battle at Karkar, and having defeated him, had him skinned alive. Then he marched southward. At Rapiki, he routed an army of allies. Shabi, the Tartan, commander-in-chief of Piru, king of Mutsri, an Arabian state confused perhaps with Mizraim, Egypt, escaped like to a shepherd whose sheep have been taken. Piru and other two southern kings, Samsi and Etamara, afterwards paid tribute to Sargon. Hanno of Gaza was transported to Ashur. In 715 BC, Sargon, according to his records, appeared with his army in Arabia and received gifts in token of homage from Piru of Mutsri, Samsi of Arabi, and Etamara of Saba. 4 years later, a revolt broke out in Ashdod, which was, it would appear, directly due to the influence of Shabaka, the Ethiopian pharaoh, who had deposed Bacchorus of Sais. Another league was about to be formed against Assyria. King Azuri of Ashdod had been deposed because of his Egyptian sympathies by the Assyrian governor, and his brother Akhemeti was placed on the throne. The citizens, however, overthrew Akhemeti, and an adventurer from Cyprus was proclaimed king. 711 BC. It would appear that advances were made by the anti-Assyrians to Ahaz of Judah. That monarch was placed in a difficult position. He knew that if the allies succeeded in stamping out Assyrian authority in Syria and Palestine, they would certainly depose him. But if on the other hand he joined them and Assyria triumphed, its emperor would show him small mercy, as Babylon defied Sargon and received the active support of Elam, and there were rumors of risings in the north. It must have seemed to the western kings as if the Assyrian Empire was likely once again to go to pieces. End of chapter 19.